Chapter 134. The brother and sister showed him around the Yun sect. The Yun sect sounded like a sect, but it was actually a private academic organization. They mainly focused on alchemy, talisman, weapon refining, arrays, cultivation techniques, and martial arts research. Central State Academy was a public institution, and the Yun sect was a private institution. The Yun sect's requirements to recruit members were much higher than Central State Academies. Central State Academy's students came in every few years, but the Yun sect did not graduate. Scholars were all equal. Most of the Yun sect scholars were Central State Academy's lecturers. Of course, there were also some who were the most outstanding graduates. The Yun sect is Central State City's largest research organization. There are over 80 laboratories, and it has the best research environment and resources in Central State. You have to know that every year in Central State City, at least a third of the new knowledge comes from the Yun sect. It drives the entire business and military development. Isn't it amazing? Not bad. The Yun sect really did have some capital. Among the four great families, the Chu family was a martial artist, the Luo family was a politician, and the Ye family was a private army. Only the Yun family was suitable to cooperate with Chu Tian. Young Master Yin Xiao had a swollen pig head as he swaggered in front. His face was filled with arrogance as he introduced himself. As for me, I am the Yun sect's little white dragon. People call me the young married woman killer. Not only am I handsome, I have also practiced the 13 Thunderblades to perfection. Once a blade comes out, it is as fast as lightning and no one can block it, so you have to be careful, little brat. Although grandfather told me to follow you, there is still a difference in status, so don't expect me to serve you. This fellow's face could compare to father's. Yun Yao knit her brows and kicked him. Stop farting here. The 13 Thunderblades is the Yun family's high-level martial art. If you practice it to perfection, would you still be beaten into a pig head every time? Yun Xiao let out a squeal, like a pig being slaughtered as he held his, but that had almost been kicked. Old sister, in front of outsiders, can you give me some face? No matter what, I am still the Yun family's benchmark of handsome men. This was truly infuriating. Why was the Yun family's third generation so disappointing? This little brother's talent was not bad. If he was willing to cultivate properly, he would not be inferior to the purple lightning young master, and the pressure on Yun Yao would not be this big. Chu Tian rubbed his chin and said with a smile, 13 thundering blades? This saber technique sounds domineering, but I wonder how powerful it actually is. Yun Xiao revealed a look of disdain. You want to fight? Let me tell you, among the people who use blades in Central State City, this young master is one of the best, always drawing blood. I advise you to give up on this idea. Otherwise, you will just be asking for trouble. The little fox looked like it was about to vomit. This level of shamelessness is almost half of masters. How could there be such a pretentious person in this world? Chu Tian turned around and said, Then let's give it a try. Make your move. When Yun Xiao saw that Chu Tian was really challenging him and was arrogantly showing his back to him, he couldn't help being enraged. What do you mean by this? The 13 Thunderclap Blades was known for its speed. If you dare to leave your back to me, aren't you courting death? This way, even if I kill you, it will be an unfair victory. This young master is an open and above-board person. This kind of thing is beneath me. Say that again if you can hit me. Good little brat, I'll let you see how strong this young master's saber technique is. Yun Yao's fingertips released sparks. With a flick of her finger, it hit Yun Xiao's face. Ayo! Yun Xiao covered his pig face and angrily shouted, Old sister, why did you sneak attack me? You could hit anywhere, but you actually hit my face that I regard as important as my life. Do you know that I will rely on this face to make a living in the future? Yun Yao glared at him and then looked over at Chu Tian. This idiot. He didn't even know what kind of person he was facing. Even Yun Tianhe was respectful towards him. Was he someone a waste like him could provoke? Yun Zhao's eyes narrowed and he began to laugh. I understand. Old sister, you want to teach him a lesson, right? With your status as one of the 4 young masters, it's not convenient for you to make a move. This kind of small matter should be given to this little brother. Yun Yao gave a sigh. Forget it. Let Lu Rin properly beat this idiot up. Yun Xiao arrogantly said to Chu Tian, Hey, little brat, are you ready? This young master saber is very fast. Don't be chopped down before you can even react. Too much nonsense. Hurry up and make your move. Chu Tian slowly closed his eyes and opened his mind's eye. Everything in the world was covered by his divine sense. Yun Zhao's body trembled. Although he did not understand the mind's eye, he could feel that there was an invisible energy that directly penetrated his body. What was going on? Father doesn't believe it. Saber. Yun Xiao released a bolt of lightning that condensed into a long saber. Although he also had a thunder-attributed saber source spirit, Yun Zhao's saber spirit was longer and narrower. It was not as rough and it was covered in runes. It was filled with an ancient aura and had a terrifying destructive might. Watch this move. Yun Xiao pulled out the saber from his waist and stabbed at Chu Tian's back like a bolt of lightning. In the end, Chu Tian acted like a prophet and the saber brushed past him, easily dodging the attack. The saber chi mixed with lightning flew out and left a saber mark on the ground. Damn! Consider yourself lucky. Watch this saber. In the end, it was still easily dodged. Yun Zhao's nose almost went crooked from his anger. This brat was like a loach. He was flustered and exasperated, but he did not believe it. He completely released his saber art. The 13 Thunderblades was indeed the Yun family's famous technique. Fast, fierce, and strong. Each saber contained a strong destructive might, and once it was released, it was like an unstoppable bolt of lightning. Only under Chu Tian's mind's eye, it was full of flaws and was not worth mentioning. When the last saber was released, Chu Tian suddenly turned to the side. When the saber passed in front of him, he gently pinched it with his 2 fingers, accurately hitting the weakest point of the saber and forcefully twisting it. Pa! The saber broke on the spot. When the lightning exploded, Chu Tian had already prepared the Starlight immortal body to protect himself. But Yun Xiao had been sent flying by the explosion. His already swollen face turned black like coal, and his hair stood up like chicken feathers. Chu Tian opened his eyes. He was not injured at all and revealed a faint smile. How is it? Damn it. How did you see through the 13 Thunderblades? Chu Tian patted the dust off his clothes. If you want to learn, then I'll teach you a few moves. Yun Xiao awkwardly crawled up and followed with a face filled with worship. I understand. No wonder you had a way to teach that old man a lesson. You really do have some skills. Teach me a few moves. Otherwise, every time I go to a prostitute. Oh no, I mean listen to a song and get beaten up by others. But when I come back, I'll be beaten up again. Chu Tian rubbed his chin and said, There is a condition. Yun Xiao suddenly became very alert. From today onwards, you will be my big brother. If you tell me to go east, I won't go west. If you tell me to go north, I won't go south. Yun Yao wanted to find a hole to hide in. How did the Yun family give birth to such a clown? He was the Yun family's eldest grandson. This was too shameful for the Yun family. This matter might not be a bad thing for you. I have a good idea on how to make money. Chu Tian gave a mysterious smile. We'll work together. If we make money, I'll give you 2 1/10. The 2 of them had been pampered since they were young. How could they think about making money? This was the first time they had heard of this new matter. Only 10% for the 2 of us? Yun Yao snorted and said, Are you trying to send away beggars? Yun Xiao was very interested. Money was just a number to him. The main point was the fun. Actually, money doesn't matter. The main point is whether it's fun or not. Don't look down on this 10%. It's already very impressive. Chu Tian gave a mysterious smile. I won't tell you the specifics for now, But this matter can't be done by one person. Other than you two, I will need the help of others. Everyone will have a share. So if it's calculated like this, I will at most take 60%. This wasn't a lot. The two siblings were stunned. But Chu Tian's heart was at ease. This was the so-called capable people do more work. If it wasn't for the fact that you two had some use, you two wouldn't even be able to get a single copper coin. Yun Yao was also a bit interested in this matter. She had 100% trust in Chu Tian's ability. He was the same as Yun Xiao. He did not lack money. She was just curious as to what method he would use to make money. As for whether it's fun or not, I can't guarantee it for other people, but for you it's very suitable. Why? Chu Tian looked at Yun Xiao a few times. You really like to act. You really like to be in the limelight. Yun Xiao was not ashamed at all. What's wrong with that? A man has to act. Your acting posture isn't right. Chu Tian was a master of acting, so he used his professional eyes to judge this rising star. In these next 2-3 days, I will give you some pointers and let you know how to act properly. Yun Xiao scratched the back of his head, but does it have anything to do with making money? Chu Tian gave a mysterious smile. It has a lot to do with it. Not only can you make money, it can also make you the center of attention and make the Central State Academy's students worship you. Don't you like this kind of feeling? Yun Xiao's eyes lit up. Wouldn't there be countless beauties throwing themselves at me? Chu Tian nodded. If you can reach 100th of my level, this isn't hard to achieve. Then what were they waiting for? Let's begin. Not to mention money. Even if he didn't have money, he, young Master Yin, would still be willing. Let's start with your blade technique. This blade technique isn't good. We need to change it. Yun Xiao was stunned. How do we change it? 13 blades is too many. We'll simplify it a bit and leave 3 blades. The Yun siblings revealed looks of shock. The reason why the 13 thundering blades became the Yun family's famous cultivation technique was that the power of this blade technique was constantly increasing. Each blade was stronger than the last, and each blade was accumulating power for the next blade. The last blade was the most powerful. 13 blades had been reduced to 3 blades. Wouldn't it be able to instantly accumulate power and destroy the enemy in one go? After the 13 thunder blades was reduced to 3 blades by Chu Tian, its might would not decrease, rather it would increase. The value of this martial art would increase by more than 10 times. Chu Tian said to Yun Yao, let's split up first. Bring the Central State Academy's teaching materials over. I want to look over all of them. I also need some herbs. Some of them are for Yun Xiao and some of them are for me. So I'll have to trouble you to bring them over for me. Yun Yao and Yun Xiao did not know what Chu Tian was thinking at all. But if Chu Tian wanted to bring the teaching materials, then he would go. Who told his grandfather to follow Chu Tian's requests? Yun Tianhe was one of the Central State Academy's deans, so what couldn't Chu Tian see? Yun Yao immediately went over. Yun Xiao said in a stunned voice, "What are we doing?" Chu Tian said to him, "I'll give you everything you want to learn in the next 2 days. I'll say the ugly words first. I don't have the patience. In at most 3 days, if you want to learn, you'll have to suffer a bit." Yun Xiao gave 3 loud laughs. "What are you afraid of? I don't have any other skills. But I'm not afraid of suffering." Chu Tian nodded with a faint smile and said, "Do you know why I asked you to follow me? Because I like your attitude. Since it's like this, then let's begin." Yun Xiao looked at Chu Tian's smile. He did not know why, but he suddenly shivered, as if he was a little regretful. Chapter 135. After his grandson and granddaughter were taken away by the mysterious young man, there had been no news of them for 2 days and 2 nights. This made Yun Tianhe a little worried. Although Yun Yao was an illustrious soul realm expert at the 4th awakened soul layer and could be considered a peak expert in Central State City, she still lacked experience. The mysterious young man was talented, but he was still too young. He was also arrogant, so he wouldn't cause any trouble, right? As for his grandson, Yun Tianhe did not even think about it. Had this beast not done anything good before? The most important thing was, Yun Tianhe was also very curious. What did Chu Tian bring the two of them to do? Although he didn't want them to contact him, running over to Peep wasn't taking the initiative to contact him, right? Yun Tianhe found a reason to comfort himself. He took advantage of the dead of the night to sneak into the Yun sect's backyard because the three of them were here. Yun Tianhe was a little nervous. This old bag of bones was almost 100 years old. He had been honest his entire life, but he had never done anything like this before. I'm not practicing anymore. I'm not practicing anymore. You demon. This is simply torturing people. I will go back and tell the old master. Yun Tianhe had just arrived in front of a courtyard when a pitiful cry came from inside. Yun Tianhe trembled. Wasn't this his grandson Yun Shao? Why was he crying out so miserably? Yun Tianhe quietly climbed onto the wall. A 2-3 meter wide source energy array was placed in the center of the courtyard. Yun Shao was wearing a pair of shorts as he stood in the center of the array. His arms, thighs, chest, and back were all covered in talismans that reacted with the source energy array on the ground, creating a kind of power that was suppressing him. I can't take it anymore. Yun Zhao's eyes turned white and he fell to the ground. Chu Tian was sitting in a chair with a pot of hot tea in his left hand and a scroll of Central State Academies teaching materials in his right. He turned a deaf ear to Yun Zhao's pitiful cry. When he saw Yun Shao and Yunmi fall, his two sword-like eyebrows knit together and he immediately formed a seal. The talismans on Yun Zhao's body lit up and a kind of red electric energy covered Yun Zhao's body, instantly awakening him. Wah! It hurts! Stop! Quickly stop! Yun Shao stood up like a carp. Don't play dead for father. I have a way to deal with you. Didn't Chu Tian's voice sound like that of that young man? Practice another 2,000 times. If you don't master these 3 moves today, don't even think about eating. Do you hear me? Also, I've written a few scrolls. You have to memorize them word for word. Otherwise, don't sleep. Demon! What a devil! Yun Zhao's pitiful cry echoed in the courtyard. This was too terrifying. It was like some kind of cruel human experiment. Yun Tianhe couldn't help but worry when he saw this. Even if Yun Shao was a good-for-nothing, the Yun family only had a single adult male. If something happened to him, it would be a big problem. Yun Tianhe was hesitating on whether or not to ask. Whoosh! A fruit pit flew out and smashed into his forehead. Yun Tianhe was shocked. Could it be that he had been discovered? That was impossible. He was an expert close to the true soul realm. At this time, a furry snow-white little fox was sitting on the wall next to him with its legs crossed, holding a few red fruits in its arms, staring at him with a pair of bright and cunning eyes. This is bad. Yun Tianhe quickly made a shushing gesture at the little fox. He secretly cursed in his heart. Isn't this little fox too mysterious? When did it appear next to him? Even when it was this close, Yun Tianhe did not feel it at all. This won't do. He couldn't be exposed. Yun Tianhe was already so old. Climbing a wall to peep was not something he could afford to lose face for. The little fox narrowed its eyes and nodded, showing that it understood Yun Tianhe's meaning. Yun Tianhe let out a sigh of relief. At this time, the little fox pointed a claw at its mouth and stretched out the other claw. It's not impossible for you to make this fox shut up, but you'll have to pay me to keep my mouth shut. What pet? This was too exquisite. Yun Tianhe took out a gem the size of a pigeon egg. The little fox's eyes lit up as it snatched it over. It first sniffed it and then swallowed it. Zhi. The little fox gave a thumbs up to show its satisfaction. This gem was actually a level 3 demon beast's beast core. The energy contained within was something even an awakened soul cultivator would find hard to endure. This palm-sized little fellow had swallowed it in a single bite. The little fox patted its round belly and then pointed at its mouth. Then it stretched out a claw, indicating that it wasn't full yet. "Give me another one." Yun Tianhe almost fainted. What did this fellow think a level 3 beast core was? A candy. "Grandfather, what are you doing up there?" Yun Yao walked out from the small courtyard. "Lu Rin knows you're here, so he told me to explain a few things to you." The little fox had a look of misfortune on its face. It gently jumped up and turned into a gray fog, instantly disappearing. Yun Tianhe was stunned. Had he been tricked by this sly little fox? "It's not convenient to talk here. Let's go somewhere else." Yun Yao brought him to the Yun sect's practice field. Without waiting for Yun Tianhe to open his mouth, she snappily said, "Grandfather, you're already so old. Yet you're climbing a wall to peep. Don't you feel ashamed?" "Relax. Lu Rin is currently giving Yun Xiao special training. He knows what he's doing, so he won't die." "Special training?" "Lu Rin has changed the Yun family's 13 Thunderblades into the 3 Thunderblades, forcing Yun Xiao to learn it in 2 days." Yun Tianhe was shocked hearing this. The 13 Thunderblades has been changed into the 3 Thunderblades? Can this be done? I thought it was inconceivable at first, but he really did it. I'll show it to you once, and you'll know what's going on. Yun Yao did not have a saber soar spirit, so it was hard for her to display the essence of the saber art. Adding in the fact that she did not have a saber foundation, she could only show him the general idea. Yun Tianhe was a martial arts master of his generation. How could he not see through it? His breath almost flew out. How was this changing the saber art? This was simply a rebirth. The aura accumulated from the 13 blades had now been completed in 3 short slashes. Not only did its might not decrease, it was actually several times stronger than before. This martial art had been changed by this young man. From a normal high-level martial art, it had instantly turned into a peak-level martial art of Southern Xia. Yun Yao put away her saber. Yun Xiao has the foundation of the 13 Thunderblades, so his progress in the 3 Thunderblades is very fast. Of course, it was all because of Lu Ren's methods. This time Yun Xiao was completely controlled by him. He hasn't slept in 2 days, so he can't escape his control at all. Good, 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 good job, good job. Yun Tianhe's old chest was filled with joy as he stroked his beard with a laugh. These 3 blades are enough to become the Yun family's secret technique. Our Yun family's cultivation technique has been changed, and now even our martial arts have been changed. This brat coming to our Yun sect for a while. The Yun family is truly blessed. Yun Yao let out a sigh and said, "But Yun Xiao has been tortured very miserably. I'm afraid that even his intestines have turned green from regret. But Chu Tian's training methods are too ruthless. Even I am frightened. He doesn't treat people as people at all. Humph! He doesn't know how lucky he is." Yun Tianhe angrily shook his beard. If this old man was 60 or 70 years younger, I would want to replace that bastard Yun Xiao. This young man can't even suffer like this. How can we hope for him to achieve anything great? Yun Tianhe's words were filled with righteous indignation. He had completely forgotten who it was that was worried about tossing and turning, coming over to peep at him. Yun Tianhe solemnly warned, "You have to follow this Mr. closely. Even if you can learn a little from him, it would still be a blessing that you've accumulated over several lifetimes. Do you understand? That's right. Ask around and see if he's still single. You're not young anymore." "Grandfather." Yun Yao's face turned red. "Saying this makes you shy. All right, I don't care about young people's matters." Yun Tianhe happily stroked his beard. "If there's a situation, report to me at any time. Help him supervise that little brat Yun Xiao. This is a large matter that concerns the entire family. There can't be any mistakes, do you understand?" Yun Yao snappily said, "I understand. Please don't worry about it." Yun Tianhe's mood was very good. After laughing a few times, he turned around and left. He hadn't been this happy in at least 10 years. This almost 100-year-old man hummed a little tune the entire way as he went back to sleep with a satisfied look on his face. No matter what goal he had in training Yun Shao, the Yun family had obtained benefits. Moreover, after being beaten by him, this grandson that gave him a headache, perhaps he could be reborn. This really was the Yun family's blessing. This really was Yun Tianhe's blessing. Yun Yao returned to the small courtyard. Yun Shao was standing in the middle of the array with a face full of tears as he practiced his saber art. Did you see the old man? Quickly tell him the true face of this demon. He is a pervert and has a sadistic tendency. Quickly tell the old man to save me. Yun Yao shook her head. I can't help. You'll have to bear it yourself. Yun Shao angrily shouted, old sister, you can't give up on me. The array was activated again. Yun Shao once again gave a pitiful cry. Chu Tian was sitting under the moonlight with a normal oil lamp beside him. There was a little fox lying in his chest, with one hand holding a purple teapot and the other holding an ancient scroll. It was a normal-looking face, but it gave off an unfathomable feeling. That pair of clear and bright eyes revealed a glow of wisdom. Yun Yao had a feeling that this was an illusion. This person was not a youth at all. Rather, he was an old monster that had lived for over 100 years. She couldn't see through him. She couldn't see through him at all. The books in Chu Tian's hands were all sent by Central State Academy. He took a glance and flipped through each one. Then he said with a snort of disdain, Trash! Simply trash! You can even use this to teach students. You really are misleading them. This fellow's tone was too big. There were weapon refining, symbol making, alchemy, cultivation techniques, and various other fields of textbooks here. Most of the textbooks were sent by large countries. Even if you are a rare genius with outstanding talent, you can't look down on Central State Academy's textbooks like this, right? Since it could become a textbook, then it must be an iron law of knowledge that was written by a famous master. Moreover, it had been refined for over 100 years, using up the blood and sweat of several generations. But then again, the worse Central State Academy's teaching is, the more of a market we have. Chu Tian stood up with a lazy stretch. I have absolute confidence that I will be able to make a large profit this time. Yun Yao still could not understand it. What was Chu Tian's method of making money? Chu Tian asked her, Have you prepared the ingredients I wanted you to prepare? Yun Yao nodded. They've all been prepared and placed in the room. I'll use the medicine first. As for the money, I'll pay you back when I have money. Chu Tian walked through the courtyard. When he passed by Yun Shao, he suddenly stopped and said with a fierce expression, Can you be a bit more serious for father? Whether I can quickly save up a few million to buy the treasure-gathering pavilion's elemental source depends on you. If you make it so that father can't buy it, I'll break your legs. What, tens of millions? Yun Yao knew that Chu Tian needed money right now. But this fellow was very arrogant and had a personality of wanting to save face. It was impossible for him to ask her grandfather for it. However, these tens of millions of gold coins was not a small number. Training Yun Shao like this would allow him to earn money? Even if he brought Yun Shao to perform on the streets, he would not be able to earn this amount. Chapter 136. Chu Tian began to refine the pill. The main ingredient for the pill was the jade spirit silkworm. The supplementary ingredients were all level 2 herbs or elixirs. Although they were not rare, there were quite a few of them. Moreover, level 2 materials could not compare to level 1 materials. If it wasn't for the fact that the Yun family had a lot of resources and could directly provide them, then Chu Tian would not have been able to gather all of them in a day or two. After around half an hour, a jade silkworm pill was refined. This level 2 low-level pill was suitable for first awakened soul layer cultivators and could increase their strength. It was what Chu Tian needed right now. Let's begin. Taking the pill and sitting down cross-legged, the jade silkworm pill's gentle and pure medicinal energy spread through his limbs and bones. The quality of this jade spirit silkworm was not bad. It had been refined for several hundred years. The jade spirit silkworm was a silkworm when it was alive, eating heaven and earth treasures. After it died, its essence was turned into a top-quality medicinal jade. Combined with several supplementary ingredients, the energy was quickly absorbed by his body. Chu Tian easily refined it into spirit energy. When the entire pill's medicinal energy was refined, his spirit energy had a significant increase. Who? Chu Tian suddenly opened his eyes, and his eyes were as bright as a torch. He let out a long, white breath that pierced through the window. Very good. The effect of this pill was even better than Chu Tian had expected. It allowed Chu Tian to go from a normal, first awakened soul layer cultivator to a peak, first awakened soul layer cultivator. The current Chu Tian strength had increased by at least 30 to 40%. If it was said that defeating experts like Chu Tunguen or Chu Batian was a bit difficult, but now that he was facing a triple awakened soul expert, Chu Tian's confidence was much higher. Spirit energy was the foundation of cultivation. With an increase in spirit energy, naturally his strength would increase. This was the first time Chu Tian had increased his strength since he entered the awakened soul realm. With Chu Tian's current age, obtaining his current cultivation was rare in Central Continent City. However, Chu Tian was well aware of the difference between him and the heavenly sword young master Chu Xinghe. Even if they were at the same level, it would be difficult for them to compete with Chu Xinghe, not to mention that Chu Xinghe was the leader of the Central State's 4 young masters. The weakest of the 4 young masters was the purple lightning young master Yun Yao, but she was also in the 4th awakened soul layer. It could be imagined how strong Chu Xinghe's cultivation was. It was not something Chu Tian could deal with. He was not strong enough. It was far from enough. I have to work harder and become stronger. Yun Yao came to report. The young master of the Jing family, Jing Hao, is looking for you. Chu Tian was a bit surprised as he asked, alone. Yun Yao shook her head. He has a girl with him. That's good. Chu Tian's eyes lit up. Go, let them in. What kind of attitude did this guy have? You actually treat me as a messenger servant. What kind of arrogant person was Yun Yao? If it was anyone else that treated her like this, they would have died with a single palm, but she could not touch this person. She could only swallow her anger and leave the little courtyard. He said to let the 2 of you in. Yes, yes. Jing Hao and Tong Xiaoyu were so scared that their stomachs began to tremble. Who was this person? How could they not recognize her? The purple lightning young master Yun Yao, one of the 4 young masters, the most dazzling genius of Central State. She was a pearl of the Middle Continent with peerless elegance and beauty. In front of Yun Yao, the 2 of them couldn't even be considered a fart. Tong Xiaoyu could not understand what kind of tricks her big brother had used. Not only did he make a playboy like Jing Hao act like a grandson in front of him, he even made the noble and arrogant Yun Yao swallow her anger and pass on a message for her big brother. The one who was most shocked was Jing Hao. Why would Chu Tian appear in the Yun family? He was very clear on this reason. Although Chu Tian had given the Yun sect some face and did not make this matter known to the entire city, he had still beaten up Jiang Qi and dragged him to the Yun sect's main courtyard to demand an explanation. This kind of crazy action, only Chu Tian could do it in this world. What Jing Hao never would have thought was that after Chu Tian entered the Yun sect, not only did nothing happen to him, he even sent out news that the Yun sect had kicked out Gao Haoren, Li Tai, and Jiang Qi. These 3 were the disciples of the great scholar Gu Qianqiu. Even if they did something wrong, the Yun sect would at least give Gu Qianqiu face. Now the Yun sect did not give them any face at all. Their firm attitude caused an uproar. Kicking out the 3 disciples of the great scholar, wasn't this making the great scholar lose face? To make Yun Tianhe do this kind of thing, it was actually just a little youth. Although Jing Hao did not know what the Yun sect's motive was, it was enough to know that everything was caused by this monstrous youth who was like a devil. For a person like Yun Tianhe, he had no choice but to give face to Chu Tian. Now that he had personally come to the Yun sect and seen the most important descendant of the Yun sect's third generation, Yun Yao, being casually ordered around by Chu Tian, even being used as a messenger, he was just this terrifying. He would never let people guess what he was, and he would never let people grasp him. Perhaps being Chu Tian's henchman might not be a bad thing. The two of them trembled as they walked into the small courtyard. Ah! A strange person wearing shorts was standing in the middle of the source energy array. His body was covered in talismans, and he was wildly chopping with a long saber in his hand, as if he was practicing a powerful saber art. Isn't this Yun Shao? Among the rich young masters of Central State City, Jing Hao could be considered one of the top characters. If he had to be ranked, if Yun Shao was number 2, no one would dare say they were number 1. What happened to him? This was just too terrifying. This was simply an inhumane punishment. Mother, I've already been like this for 2 days and 2 nights. Save me. Someone save me. Lu Rin, Big Brother Lu, Boss Lu, can't I call you father? Can I call you grandfather? I beg you to let me go. I really can't take it anymore. Yun Zhao's tears flowed down as he continued to swing the saber in his hand. The talismans on his body seemed like they were made for him. If his movements were the slightest bit off, they would immediately release their power to torture him. The source energy array on the ground was suppressing him, making him feel like he was under 10 times the gravity. Even swinging his saber became incomparably difficult. 2 days and 2 nights? Even an Iron Man would be crippled from training. Too cruel. This was simply inhumane. Have you seen enough? Yun Yao was a little dissatisfied. If you like it, I'll go tell Lu Ren and let you experience it. Don't. Jing Hao wiped his sweat as he said, we came to find Chu no. Lu Rin for an important matter. Tong Xiaoyu's little face turned pale. Central State City's number 1 playboy had been tortured by her big brother. Yun Yao was Yun Zhao's older sister, but not only did she not stop him, she even turned a blind eye to it. She really did not know how he did it. Chu Tian sat in the room with a little fox that was napping in his arms. That ordinary appearance, that not tall figure, but it gave people a strong sense of oppression. Jing Hao did not dare look at him as he quickly cupped his hands and bowed. I came to report to you about the situation. The materials have been prepared and the production line has been cleared. Everything is going according to plan. Chu Tian gave a slight nod. Has the machine I wanted been designed? Tong Xiaoyu quickly handed over the 2 blueprints, the blueprints that Big Brother gave Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu has already completed it. I asked Big Brother to take a look. Not bad. Xiaoyu, you really are a genius in mechanical techniques. I'm lacking a talent like you by my side. You'll have a bright future if you follow me. Chu Tian carefully looked over the blueprints a few times before handing them over to Jing Hao. Go and make the parts according to the blueprints. I want to see the finished product in 2 days, do you understand? How could Jing Hao dare to say no? Chu Tian then said, You'll be responsible for the design and production. There will be quite a few benefits. After we make money, you two will take 10% of the profit. Jing Hao flattered him and said, The money is not important. To be able to help the young master is my honor. This fellow probably did not know what 10% meant. You really know how to talk, but I won't mistreat the people by my side. As long as you work for me, we'll all earn money together. When Chu Tian said this, he suddenly paused and emphasized, You also need to work hard on the magnetic sound towers. Yes, you two can go back first. My identity is very sensitive and people will find out sooner or later. It's best if you don't come in contact with me and avoid attracting other people's attention. The 2 of them left the Yun sect's little courtyard. At this time, the sky was already bright. Chu Tian was finally merciful. He removed the restriction on Yun Zhao's body and let him rest for a bit. He took out a jade bottle from his chest and gave it to Yun Yao. Apply this medicine to Yun Zhao's body. It will remove the side effects of high-intensity cultivation and let him rest for 2 hours. Chu Tian's training method was very harsh. Although the effects were very quick, the side effects were very big. If he could not fix it, it could cause a hidden injury that would affect his future cultivation. Boss, can you not train anymore? I can't feel my body anymore. If you keep training like this, you'll most likely be crippled. Even if you don't become crippled, you'll never be able to get up again. Yun Xiao laid on the stretcher and his muscles kept twitching. Yun Yao helped him apply the medicine, and it was very strange. Once the medicine Chu Tian had refined was applied, his muscles immediately stopped twitching. No need to worry. Your blade art is pretty much done. You just need to receive some other training before you can come out. Yun Xiao wanted to cry, but no tears came out. These 2 days were the darkest days of his life. The 3 Thunderblades was an improved version of the Yun family's 13 Thunderblades. Yun Xiao already had the foundation of the 13 Thunderblades, and now that he had gone through 2 days and 2 nights of special training, the 3 Thunderblades had already reached a certain level. Chu Tian disdainfully said, "If you can't even endure this bit of suffering, how can you do anything big? Let me ask you, what is your position in Central State Academy?" Yun Xiao was an inner courtyard student of Central State Academy. You don't even need to say that. I, Yun Xiao, can be ranked in the top 30 of the Vermilion Bird branch. You still have the nerve to say that. How many resources has the family invested in you? Yun Yao directly slapped him to the ground. When I was in Zhongzhou Academy, I was always number 1 in the school district. The other 3 great academies were Chu Xinghe, Luo Xianglong, and Yi Tianlang. The Yun family's core disciples were always ranked in the top 10. You are the first. Grandfather is the dean, but you've lost all of my face. Io, old sister, be a bit gentler. How can I compare to you? Don't underestimate this short 2 days of special training. Chu Tian gave a laugh. I guarantee that you'll be able to enter the top 5 without a problem. Yun Xiao revealed a look of surprise. Really? That's impossible. With me here, there's nothing that is impossible. Chu Tian disdainfully said, I've guided you for 2 days and you can't even enter the top 5. You might as well cut your own throat. But just entering the top 5 is too boring. I will give you some other guidance. Don't you like to be in the limelight? With my help this time, I'll bring you to cause trouble in Central State Academy. How about causing a sensation? Cause trouble in Central State Academy? I like this. Yun Zhao's eyes lit up. This was 2F** King great. He had suffered quite a bit these past 2 days, so he could finally have a decent return. Actually, even Yun Xiao did not know how much he had improved in these 2 days of special training. He also did not know how important these 2 days of special training were to him. But he did not know why. When this mysterious youth said he could do it, he had a feeling that he could really do it. Good. Since it was like this, he would endure it for another day. Then he would endure for a day and a half. In order to be in the limelight, in order to attract the gazes of countless junior sisters, Yun Xiao would give his life to Chu Tian. Chapter 137. Within the boundaries of Central State, from the main cities to the small villages, everyone's goal was to enter Central State Academy. The entire Central State population was around 70 to 80 million, but the academy only had around 30,000 students. There were 2 kinds of people that could enter Central State Academy. They had money, they had potential, or they had both. In short, as the largest school in Central State, it had a high social status and influence. The 30,000 students were divided into the Azure Dragon Courtyard, the White Tiger Courtyard, the Vermilion Bird Courtyard, and the Black Tortoise Courtyard, a total of 4 courtyards. On one hand, it was to better distribute resources, and on the other hand, it was to encourage internal competition. The courtyards had rankings. The courtyards had rankings of students. The higher the ranking, the more resources they had. The higher an individual's ranking, the more resources they would receive. This kind of ranking system was directly linked to benefits. It greatly increased the competitive spirit of the students, allowing the Central State Academy to maintain a strong competitive edge. The 4 young masters of Central State first came from Central State Academy. Chu Xingha, Luo Xianglong, Yi Tianling, and Yun Yao were all at the top of their courtyards. Their light shined brightly and shined brightly. They were the leaders of their respective courtyards and led their courtyards to compete. They were all super geniuses. Now, in the 4 great courtyards, the Vermilion Bird Courtyard was ranked last. Because they were weak all year round, their scale had gradually shrunk. Currently, they occupied 3,000 acres of land with 16 training grounds. There were 500 inner courtyard students and 5,000 to 6,000 outer courtyard students. Because there had not been a strong leader in a long time, the Vermilion Bird Courtyard was the most lifeless of the 4 great courtyards. Early in the morning, there was a large piece of news that caused a stir in the Vermilion Bird Courtyard. Everyone, come quickly! Yun Shao wants to challenge the 36 Vermilion Bird Courtyards. Yun Shao was wearing a gorgeous white robe inlaid with gold. He held a sheathed saber in his left hand and a beautiful white jade fan in his right. He had 4 or 5 lackeys, with one holding a giant dog, one holding a bird cage, and one holding a bottle of wine. There were also several beautiful maids as they swaggered through the school grounds. This lineup was extremely gaudy. It was as if they wished they could carve the words, "I'm a playboy," on their faces. Chu Tian mixed in with them. His appearance was very ordinary and his clothes were very ordinary, so he did not attract any attention. Dong! 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 Yun Shao rang a giant copper bell. Every student knew what this bronze bell meant. Once the bell was rung, it meant that someone was going to challenge the 36 stars of the Vermilion Bird. What were the Vermilion Bird 36 stars? The top 36 students on the Vermilion Bird ranking were allowed to have their own small courtyard in the academy and enjoy many privileges and resources. These 36 students were all top talents of Central State Academy. You want to go up? It was simple. Fight, defeat one, and replace him. Yun Shao loudly rang the bell and raised his head as he loudly shouted, "Everyone! Everyone! Today is a sunny day with no clouds in sight. It is the day that I, young Master Yun Shao, will ascend to the top of the Vermilion Bird ranking. Everyone can come and take a look if they have nothing to do." Yun Shao was too arrogant. He was only ranked 26th on the Vermilion Bird rankings. Those who were originally ranked higher had been repeatedly challenged not long ago and were beaten to the point of fleeing like rats. It had only been a few days, and he wanted to challenge the first place? Wasn't that a huge joke? Yun Shao saw the crowd being attracted over. His heart was filled with excitement. Damn it! He had suffered for the past 3 days, and now he was finally getting some returns. Yun Shao threw his jade fan to a lackey beside him. He shook his gold-embroidered robe and walked in front of the 36 courtyards, gently snapping his fingers. A lackey quickly came forward and shouted out in a broken voice, "Vermilion Bird, ranking 26th young Master Yun Shao has come to challenge me. Vermilion Bird, ranking 25th rank Zhao Kuan. Do you dare to accept my challenge?" Yun Shao revealed a smile. "Let's have a few dishes to warm up first. It's still early anyways." Everyone was speechless. With Yun Zhao's name, how many people in Central State City did not know of him? In this row of silent courtyards, in the 25th room, there was a young man sitting cross-legged. This person was not tall and was very skinny, but he was like a leopard. He was filled with a fierce aura, and there were several old and new scars on his face. It was clear that he was a fierce person who often fought. Challenger? Forget about the others. This fellow was a complete idiot from the Yun family's elixirs. He ate, drank, and gambled all day. He could be called the most famous playboy young master in Central State. This idiot was able to hold on to his Vermilion Bird ranking position because his family was too famous. The people behind him were afraid of offending the Yun family, so they did not dare to challenge him. When Zhao Kun fought him, he did not even last 10 rounds before falling to the ground. Was the humiliation last time not enough? Did he want to humiliate himself this time? All right. Central State Academy encouraged competition. Every month, inner courtyard students would have a chance to challenge the Vermilion Bird 36 courtyards. As long as they did not lose, they could continue fighting. The one being challenged could not refuse, otherwise they would lose. Zhao Kun held his long sword and jumped out of the window like a leopard. His eyes were like lightning as he stared at him. I, Vermilion Bird, ranking 25th rank Zhao Kun. I accept your challenge. Zhao Kun, a young cultivator from a poor family. His father was a blacksmith and his mother was a tailor. He was born in a small town in Central State City. His family had gone bankrupt in order to send him to learn martial arts. Zhao Kun used his hard work and left the small town at the age of 11. He passed the Central State Academy's entrance exam and became an outer courtyard student of Central State Academy. Every year, he received a scholarship to pay for his tuition. After 7 years of hard work, Zhao Kun had obtained excellent results in the Central State Academy's competitions. He had also risked his life several times to participate in the Army's beast and bandit extermination activities. He had made quite a bit of contributions and had several fortuitous encounters to increase his cultivation base. Finally, he had overcome all the obstacles and entered the inner courtyard, obtaining cultivation. At the age of 19, Zhao Kun had reached the first awakened soul layer. This was a very legendary and inspiring person. The top 20 to 30 disciples of the Vermilion Bird Dojo were mostly disciples from influential families. There were not many people like Zhao Kun who came from a poor family, which was enough to make Zhao Kun proud. Yun Xiao. When Zhao Kun looked at this rich fellow, his eyes revealed a look of deep disdain and disdain. Whether it was jealousy or disdain, this kind of second generation that was born with a golden spoon but did not cherish it was the kind of person that Zhao Kun looked down on the most. Although Zhao Kun had broken through not long ago, against Yun Xiao who relied on elixirs to build up his strength, he had a 90% chance of winning. Brother Zhao, properly teach him a lesson. Let this brat know how strong you are. Countless people began to loudly shout out. Zhao Kun was born at the bottom, but among these people there were many disciples from influential families. He enjoyed this feeling and his vanity was satisfied. Respect and honor. All of this was obtained by me. I am more qualified to enjoy this kind of treatment than this second generation. Zhao Kun gave a cold snort and his eyes were filled with disdain. Young Master Yin, you are not my opponent at all. I advise you not to waste your time. You have to know that the academy has its rules. Here, strength speaks. No matter how noble your identity is, I will not be lenient. Yun Xiao gave a laugh and suddenly pulled out his saber. This young master has already been reborn. Today, I'll let you have a taste of my strength. If you can block 3 of my sabers, I'll consider it my loss today. 3 slashes to defeat Zhao Kun? This was truly a joke. Then let's see how much progress you've made. Zhao Kun knew that Yun Xiao practiced the Yun family's 13 Thunderblades. Once this saber art was used, the longer it went, the stronger it became. If he used 7 slashes, Zhao Kun would be under a lot of pressure. There was only one way. Quickly, finish the battle as fast as possible, not giving him a chance to gather his strength. Zhao Kun directly used his best martial art, wind-chasing sword art. This sword art was one of the high-level martial arts of Central State Academy. Zhao Kun had paid a large price to exchange for it, and he had already cultivated it to the small success realm. Once he used it, he moved as fast as lightning and subdued his opponent in the blink of an eye. Ha 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 ha! Watch me. Yun Xiao took 2 steps forward and slashed out with his saber, releasing a majestic aura. It was like 10,000 horses galloping, mightily charging at his opponent. What? Zhao Kun felt an overwhelming pressure coming at him. This slash seemed like it had been practiced thousands of times. It was like a slash from a top master. Just the aura alone was enough to shock his opponent. This is impossible. How could this playboy's saber arts advance by leaps and bounds in such a short period of time? Zhao Kuan did not have time to think. He could only use all his strength to block it. When the saber and sword collided, a strong electric light exploded out, instantly covering Zhao Kuan's body. A terrifying explosion was released, even creating a small hole in the ground. Zhao Kuan gave a pitiful cry. He flew out like a piece of paper. Pum! When Zhao Kuan fell to the ground, his body was still filled with electricity. He twitched and trembled, not even able to stand up. His hair stood up, his face was burnt, and he was almost burnt to a crisp by the electricity. How could you be this strong? Zhao Kuan revealed a look of disbelief. This is impossible. How could I lose to this waste? What is wrong with this idiot? He can't be this strong. Yun Shao patted the dust off his gold-embroidered robe, and the saber in his hand danced a few times. Then he casually sheathed his saber. I'm really sorry I accidentally used too much force. This brat had been pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. That saber art looked like it had been practiced thousands of times. It was not something that could be practiced in a day. Zhao Kuan's face turned red. The playboy young master that he looked down on the most had defeated him in a single slash in front of everyone. This was simply too shameful. When Chu Tian saw this, he gave 2 soft coughs. Yun Shao quickly stopped acting cool. He cleared his throat and walked in front of Zhao Kuan. Brother Zhao, your wind-chasing sword art has reached the small success realm. But it's too focused on speed, it's not good. Zhao Kuan gave a cold snort. A loss is a loss. But don't think about humiliating me. The Vermilion Bird rankings, 25th place is yours. But I will take it back sooner or later. Yun Shao shook his head and said, the essence of the wind-chasing sword art is not speed, but rather its nimbleness and versatility. It is unrestrained like the wind, making it hard for people to catch it. Then, with a quick attack, you can easily defeat your enemy. Brother Zhao's wind-chasing sword art is too focused on patterns. It is too rigid and lacks nimbleness. Isn't this putting the cart before the horse? Although he was not convinced, Zhao Kuan had to admit that Yun Zhao's words were true. He never would have thought that he would have this kind of understanding of martial arts. I suggest that Brother Zhao learn a few more basic sword arts to enrich his sword skills. When Yun Shao said this, he suddenly paused. This little brother has seen the wind-chasing sword art before and has made some improvements to it. Now I'll tell Brother Zhao what I've changed. I hope it will be of help to you. Yun Shao began to talk about the sword art. Zhao Kuan's eyes suddenly opened wide. Why did Yun Shao seem like a different person? The areas that he pointed out were all weak points, but that was fine. The most unbelievable thing was, he actually suggested changing the sword art. The wind-chasing sword art was a famous sword art in Central State. There were so many experts that could not change it. So how could a trivial second generation do it? But after listening to Yun Zhao's words, he was shocked to find that what he said was very reasonable. Zhao Kuan could not help but admire him. Even the surrounding students had a large harvest. Zhao Kuan had met many problems while cultivating, but after listening to this explanation, he felt as if he had been enlightened. It was like he had entered a whole new world. Young Master Yin, I'm convinced. Zhao Kuan completely knelt down. Everyone else looked at him with eyes of worship. What was called broad-mindedness? What was called being knowledgeable? What was called being an expert? In that instant, Yun Shao felt all the pores on his body open up. It was like a golden ray of sunlight had broken through the thick, dark clouds that had covered him for several hundred years, shining onto his body. There was only one feeling in his heart, joy. But when he looked up 45 degrees into the sky, his eyes began to fill with tears. Success, success. Boss really did not lie to him. The devil's training had not been in vain. Zhao Kun quickly stood up and cupped his fists. Young Master Yin has hidden his strength. I, Zhao Kun, am convinced. I apologize for my rudeness. From today onwards, this house will belong to you. Great. This was too damn great. Yun Shao was so excited that he wanted to roar out. When this news was spread outside, it was unknown how many people's eyes would pop out and how many people in the Yun family would be stunned. When his grandfather found out about this, it was unknown how happy he would be. Chapter 138. As the Yun family's eldest grandson, he had a high status and a noble identity, so he never lacked people to flatter him. However, Zhao Kun, who was filled with unruliness and was extremely powerful, bowing his head and admitting defeat, how could this feeling be the same? Even if Yun Shao was cheap, he still had his own pride. He was the most playboy in Central State, and he was often looked down upon by others. The Yun family had been ridiculed by countless people behind their backs, so of course he was not feeling good. Today, he had turned things around and was proud of himself. Yun Zhao's excitement could not be described with words. At this moment, Zhao Kun was full of admiration for Yun Shao, and the others had looks of worship on their faces. Yun Shao felt like his heart was about to fly into the clouds. He was a very vain fellow that loved to show off, so this kind of treatment was even better than sleeping with a brothel hostess. How could they know? Yun Shao did not understand a single word of what he had said to Zhao Kun. It was all memorized by Chu Tian's cruel training. Ku. That's enough for you. Chu Tian could not stand this idiot. He was just a bit proud and forgot himself. He was just a pile of shit that couldn't climb up the wall. Yun Shao was shocked and afraid of Chu Tian. So how could he dare go against his words? Yun Shao quickly put away his expression and revealed the appearance of an expert. He nodded at Zhao Kun, but he did not enter the room. Rather, he walked forward with his head held high as he walked to the second courtyard. A lackey on the side shouted out, "The Vermilion Bird's 25th ranked Yin Shao has come to challenge. I ask the Vermilion Bird's 24th ranked to accept my challenge." What? He still wanted to fight. Everyone was stunned. Yun Shao wanted to keep challenging? In a normal situation, a student would act according to their strength. They would challenge whoever they felt they could reach that position. On one hand, it was easy to exhaust one's stamina, and it would affect one's battle strength. On the other hand, wasn't he deliberately trying to embarrass others by defeating them? Yun Shao actually wanted to fight them one by one? This was too wild. A person's spirit energy was limited, so how many could he fight? But there was no fear of things becoming bigger. While everyone was shocked, they were also filled with excitement. Why couldn't they see this before? This idiot second generation was a ruthless person. At this moment, a large man came out of the courtyard and his cold eyes swept over Yun Shao. What happened? Zhao Kun, how could you lose to this fellow? Boss guided you in your cultivation and helped you get into the top 30 of the Vermilion Bird rankings. I'm really disappointed in Boss's place. Wu Yong, don't speak so early. Zhao Kun sighed. You'll know once you compete with him. Vermilion Bird ranking, 25th place Wu Yong. He was born into a military family. Although the family was not large, it was still a local noble family. Therefore, he received a lot of resources from a young age. Wu Yong snorted coldly. Then I'll let you have a taste of the power of the devil tiger technique. Without a second word, they immediately started fighting. Wu Yong's figure crouched down, and a brutal aura spread out. It was as if he had instantly turned into a giant, multicolored tiger, and his murderous aura locked onto his target. There was going to be a good show to watch. This devil tiger skill was a close combat skill. It aimed to hit its target with a single strike, and its destructive power was extremely shocking. As Wu Yong's legs stomped on the ground and he sprinted, he spat out a tiger's roar from his mouth. Dense origin energy fused into the sound waves, and he shot towards the sky like a cannonball. Good timing! Yun Shao gave a loud roar. That long blade released a lightning glow and a majestic aura. In an instant, it was like 10,000 bolts of lightning in a clear sky. The speed at which it gathered strength was hard to imagine, making it hard for people to block it. Break! The blade slashed out as fast as lightning, tearing through the tiger's roar. The wild lightning blade slashed towards Wu Yong. How can it be this strong? Wu Yong was shocked, but he did not have time to dodge. Yun Zhao's blade did not touch him, but the lightning glow was released, instantly breaking the devil tiger skilless protective spirit energy. The terrifying strength sent Wu Yong flying several meters away, and his body turned black. He ended up in the same state as Zhao Kuan. Thank you for letting me win. Yun Xiao gently cupped his hands and put away the long blade. Another one slash to defeat the enemy. The blade's power was too strong. There was almost no accumulation process, directly sending it out like a thunderbolt. It really was worthy of being called the Three Thunderblades. Yun Xiao pretended to have a profound expression as he said, "Brother Wu, your devil tiger skill has been trained to the small success realm, but it doesn't have any power. If you make this change, your power will increase by several times." Yun Xiao repeated the words that Chu Tian taught him. Wu Yong was completely stunned. Was this really Yun Xiao? This was simply a martial arts master of a generation. I'm convinced. Everyone went into an uproar. Defeating a person was easy, but it was hard to convince the other side. How could Wu Yong not be convinced? Not only did Yun Xiao defeat him with a single slash, he had also pointed out the weakness of his cultivation technique, allowing him to greatly benefit from it. How many people in Central State Academy could do this? If the previous time was a coincidence, then what was this? First he defeated Zhao Kuan, then he defeated Wu Yong. Yun Zhao's performance was like he had been reborn. Everyone began to doubt whether the person in front of them was the real Yun Xiao. Could he be a transformed demon? Yun Zhao's body was filled with energy, and his expression became wild. It was as if he had been injected with chicken blood as he continued to fight. The Vermilion Bird Dojo's 24th ranked Yun Xiao has come to challenge me. The Vermilion Bird Dojo's 23rd ranked Yun Xiao has come to challenge me. The Vermilion Bird Dojo's 22nd ranked Yun Xiao has come to challenge me. Everyone was dumbfounded by what they saw. This fellow did not look like he had taken a stimulant. Rather, he looked like he had taken several kilograms of aphrodisiac. After fighting over 10 rounds, he still did not fall. Of course, this was also Chu Tian's doing. Chu Tian had already prepared pills that were made from yuan essence grass. It would allow Yun Xiao to quickly recover his spirit energy and ensure that his spirit energy was full. As he continued to fight, he was unobstructed. 3 slashes. Yun Xiao did not use more than 3 slashes. Each opponent was defeated in 3 slashes. Not only did Yun Xiao defeat them, he also gave them some pointers. This was not normal pointers. He was directly changing other people's cultivation technique. This caused everyone to burst out in wild cheers. This was simply too crazy. Challenging over 10 people in a row was a very abnormal matter, but he had changed over 10 different cultivation techniques. Of these people, some of them were cultivating the Academy's cultivation techniques, and some of them had brought their own skills into the Academy. There were all sorts of different cultivation techniques, but there was one thing that was the same. They were all classic cultivation techniques that had been passed down for hundreds of years. If it was this easy to change, would it still be called a classic cultivation technique? Even if the Yun sect master, Central State Academy's vice principal, Yun Tianhe, personally came, it would still be hard to change one of them. But this idiot had done it. He was known as the most useless and useless direct descendant of the 4 great clans. Yun Zhao's name had spread throughout Central State City. The other campuses outside of the Vermilion Bird Academy all received this news. Have you heard? Yun Xiao has turned into a cultivation technique master and is wildly challenging people in the Vermilion Bird Courtyard. That's impossible, right? It's not like everyone doesn't know what kind of trash that fellow is. I've also heard about it. This matter is completely true, and it has already been spread. Everyone is running to the Vermilion Bird Courtyard. As long as we can hear his evaluation, it will be worth several years of cultivation. Wait for me. I'm going too. Countless students swarmed over. The Vermilion Bird Courtyard was completely surrounded. This lowest ranked academy of the 4 great courtyards had not been this lively in a long time. Under everyone's gazes, Yun Xiao defeated several opponents in 3 slashes and gave a few cultivation technique modifications. It was true. Yun Xiao's cultivation was average, but he was a cultivation technique and martial arts master. God, he's still challenging people. How many is this already? I can't remember, but it should be around 20. I'm convinced. Yun Xiao's actions had never been heard of in the history of Central State Academy. After today's performance, Yun Xiao was destined to become famous in Central State Academy. The entire Central State Academy would have to reevaluate Yun Xiao. Even the entire Yun family would have to be reevaluated. Yun Yao had been silently paying attention to this. When she received the latest news from Yun Xiao, she immediately rushed home and told her grandfather the good news. Now, that brat is in the limelight. Everyone is giving him a nickname, calling him a cultivation technique master, a crazy challenge demon. Yun Tian has spat out a mouthful of tea. Cultivation technique master? Nonsense. Nonsense. Impossible. How could he not know his own grandson? With that kind of talent, how could he be a cultivation technique master? A brothel master, a playful master, or a meat and wine master? Yun Yao's face was filled with excitement as she said, "It's true, if you don't believe me, you can ask around. You don't even need to ask around. It will spread throughout the entire city tomorrow." This was the first time Yun Tianhe felt old. How could his brain be so slow? Then what about the crazy challenge demon title? Yun Yao gave a bitter smile and said, Yun Zhao's battle banner is challenging the Vermilion Bird School's rankings. From the latest news, he has already defeated 20 people and entered the top 10, continuing to challenge others. What? Yun Tianhe wished he could pinch himself. This couldn't be a dream, right? Yun Yao let out a sigh and said, I have no choice but to accept it. Lu Ren has only trained him for 3 days, but that brat's change. It really makes me feel terrified. It's simply inconceivable. 3 days. What could he do in 3 days? Yun Xiao had a lazy nature and liked to indulge in debauchery. The Yun family had used all sorts of methods, but they could not raise him up. If it wasn't for the fact that Yun Xiao was the eldest grandson, they would have already kicked him out. This half-crippled person, after receiving a short 3 days of special training, had actually been reborn. Yun Tianhe did not know if he should be happy or afraid. His grandson being reborn was a good thing, but that youth was too abnormal. This kind of talent was not something a small southern summer country should have. Who was he? Letting Yun Xiao show off on purpose is most likely to hide himself. He is this cautious, most likely because he has enemies. You should continue to follow them and prevent any accidents from happening. Yun Tianhe stood up and said to himself, a genius can't just appear out of nowhere. I have to investigate his true identity. Yun Tianhe had already given up on the idea of keeping Chu Tian. There were some people that the Yun family could not keep. This was an ancient genius with ambitions for the world. He could not stay in the Yun family for a long time. If he used forceful methods to keep him, it would only attract trouble. This kind of person being able to stay here was already a great fortune. Yun Tianhe did not dare ask for too much. If Yun Tianhe wanted to protect him, he would first have to know his identity. Only then would he be able to defend against him. Chapter 139. Yun Xiao had caused a stir in Central State Academy. The students of the three great academies all came to the Vermilion Bird courtyard to watch. Wow! Young Master Yun is so handsome. I never thought he would be such a strong person. The eyes of the beautiful young girls sparkled as they looked at Yun Xiao. Yun Xiao's heart was filled with excitement. He wished he could turn into a wolf and howl into the sky. This brat was becoming more and more arrogant. Chu Tian almost couldn't hold back from kicking him. He really was a pile of shit that couldn't climb up the wall. He didn't even think about who taught him his saber techniques, and didn't think about the cultivation techniques he had modified. Could he even understand them? He actually dared to be this arrogant. He really was a pig. Chu Tian's plan was actually very simple. He wanted to start a training class, and Yun Xiao would be used to advertise. Thinking about it, even trash like Yun Xiao could become gold after a few days of training, so who couldn't succeed? Using Yun Xiao to advertise, the effect would be very good. Chu Tian wanted Yun Xiao to cause a stir, but he also tried to control it to a certain degree. This was because going too far was as bad as not doing enough, so he had to be careful. Chu Tian obtained the information of the top 25 Vermilion Bird Courtyard, and based on their cultivation techniques, he made some targeted improvements. Of course, it was a very small improvement. It was not like the Lightning Blitz secret art. Even if it was like this, the final result was far beyond one's imagination. Chu Tian's small improvements to others were not the same. Every word that Yun Xiao said, every word that he said, benefited everyone greatly. It made the students feel intoxicated. In the end, there was a matter that made people not know whether to laugh or cry. When Yun Xiao challenged the second and third rank students, they clearly had the strength to fight Yun Xiao. Who would have thought that before the third move, the two of them would admit defeat? It wasn't for anything else. It was just for Yun Xiao's guidance. It had to be known. The higher one's ranking, the more resources and honor they would receive. If any of the four great courtyards could enter the top 3, they would receive a shocking amount of resources every month. These people resolutely chose to give up, just for guidance, because compared to the 80,000 gold coins and elixirs every month, Yun Xiao's guidance was much more useful to them. Congratulations to young Master Yin for becoming the Vermilion Bird Courtyard's second rank. Congratulations to young Master Yin for becoming the Vermilion Bird Courtyard's second rank. The crowd cheered excitedly. Yun Xiao, who was surrounded by countless people, was dumbfounded. At this moment, it was like a dream, causing him to be slightly unable to distinguish between reality and illusion. What was going on? Did he accidentally become second place? How inexplicable. A spoiled second generation who spent every day eating, drinking, whoring, and gambling had actually advanced triumphantly all the way to number 2 in the Vermilion Bird Courtyard, causing everyone to have a whole new level of respect for him. I, Yun Xiao, can also bring honor to my family. I, Yun Xiao, can also become an influential person in the academy. I, Yun Xiao, can use my strength to obtain everyone's respect. In the last 10 years of the Yun family, other than his older sister, Yun Yao, no one had surpassed him. The academy would be stirred, the Yun family would be stirred, Central State City would be stirred. They had struck it rich this time. The status of the Yun family and the academy had both risen. They had more and more money, privileges, and resources. The most important thing was that it was easier to pick up girls. With such a big halo above his head, those girls would be like moths flying into a flame. While Yun Xiao was drooling while daydreaming. Challenge number 1. Challenge number 1. Challenge number 1. Waves of tsunami-like shouts directly pulled Yun Xiao back to reality. Yun Xiao was filled with confidence as he heroically waved his hand. Ha! Ha ha ha! Everyone don't be anxious. I'll go take first place right now. As soon as he finished speaking, Yun Xiao quickly pulled Chu Tian to the side. Big brother, you will be my big brother from now on. If you tell this little brother to go south, I will not go north. If you tell this little brother to climb a mountain of blades, this little brother will not go down. Please tell me how to fight the Vermilion Bird Courtyard's #1. What should I tell him? Chu Tian helplessly rolled his eyes. Do you really think I'm a god? You only told me that the Vermilion Bird Courtyard's #1 uses a fire-attributed cultivation technique. But you don't know anything about her cultivation technique or her fighting style. Do you want me to create something out of nothing? Yun Zhao's eyes went wide. Then what should I do? It didn't matter. Yun Zhao's ranking did not matter to him. It was already enough advertising. Damn, this old lady is going to die from anger. Who is causing trouble in the Vermilion Bird Courtyard? An angry voice came from the distance. Strange. Why was this voice so familiar? When Chu Tian was feeling puzzled, a strong pressure covered the entire Vermilion Bird Courtyard. Everyone present felt their bodies heat up, as if they were standing next to a stove. She's here. There's a good show to watch. In the blue sky, there were no clouds in 10,000 miles. At this moment, the wind was howling and the sky was covered in a red glow. A fire phoenix appeared in the sky, like an ancient spiritual god descending to the earth. The might of a divine beast was released, and the fiery energy burned the earth. It was like a cruel tyrant, plundering every drop of water from the earth. God, what kind of power was this? When did the Vermilion Bird Courtyard have this kind of expert? The students from the other 3 courtyards felt their hair stand on end as they were suppressed to the point of not daring to breathe. This was asking for their lives. Yun Xiao was so scared that he almost peed his pants. He had never seen such a strong source spirit before. When he faced the fire phoenix, not to mention issuing a challenge, he didn't even have the courage to fight. It had finally appeared, the strongest new student in the history of Central State Academy. When she first came to Central State Academy, she was only at the peak 9th body refinement layer, but she had entered the Vermilion Bird Courtyard's top 3. The next day, this heaven-defying monster had broken through to the awakened soul realm. She had defeated the first 2 in one move and became the Vermilion Bird first rank. The 3rd day, this monster had reached the 2nd awakened soul layer in one go. This kind of terrifying cultivation speed far surpassed the Central State for young masters. Although she was only at the 2nd awakened soul layer, compared to the 4 young masters, this girl was not inferior at all. Her might was even slightly stronger than the other 3. Even compared to the heavenly sword young master, Chu Xinghe, she was not inferior by much. After all, Chu Xinghe was not only the most talented person in the history of the Chu family, he had also obtained the inheritance of an ancient sword cultivation sect. His background was not something the other 3 young masters could compare to. In the middle of the blazing fire phoenix, there was a fiery hot girl standing in the air. Wearing a fiery red dress, her arms and legs were slender, her skin was as white as snow, and her red hair danced in the wind. That fiery aura made people unable to look at her. Nangong Yin? The Vermilion Bird Courtyard's first rank was Nangong Yin? I'm still wondering. This fellow seems to have disappeared. At this moment, Nangong Yin angrily landed on the ground, creating a red shockwave. The surrounding people were like dominoes, instantly falling down. There were even some people who suffered minor internal injuries. Damn. This girl is too violent. We are just innocent people. Young Master Yin, quickly go. Defeat her and take first place. Yun Xiao could not even stand straight. When he heard these words, large beads of sweat fell like rain. Do your eyes grow on your butts? What kind of fight is this? Do you want father to die? Where did this brat come from? Daring to hit this old lady's people. You're seeking death. Nangong Yan's mood was already very low. When she had brought over 1,000,000 gold coins to Central State City, she wanted to do something big. She wanted to make a pleasant surprise and surprise Chu Tian and Meng Qinggu. Because of this, she could not wait to expand her plans. Was the situation in Central State as simple as South Sky City? Nan Gongyin could do whatever she wanted in South Sky City, mainly because her father was the mayor. However, what did she have in Central State City? Nan Gongyin had made several moves, but she had spent quite a bit of money without any results. This made Nan Gongyin suffer a huge blow. She was also a smart person. When she realized that she could not make waves in South Sky City, she could only take a step back and break through her cultivation realm. She would first gain a foothold in Central State Academy. Nan Gongyin was a person who did not admit defeat. At least she could do something for miracle commerce, right? Because of this, Nan Gongyin was like a dazzling meteor, rising at an unbelievable speed in Central State Academy. She obtained the Vermilion Bird Rankings first place and became a dark horse in Central State Academy. She followed Chu Tian's warning. Nan Gongyin used the Vermilion Bird Courtyard as her foundation and began to gather reliable people. For example, Zhao Kuan and Wu Yong, they were all her people. Out of the 36 people on the Vermilion Bird Ranking, there were 20 people who followed Nan Gongyin. These were all talents. What did miracle commerce lack? Wasn't it just talents? Nan Gongyin had gathered people with clean backgrounds in order to develop miracle commerce in the future. Who would have thought that even like this, Nan Gongyin's days would not be good? The Chu, Yi, and Luo families had deep backgrounds in the students. When they found out that Nan Gongyin was recruiting people, how could they just sit back and watch? Because of this, the Vermilion Bird Courtyard was challenged every 2 or 3 days. The students that followed Nan Gongyin were often poached, threatened, and even beaten for no reason. Quite a few people had left recently. The society that Nan Gongyin had worked hard to create, in just a few days, a third of its members had disappeared. How could Nan Gongyin not be angry? How could Nan Gongyin not be filled with hate? She couldn't do big things and couldn't do small things well. The chairman had sent her to Central State to be the vanguard for miracle commerce. But who would have thought that it would be this difficult? Damn it. Someone had come to cause trouble again. The most hateful thing was that all of her subordinates had been taught a lesson. As a big sister, how could she endure this? Otherwise, where would her prestige go? If she didn't beat him into a meat patty today, this old lady would write her name backwards. When Yun Xiao saw the fiendish Nan Gongyin, his face turned green with fright. This was a witch that had recently risen up among the students. Although he had never seen her before, he had already heard of her fierce name. 10 days ago, there were people who provoked Nan Gongyin. In a fit of anger, Nan Gongyin fought against 6 of them and broke their arms. 6 days ago, Nan Gongyin gathered 20 to 30 people and went to the Azure Dragon Courtyard to fight, severely injuring more than 30 inner courtyard students from the Azure Dragon Courtyard on the spot. More than 10 of them were experts on the Azure Dragon ranking, and at least half of them were personally dealt with by Nan Gongyin. 3 days ago, Nan Gongyin ran to the Central State Academy's Chu family's residential area by herself. She destroyed half of the building and heavily injured over 20 people. This was a witch with violent tendencies. Yun Xiao knew that this girl was very strong, but her series of victories had made her arrogant. So, she began to speak arrogantly and wanted to challenge the first-place disciple. If he knew that this witch was this strong, even if Yun Xiao had the guts, he wouldn't have dared to go up. This. Yun Xiao was trembling, but he forced out a smile and said, "This young master is tired today. Let's fight another day." Nan Gongyin did not care about that. She was already filled with rage. "You want to run? If you're a man, then eat 10 or 20 of my fists first." After saying this, she rolled up her sleeves and was about to step forward to beat him up. She did not care who Yun Xiao was. Since he didn't have eyes and offended her, she wouldn't be able to live up to his fierce name without breaking a few dozen bones. Nan Gongyin was about to explode. When Yun Xiao was about to shout for help, suddenly, Nan Gongyin stopped moving forward and her wild aura stopped. Her 2 eyes, filled with flames, suddenly fell onto the person beside Yun Shao. This person was dressed very normally and had a very mediocre appearance. Standing in the crowd, it was hard to find him. You. Others could not recognize him. How could Nangong Yin not recognize him? When Chu Tian had changed his appearance for the first time, Nangong Yin had been shocked. Not to mention the netherworld ancient sword and the little white fox. Weren't these things only Chu Tian had? Why would this fellow appear in Central State Academy? That idiot was standing so close to him. Could he have brought him here? From the current situation, it seemed like Chu Tian did not know that she was the Vermilion Bird first ranker. This was truly a flood rushing into the Dragon King's temple, not recognizing one's family. Yun Shao trembled in fear. What should I do? I've just become famous, and my beautiful life has just begun. I don't want to be paralyzed by this witch. Quickly save me. This woman is very strong. Even if I personally make a move, I don't have a high chance of winning against her. Chu Tian gently spread out his hand. You've offended her, so don't even think about leaving. But relax, according to my understanding. She is very quick with her attacks, so you won't suffer too much. Just close your eyes and endure it for a bit. Even if you're paralyzed, as long as you're alive, I'll think of a way to cure you. Boss! Yun Zhao's face turned green. You can't be like this. Chapter 140. There is a way. Chu Tian said a few words to Yun Shao. Yun Shao was a little hesitant after hearing this. Will this work? It's fine if you don't believe me. Yun Shao threw caution to the wind and pretended to be calm. He cupped his hands and said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner, Although I have never seen you before, I have heard of your righteousness. Yun Shao greatly admires you, and being able to exchange blows with you today is the fortune of 3 lifetimes. I will send out 3 slashes, and if I am still not a match after 3 slashes, I am willing to join Elder Sister's charge. I will be willing to die 10,000 times for Elder Sister. Everyone's eyes fell to the ground. This Yun Shao was just too exaggerated. If he couldn't win, wouldn't he be selling himself to Nangong Yin? Nangong Yin looked at Chu Tian, and the latter nodded. Nangong Yin knew that this was arranged by Chu Tian and crossed her arms. 3 slashes? Humph. Even if it's 13 slashes or 30 slashes, what can you do to me? I won't fight back. You can attack however you want. If you can even harm a single hair of mine, then I'll consider it my loss. Everyone was shocked once again. Nangong Yin was being too arrogant. Yun Zhao's slash was like a thunderbolt. Normal people could not block it at all. Not to mention standing still and letting him cut them. All right. Yun Shao did not waste any time. A bolt of lightning appeared in his ears, and the long saber turned into a rainbow. Yun Shao threw away the saber and held it with both hands. His body was covered in lightning, and it was like a heavenly thunder as he fiercely slashed at Nangong Yin. Nangong Yin closed her eyes. Countless streaks of starlight surrounded her body. From sparse to dense, from scattered to condensed, it was just like a layer of gauze covering her body. Nangong Yin released the starlight immortal body, but it was clear that she did not use her full strength. Against trash like Yun Shao, she did not need to condense her full strength to block. Dang! Yun Shao was sent flying several meters. He felt his blood churn, and he almost suffered an internal injury from the backlash. This thin veil of energy actually had this kind of strong defense. Second slash. This slash was even stronger than the previous one, and its might had increased by a large amount. Nangong Yin was still meditating with her eyes closed, as if all of this had nothing to do with her. When the tyrannical blade light slashed on the starlight barrier, the veil-like layer of starlight was split apart a little. But with the power of this strike, it was still unable to break through the defense. Yun Shao was sent flying again. His white face turned completely red. What was going on? After Yun Shao mastered the 3 lightning blades, it could be said that he was successful in every endeavor making him feel invincible. However, this woman had dealt a heavy blow to his confidence. How could such a powerful saber technique not be able to break through his defense? I don't believe it. Yun Shao concentrated all of his strength on the blade. Countless lightning bolts twined around the long and narrow blade. The beautiful blade light soared into the sky and was 4 to 5 feet long. It was like the blade of judgment of a god as it slashed down towards Nangongyin. Break! Yun Shao roared. In an instant, all the blood in his body was boiling, as if flames were pouring into his body, making him feel hot all over. At this moment, some kind of potential was awakened. Yun Shao had received countless elixirs from his family over the years. It was all because he did not work hard that he could not break through. After going through Chu Tian's 3 days of devil training, the spiritual energy that had been stored in Yun Zhao's body had gradually awakened. Now that he was facing Nangongyan's strong pressure, Yun Shao finally released his strength. When he slashed out for the 3rd time, he had broken through. He had gone from the peak first awakened soul layer to the 2nd awakened soul layer. His spirit energy had increased by several times, and his saber energy had also increased by several times. This shocked the onlookers once again. Even Yun Shao himself did not expect this. Nangongyin finally opened her eyes. Facing the lightning that covered the sky, her ruby-like eyes flashed a few times and her lips curled into a faint smile. Finally, a decent attack. The gauze-like starlight around Nangongyen's body suddenly shrank and condensed, instantly turning into a set of translucent armor that was as dazzling as glass. Starlight glass body. The moment the thunder blade slashed down on the glass body, under the fierce impact, it created several small cracks. However, it could not break through this terrifying defense. Still not strong enough. Nangongyin gave a loud roar and released a dazzling starlight. The long saber shattered in an instant, and the rebound force sent him flying more than 10 meters away. He fell heavily on the ground and suffered serious internal injuries on the spot. Actually, Nangongyin had already shown mercy because of Chu Tian's face. Otherwise, Yun Shao would not have just suffered a simple internal injury. But it had to be said that this saber art was not bad. It could actually break through the starlight glass body. The starlight glass body's defensive strength was hard to break with someone of the same level, and it could even block a higher level attack. Yun Shao had just broken through to the 2nd awakened soul layer, and Nangongyin was already at the peak 2nd awakened soul layer. Yun Shao could use his weaker cultivation to break through Nangongyen's starlight immortal body. Just based on the might of the saber, it would be hard for Yun Shao to find an opponent in the 2nd awakened soul layer. He never thought that he would break through. Yun Shao was so excited that he forgot about his pain. He jumped up like a carp and took 3 steps forward. He knelt down on one knee, tilted his head, and cupped his fists. Elder sister's strength is unrivaled. Yun Shao is convinced of his loss. Please accept this little brother's bow. Nangongyin placed her hands behind her back and gave off the aura of an elder sister. And you're not bad. Since you've come to me, I'll accept you. Yun Shao quickly bowed. Thank you, elder sister. The onlookers were all stunned. Yun Shao had really been subdued by Nangongyin. Yun Zhao's performance today had already made the Central State Academies people look at him in a new light. He was also the Yun family's eldest grandson. This kind of person with limitless potential was actually willing to become Nangongyen's little brother? Only he, Yun Shao, would do this kind of thing. But then again, how strong was this Nangongyin? Although Nangongyin had not made a move and no one knew how strong she was, her defensive abilities were strong enough to make people sigh in admiration. Nangongyin had a fire-attributed god level source spirit. It was reasonable to say that people who practiced fire-attributed cultivation techniques would have a strong destructive power. A god level source spirit's effect on a cultivation technique was hard to imagine. When everyone thought of this, they couldn't help breaking out in a cold sweat. Although Nan Gongyen's cultivation base was weaker than the other 3 courtyard first-rankers. But Nan Gongyen's strength was not weaker than the others. Nan Gongyen's strength and Yuan Zhao's talent, this was truly a strong combination. The weakest vermilion bird courtyard was about to rise. Yuan Zhao stood up. Chu Tian gave him a look. Yuan Zhao understood and turned to everyone to say, "Many thanks for everyone's support today. Do you want to know why I was reborn? Do you want to know more cultivation techniques and martial arts? I ask everyone to continue paying attention to me. I, Yuan Zhao, will not disappoint you." With these words, everyone's nerves tensed up. Could it be that Yuan Zhao's sudden increase in strength had a reason? After Yuan Zhao said this, he held his waist. It hurt, it hurt, it hurt. If he didn't leave now, he wouldn't be able to pretend anymore. "You guys come with me." There were many people here, so it was not convenient to talk. Nan Gongyen waved her hand and quickly left. She brought them to a dojo. The dojo was quite big, but it was empty. There wasn't a single person to be seen. "This is the territory you bought." When Chu Tian entered the dojo, it was like he had changed into a different person. He took the initiative to walk to the front. What made Yuan Zhao feel strange was that Nan Gongyen did not have any objections and obediently followed by his side. Nan Gongyen wanted to say something, but she stopped herself and looked at Yuan Zhao. Chu Tian smiled. "There are no outsiders, so there's no need to worry." Nan Gongyen's stomach was filled with questions, and she couldn't hold it in anymore. She shouted out in an exaggerated manner, "Leader, what are you doing? I wasn't prepared at all. This brat was taught by you, right? Why didn't you tell me? It was very dangerous, don't you know? I almost killed him with a single punch." Yuan Zhao trembled in fear. This woman really was a violent maniac. Strange, strange. The two of them actually knew each other. Moreover, this terrifying woman actually called him leader? This young man could even subdue this kind of woman, so what else couldn't he do? No wonder he wanted me to take this, which as my leader. This, which was his little brother. So after I took this, which as my leader, wouldn't he be my leader's leader? His seniority would be even higher than before. I didn't contact you because I was afraid of exposing my identity. Chu Tian looked around the dojo. There were only a few bronze training men and the large hall with the words Qilin Hall. What is going on here? Nan Gongyen had a depressed and guilty expression as she said, "Don't mention it. I've been unlucky since I arrived in Central State City. I originally wanted to buy a few factories, but the day before it was fine. The day after, it mysteriously fell through." This was for sure. The large families all knew that Nan Gongyen was a member of Miracle Commerce. Since it was like this, how could they not know why Nan Gongyen wanted to buy the factories? With several giants obstructing them, how could a normal small to medium-sized company dare to do business with Nan Gongyen? With no other choice, I bought this dojo and named it the Qilin Dojo. Moreover, I created a Qilin Club in the academy, preparing to store high-quality talents for Miracle Commerce. The club's development was not bad at first, taking in over 40 people in less than 5 days. But the good times did not last long. In the past week, anyone who joined the Qilin Club has been beaten up or threatened, so the growth has slowed down. Moreover, more and more people have left the club and there has even been negative growth. Nan Gongyen's face was filled with worry. She was not stupid. Of course she knew who was playing tricks. But what use was there in knowing? If Nan Gongyen was alone, how could she fight against these fellows? Chu Tian already understood the general situation. After Nan Gongyen came to Central State, everything she did was correct. She tried to buy a factory to pave the way for Miracle Commerce. Miracle Commerce's production was still very weak and recruiting talents was a strategic reserve. What did Miracle Commerce lack the most? Wasn't it just talents? Whether it was research, production, after sales, or other services, they all needed large amounts of talents. If Miracle Commerce wanted to grow, it first had to cultivate its own technical team. Chu Tian looked around and thought about something. What kind of existence is this Qilin club? Central State Academy allows for the existence of various clubs. Normal clubs are created by students with a bit of prestige, forming an organization within the academy. Some are academic and some are commercial. Nangong Yun pointed at the large signboard in the center of the dojo. I created the Qilin Club, and the requirements are very high. You need to be at least in the 9th body refinement layer, and you need to be proficient in refining weapons, talismans, or alchemy. There is no membership fee, you can receive free guidance, and you can even receive large amounts of benefits. It is because of this that many people are attracted. This was a club? Chu Tian had a general understanding. Central State Academy had several tens of thousands of students, so they could not directly join the various companies or participate in mercenary activities. Clubs could make up for these gaps. It allowed the students to receive various research projects or receive mercenary missions to earn money. The club itself was a small group for students to exchange pointers with each other. The benefits that Nan Gongyin provided were very high. She did not need to pay anything, and as long as she joined, she could receive all kinds of benefits. Moreover, she did not have any restrictions, which was very rare. Even with this, it could be seen how much resistance Nan Gongyin faced in Central State Academy. Chu Tian nodded. You don't need to be discouraged. You've already done what you needed to do. But I haven't done anything. Isn't this Qilin Club the result of your efforts? Chu Tian patted Nan Gongyun's shoulder. You've built a good platform for me. Leave the rest to me. Nan Gongyin did not dare believe it. You can bring the Qilin dojo back to life? That's impossible. This place is already on the verge of collapse. Even if you give them money, no one will come. In Central State Academy, 80% of the aristocratic families were here. Nan Gongyin only had 1 million gold coins. Even if she gave out free money, how much would she receive? The children of the aristocratic families did not lack this bit of money, so they did not need to take the risk of being beaten. There was no need to mention the children of poor families. To enter Central State Academy from poor families, they had to pay a large price and put in a lot of effort. They cherished this opportunity more than the nobles. Because of this, they were timid and cautious, so they would not put themselves in danger. If their legs were broken or their hands were broken, who would support them? Even if they were killed by the nobles, where would they go to seek justice? In a dangerous place like the Qilin dojo, they could not wait to avoid it. Money is too vulgar. You should think about what the students of Central State Academy really need. Chu Tian confidently said to Nan Gongyin, if you can take out something that a person truly desires as a lure, not to mention joining the Qilin society, even if there was a fire pit in front of them, there would still be a large number of people that would jump in. Nan Gongyin was stunned. Then what do you mean? Chu Tian turned around and looked at the giant signboard. From today onwards, the Qilin dojo will be changed to the Qilin dojo. The dojo and the dojo were two completely different concepts. The dojo was for practicing martial arts. The dojo was for teaching and learning. You're right, not practicing martial arts and only teaching. Of course there will be a fee. I plan on making the Qilin dojo the largest training ground in Central State. Chu Tian turned around to look at the two of them. The students of Central State Academy do not need money, but rather knowledge. If we use this as a lure, will there still be people who will come? Simply put, Chu Tian wanted to make a training class that would cost money. Central State was a place with a rich cultivation atmosphere, and there were many private dojos and dojos on the streets. This meant that there was a market for training classes. Chu Tian wanted to teach Yin Shao. Didn't he want him to advertise? This was a suitable place, so he could use it. Nan Gongyin revealed a surprised expression. You wouldn't be personally teaching, right? This is not safe. No, I have a better method. Chu Tian revealed a mysterious smile. How many people are there in the Vermilion Bird courtyard? 41. Nan Gongyin added after saying this. Although there aren't many people, they are all good seedlings. They can refine pills, forge weapons, and make talismans. Their backgrounds are clean, and their backgrounds are clean. Chu Tian nodded in satisfaction. Gather everyone here tonight. When Nangong Yin understood Chu Tian's detailed plan, she revealed a look of surprise. This kind of teaching method Chu Tian could think of. This fellow really was a genius. This was going to be fun. Chapter 141. That night, around 40 people came to the dojo. There were both men and women, all of them quite young. Most of them were injured, and some of them had been beaten black and blue. They all had dejected looks on their faces, looking very listless. When Nangong Yin saw this, she immediately frowned and said, "What is going on?" "Elder sister, I'm sorry. I can't take it anymore. I want to leave." A strong young man had a face filled with regret, but when he looked at Nangong Yin, he revealed a look of admiration. He really admired this elder sister. Every time someone bullied him, she would always help him. Only, he had no other choice. Following Nangong Yin would not allow him to have a peaceful day. If he wasn't being challenged, he would be plotted against, and he would even be beaten up by a group. His life was filled with endless troubles. Elder sister had treated him well, but he had no choice but to leave. Nangong Yin had an expressionless face. This was someone ranked in the top 10 of the Vermilion Bird rankings, and was one of the most important people in the Qilin Hall. If he wanted to leave, how could Nangong Yin be happy? This person gave a sigh. "I will return everything the dojo gave me, and I am even willing to privately sponsor the dojo, but I really can't stay here anymore. I hope elder sister can understand me. I don't blame you, and you don't need to compensate me." Nangong Yin waved her hand. "You can leave." "Thank you, elder sister." He was relieved he was finally free. He quickly left the dojo. Nangong Yin saw that everyone's eyes were avoiding her, and their morale was very low. So she loudly asked, "Who else wants to leave? Stand out!" A small group of people stood out. There was no lack of people ranked in the 4 great campuses. Nangong Yin did not stop them. I've already said that the Qilin Hall does not restrict people's freedom. If you can't stay here and want to leave, you can walk out the door at any time. Everyone revealed a look of admiration, but another quarter of them left. There were only around 30 people left in the hall. They all had bruises on their faces and were filled with depression. Their morale was very low, and they did not know how many more days they could last. Not bad. There were more people left than they had imagined. Most of this was because Yun Xiao had joined, so it raised their morale. Otherwise, at least half of them would have left. "Everyone sit." Nangong Yin sat cross-legged on the praying mat, while Chu Tian and Yun Xiao stood on both sides. These 30 people all sat down. Although there were only 30 people left, each one of them was not simple. The weakest was at the peak 9th body refinement layer, and there was no lack of people at the 1st or 2nd awakened soul layer. Not only was Nangong Yin beautiful, but she was also powerful and generous. She was also a genius of the Nangong family, so she had her own charisma. Her development was very fast in the early stages, and at one point, she had nearly 90 members. "Do you regret following me?" "No regrets." Nangong Yin smiled with satisfaction. "Everyone has been wronged, but I am very happy to see so many people persevere. You are all very good, very good. You have passed the test. From now on, you are all officially members of Qilin Hall." Everyone had question marks on their heads. When did the Qilin Dojo become a training hall? Could it be that after so many days no one had ever joined? Nangong Yin continued. "Perhaps you don't realize that from this moment on, your fate has already undergone an earth-shattering change." Speaking of this, she rose again. "There is an important matter to announce today." Nangong Yin was wearing a red training suit. Her back was straight, her breasts were as firm as bamboo shoots, her buttocks were as round as honey peaches, and her thighs were slender and straight. Her perfect figure, coupled with her straightforward and fiery aura, her eyes were bright and full of expression, and she was full of ambition and passion. She was sexy and wild, and she had the aura of a big sister. I'll ask you first, do you want to become stronger? Everyone looked at each other in blank dismay. Yes, of course we do. Nangong Yun angrily roared, louder! This old lady can't hear you. The elder sister's fierce aura made everyone tremble. They quickly shouted out, yes. Do you want to earn large amounts of gold coins? Yes. Do you want to have a high status and be respected by tens of thousands of people? Yes. Do you want to learn the strongest cultivation technique and bring honor to your ancestors and family? Yes. I'll use my actions to tell you that as long as you follow me, anything is possible. Under Nangongyan's lead, the originally low morale became excited once again. At this time, Yun Xiao and Chu Tian took out a black machine and placed it on the ground. This was a rough-looking steel thing. It was made of two parts. The lower part was a rectangular iron box, and the upper part was connected to a trumpet-shaped thing. It was made very roughly and did not look beautiful at all. However, the structure was very compact. It was probably made by a factory using machinery and then manually assembled by hand. From the outside, one could not see anything unusual about it at all. What kind of strange thing was this? Nangongyan walked to Yun Zhao's side and slapped him heavily. Does everyone know this person? Ouch! Pain! Pain! Yun Xiao felt as if his shoulder was about to shatter. Winning against dozens of people and shocking the world with a single brilliant feat, however. A few days ago, he was just a trash who only knew how to eat, drink, and gamble. How did he suddenly change in such a short period of time? Yun Xiao had an awkward expression. This person's words were too impolite. What did he mean by only knowing how to eat, drink, and gamble? I am still a playboy who is known as the Casanova, all right? Although I agreed to be the boss spokesperson, a spokesperson still has dignity, all right? Yun Zhao's stomach was filled with resentment, but he did not dare vent it out. This female devil beside him was not easy to talk to. The people present had all fought with Yun Xiao before. Not only did Yun Xiao change his body, he had also given them pointers, allowing them to benefit greatly. Could it be that Yun Xiao had become stronger because of a special reason? Nangongyan saw through everyone's thoughts. Do you want to progress as quickly as him? Do you want to be the center of attention like him? Now is your chance. Everyone became excited in an instant. Was there really a mysterious secret? Nangongyan pointed at the rough black machine. This thing is your future. Next, I'll ask Lu Rin to introduce it to everyone. Under the eager gazes of the 30 young men and women, a young man walked out. He was wearing a blue robe and had a long sword on his back. If Nangongyan had not asked him to come out, he would not have had any sense of existence. Chu Tian deliberately kept everyone in suspense. I want to ask everyone, how many of you have heard of Chu Tian before? How many of you have heard of Miracle Commerce? Chu Tian? Miracle Commerce. I know him. He is a legendary young man. The group of young men and women all revealed excited expressions. How could they not have heard of him? The electric lamps that were smuggled from South Sky City were sold for 4 or 5 times the price. The qi refining pills that were sent from South Sky City were sold for tens of thousands of gold coins. This was the masterpiece of miracle commerce. As for Chu Tian, he was even more amazing. He had beaten up Prince Tianlang and made Wolf King Yi Wu Dao suffer. He was simply an omnipotent, legendary young man. Although he was not a person from Central State City, he had become the idol of countless Central State City youths. There were even people who compared him to the 4 young masters. Chu Tian revealed a faint smile. Since everyone has heard of him, then it's easy to explain. However, you only know that Chu Tian is the chairman of Miracle Commerce, but you don't know that elder sister Nangongyan is actually a high-level member of Miracle Commerce. Everyone was stunned. This could explain why so many people were against her. Chu Tian returned to the main topic. Every person has unlimited potential. As long as they receive the right guidance, it is not a problem for them to advance 1,000 miles in a single day. It is a pity that geniuses are common, but good teachers are rare. Fate is not fair. Every person is divided into 3, 6, and 9 grades. Some people are born with a golden spoon in their mouths, and some people have nothing. There are countless people with great potential, but because they did not receive the best guidance, they ended up becoming mediocre. That's right. There were over 100 million people in Central State. Was there really no one that could compare to the 4 young masters? But so what if they had a talent that could compare to the 4 young masters? If they were born low, they might not even have the qualifications to practice a good cultivation technique, not to mention the large amount of resources and the guidance of the best teachers. Miracle commerce is best at subverting everything. Chu Tian interrupted everyone's thoughts. This time, Yun Xiao is the first person to benefit from this. There will be a second, a third. Countless others. Everyone felt their blood boiling. Could Yun Xiao's counterattack really be replicated? Chu Tian pointed at the strange machine and said, "This thing is Miracle Commerce's newest masterpiece. It is a large gift that elder sister Nangongyin has brought to Central State. This is a mysterious phonograph." What kind of strange thing was this? Why had they never heard of it before? This phonograph was something that Chu Tian had drawn based on the pictures in the ancient books. He had Tong Xiaoyu design it, and then he had informed Jing Hao that night. He had Jing Hao use his family's factory to manufacture the parts and assemble a few for use. Because it was done in a hurry, it looked very rough, but it did not affect its functionality. Saying more is useless. Everyone, come and experience it. Chu Tian took out a disc like magic. This disc was made of magnetic soundstone and was around 20 centimeters in diameter. There were runes engraved all over it. Chu Tian showed the magnetic soundstone disc to everyone and then walked over to the phonograph. He carefully placed the disc into the phonograph, perfectly embedding it into a groove. The round groove was also covered in runes. When the runes in the groove and the disc matched, the source energy array on the magnetic soundstone began to glow. Finally, under the effect of spirit energy, it began to slowly spin. Z. From the trumpet-shaped thing, there was a burst of noise. From the trumpet, a low and hoarse voice rang out, "Hello, everyone." Everyone at the scene was startled. Damn, this machine can talk. Is it a spirit? No, there must be someone hiding inside. I've heard that there are some small races on the continent that can fit into this box. Everyone began to discuss. To them, this scene was simply too unbelievable. Who would have thought that when the magnetic soundstone continued to be installed, the low and deep voice from the phonograph would continue to sound out? Today's class topic is source energy, refining skills. The phonograph slowly began to spin. That voice filled the entire hall. There was not a single sound. Everyone's eyes were wide open, and their mouths were wide enough to fit an apple. It can't be. It could even teach. Chu Tian used a gear-like device on the side to turn the volume of the simple radio to the max, allowing everyone to hear it clearly. Source energy is the root of a cultivator's strength. There are some cultivators that only know how to increase the amount of spirit energy, but they do not know how to increase the quality of their spirit energy. Quantity is not weight. So in the long run, their spirit energy will become mottled and impurities will accumulate in their meridians, causing damage to their body and causing hidden illnesses. Source energy refining? Was there such a thing? Everyone was attracted by this. Everyone only knew how to wildly increase their spirit energy and make their spirit energy stronger. They had never heard that spirit energy could be refined and that it could bring unexpected benefits. Everyone stopped discussing and held their breaths as they listened. In less than 2 minutes, everyone was deeply immersed in it. This was because this person's lecture was too good. There were countless profound spirit energy and skills that were explained in a simple manner, allowing people to easily understand it. not to mention the people here. Even Nangong Yun and Yun Xiao were stunned. It was good, it was too good. The Central State Academy's teachers were not even qualified to carry its shoes. This was a true master-level lecture. The entire class lasted for 45 minutes. The voice in the box spoke in a steady manner, explaining the profound principles in a simple manner. From beginning to end, there was not a single unnecessary word, and each word was just right. Each word hit the nail on the head, and every needle hit the nail on the head. Spirit energy refining does not only increase one's cultivation base, it also increases one's battle strength. It allows one's spirit energy to be more flexible and allows one's cultivation technique to be faster. I hope that everyone will pay attention to the refining of spirit energy and not blindly chase after increasing one's cultivation base. You have to know haste makes waste. That's all for this class. When the voice disappeared, everyone was still in shock and did not react. Pa! It was unknown who was clapping. Everyone seemed to wake up from a dream and quickly began to clap. The applause became louder and louder, becoming more and more intense. It was as if the person in the box could hear it. Excitement, excitement. The depression from this period of time had been swept away and was replaced with a pleasant surprise. This was a great invention, an epic-making invention. Chapter 142. Everyone's hearts could not calm down for a long time. Why was the box able to speak? But this was no longer important. This box's lecture was just too good. Even the best teacher in Central State Academy could not compare to even 100th of it. That outstanding and advanced gaze, that wise and sharp point of view. Perfect, it was too perfect. It would be great if they could hear it again. Everyone began to discuss with each other. Each person had a look of pleasant surprise and excitement on their faces, because they saw an opportunity. This was a chance to change their destiny. Everyone quiet down. I know the doubts in your hearts, so I'll explain it to you right now. Chu Tian took out the disc and raised it up high, letting everyone see clearly. This small disc has the ability to store sound. As for this device, it can read the stored sound and play it back. Therefore, it is named phonograph. Phonograph? Good name. Good name. After Chu Tian said this, he gently snapped his fingers. Yun Xiao quickly came out with a large plate. There were over 20 magnetic sound discs neatly stacked on top of it. Each disc was personally recorded by Chu Tian. It includes cultivation technique analysis, martial arts guidance, alchemy, talisman arrays, and other fields. This is just the tip of the iceberg. Do you want to listen to Chu Tian's lecture? Do you want to share Chu Tian's wisdom? Do you want to learn Chu Tian's knowledge? An opportunity bestowed by the heavens is right in front of you. I believe that as long as you study in Qilin Hall for a week, everyone will be reborn and everyone will experience an unprecedented transformation. There is no doubt that this is a place that can change your destiny. Teaching is the main business of Qilin Hall right now. Our business is not limited to this. In the future, as the training hall continues to develop, we will introduce even more special services. We will create cultivation plans and special training for everyone, increasing their strength and cultivation bases. We want to create the strongest training organization in history. Yun Xiao can be reborn. You can do it too. Pa! Everyone's eyes turned red and they all stood up to wildly applaud. How could they not be crazy? Yun Xiao had been reborn in just a few days. He had gone from a useless playboy to a genius. He could do it. Why can't we? Nangong Yin also admired Chu Tian from the bottom of her heart. Although he didn't personally appear to teach everyone, he came up with the idea of creating this phonograph and indirectly teaching by recording the lessons in sound. Not only could it attract talents for miracle commerce, it could also greatly increase its influence, and it could even earn a large sum of money. There were too many benefits, and it was more than just killing 3 birds with 1 stone. I really don't know how he came up with that. As long as Chu Tian recorded 1 copy, He could make thousands of copies. The value that could be created from this could not be measured with money. This temptation was something that all the students could not resist. What's the big deal about giving money? Qilin Hall could give people a brand new future. This would become the most amazing training class in Central State City's history. Nan Gongyin looked at the people who were filled with excitement and joy. It was like she could already see the explosive future of Qilin Hall. Perhaps when these people looked back in the future, they would know just how lucky they were to join Qilin Hall. Chu Tian's tone changed. But there's no such thing as a free lunch. All of Qilin Hall's services require a fee. As soon as he said that, everyone calmed down. That's right, Miracle Commerce did not have the obligation to train them for free, and Qilin Hall did not have the obligation to give them benefits for free. Qilin Hall will open many classes in the future, and they will all be charged. Currently, each class will be priced from 1 to 500,000 gold coins. What? 1 to 500,000 gold coins? It was just a single class. Even if Yin Tianhao personally taught a class, it would not be this expensive. Chu Tian continued to say, "Everyone, don't think it's too expensive. The class that you just listened to for free was only the lowest class worth 10,000 gold coins. The higher the fee, the more valuable the content. Sometimes it will even talk about new technology that has not appeared on the continent yet. If you can benefit from it, the value will be 10 times or even 100 times greater." The class that they just listened to was only the lowest class that cost 10,000 gold coins. This was 10 times or 100 times better than any teacher in Central State City. Then, how much value would the most expensive class have? This phonograph was something that had never been heard of in Central State City before, so it was already a priceless treasure. This kind of fee was completely reasonable. Of course, you are all senior members of Qilin Hall, so you should receive special treatment. If you want to join Qilin Hall now, you will need to pay 100,000 gold coins. Not only will you be exempted from the 100,000 gold coins membership fee, you will also become an official member of Qilin Hall. You will also enjoy other special benefits. 100,000 gold coins membership fee? Could it be that the people that wanted to join Qilin Hall would have to pay at least 100,000 gold coins? None of the organizations in Central State Academy dared to charge this much. This was just too crazy. Only Qilin Hall members have the qualifications to listen to the middle and high-level classes. Because the training hall has just begun to develop, it urgently needs to expand. Right now, we are opening up a recommendation reward event for every low-level class. As long as you bring an outsider that has never attended before, you will receive half of the fee. For every person that you recommend to join the training hall, you will receive 50,000 gold coins worth of tuition subsidies. You will also receive a 5% discount on all purchases made in the training hall. If you can recommend 50 people to join the training hall, not only will you receive a large amount of tuition subsidies and an 8% discount, you will also be promoted to a high-level training hall member. All low-level classes will be at half price, and you will also receive the qualifications to buy low-level class discs. If you can recommend 100 people to join the association, not only will you enjoy the privileges mentioned above, you will also receive a 10% cash rebate, a limited edition phonograph, and 5 sets of low-level course discs for free every month. Furthermore, you will also receive the right to open a branch library. This series of benefits caused everyone's eyes to be dazzled. Whether it is inside or outside of Central State Academy, Qilin Hall will treat everyone equally. Everyone can bring their friends, family, and brothers to join. As long as they are not from the Chu, Luo, or Yi families, Qilin Hall will accept them. Chu Tian continued to announce, "Do you want to obtain more knowledge? Do you want to earn a large sum of money? Then go and do it. Next, I will announce the class schedule for tomorrow." Yun Xiao came out with a red notice that was as tall as a person and placed it in front of everyone. On the board, there were large golden words that stated the names of the classes. 36 Beginner Alchemy Skills 1, 20,000 yuan. 36 Beginner Symbol Crafting Skills 1, 20,000 yuan. 36 Beginner Combat Martial Skills 1, 20,000 yuan. 81 Beginner Array Skills 1, 30,000 yuan. 30 Beginner Cultivation Techniques 1, 80,000 yuan. The cheapest class here cost 20,000 yuan and the most expensive class cost 80,000 yuan. Everyone noticed that the classes had serial numbers, which meant that it was a complete set of classes. Did they have to listen to several dozen classes for a single class? With such a high price for each class, how much money would it cost to listen to a single class? Everyone did a simple calculation and broke out in a cold sweat. However, they were not afraid. Rather, they were filled with excitement. Opportunity. This was a giant opportunity. The more classes there were, the more knowledge there would be. If they listened to the entire class, how big of a transformation would they receive? The more money they spent, the more opportunities they would have. As senior members of Qilin Hall, if they recommended people to join, they would be able to enjoy a high discount. If they recommended a rich person, they would be able to learn the entire class. Just the money they would receive would be enough for them to study and cultivate. Those who paid attention would find that these were all beginner basic classes. Then would there be intermediate basic classes, advanced basic classes, and above the beginner basic classes, how many advanced classes were there? Knowledge. It was all knowledge. This was simply a sea of knowledge. Only each type of knowledge required money to buy. Chu Tian's speech ended here. Nan Gongyin suppressed the excitement in her heart and her face turned red. She stood up and loudly shouted, "Did you all hear me clearly? Don't say that elder sister doesn't share good things with you. Quickly go. I've already given you the opportunity. Go develop the market, go advertise, and go bring new people to the training hall. Whether you can earn money or not, whether you can make a comeback will all depend on your own skills." Yes. Everyone began to leave. They were like a pack of hungry wolves that couldn't wait to hunt. Nan Gongyin pulled Chu Tian to the side. "Boss, aren't you a bit too ruthless? A single class costs several tens of thousands. Will there really be people coming? You have to know that 10,000 gold coins to a normal cultivator is a large sum of money. It's enough for a normal person to live a carefree life." Yun Xiao also felt that this fellow Chu Tian was too ruthless. Even a famous grandmaster like his grandfather would not dare to charge this much for a single class. Wasn't this ripping people off? Chu Tian's asking price was too black, and this was only the basic content. A single class would cost at least 1 million, and at most several million. Who would come at this price? The training hall hadn't even opened yet, so there wouldn't be an awkward silence. Who would have thought that Chu Tian would disdainfully say, "What do you know? No matter how much money you spend to listen to Father's class, it's not worth it. I want to teach you more advanced content, but you haven't even learned how to crawl. Can you even fly? Don't waste words. Hurry up and tidy up. This place will be very crowded in the next few days." Who told him to be the boss? The two of them could only helplessly do as he said. Since this place was already half dead, it wouldn't be that bad. Actually, the content Chu Tian had recorded was only the most basic of the basics. Chu Tian did not even take out any of his personal items and just followed his memory. He recited all the textbooks from the future and made them into magnetic sound discs. Just like this. He dared to ask for a sky-high price. There was a reason for Chu Tian's confidence. The contents of the textbooks were tens of thousands of years ago, the crystallization of countless scholars. Even the most basic textbooks were written 30,000 years ahead of time. Some of the basic formations, runes, and formulas mentioned in the book were all priceless existences in this era. Was Chu Tian's price expensive? It wasn't expensive at all. Chu Tian had established the Qilin Hall to earn money for himself and to attract talents. He wanted to recruit people for miracle commerce and pave the way for its future development. Of course, although he did not directly show his face, his actions were too big. It would attract the attention of many families in Central State, and all kinds of troubles could not be avoided. Chu Tian had already prepared his heart. What would come would come. When was he afraid? Chapter 143. Zhao Kuin left Qilin Hall and was filled with excitement as he walked back. The phonograph was an epic-making invention, perhaps even more creative than the electric light. The lessons recorded in these magnetic sound discs were more than a few thousand years ahead of the academy, causing Zhao Kuin to be shocked. He could not wait to listen to all the lessons. I thought it was strange. How did that bastard Yin Xiao improve so quickly? If I had this kind of resources, I wouldn't lose to this guy at all. It was just that Zhao Kuin was born in a poor family and did not have the support of a wealthy family. Such expensive tuition fees, even if he sold his pots and pans, he would not be able to afford it. Zhao Kuin was not willing to fall behind others. You can't die from holding in your urine. There must be a way. The surrounding curtain of night shook a few times, and several figures suddenly jumped out, instantly surrounding Zhao Kuin. Not good. Zhao Kuin turned his head and wanted to escape. He. I've waited so long for you. This fierce-looking man stood in front of him with a cold expression. The other 6 people also had powerful auras. They were all experts with extraordinary strength. Wang Meng, what are you doing? Wang Meng was ranked 26th on the Azure Dragon leaderboard, while Zhao Kuin was ranked 26th on the Vermilion Bird leaderboard. On the surface, their rankings were the same, but Wang Meng was much stronger than Zhao Kuin. Of the 4 campuses of Central State Academy, the Vermilion Bird Courtyard was the weakest. The experts on the Vermilion Bird ranking could not compare to the other 3 rankings. What for? Wang Meng cracked his knuckles, and popping sounds came from his knuckles. He revealed a fiendish smile as he looked at him. I've already warned you not to go to the Qilin dojo. What was the result? You treat my words as farts. If I don't give them a taste of suffering, who will listen to me in the future? Damn it, they really came to look for trouble. Wang Meng alone was hard enough to deal with, not to mention the number of people on the other side. Boss, why are you talking nonsense with him? Beat him until he can't stand and pee. Let's see if he still dares to disobey. Wang Meng's brothers were eager to try. Withdrawing is impossible. Zhao Kuin also threw caution to the wind, his face full of determination as he roared. My rotten life is worthless. Take it if you can. Wang Meng was puzzled. Are you constipated? Wasn't it just quitting the club? It's as if you want to kill your own father. Is there a need to do this? You know nothing. How dare you talk to me like that? Wang Meng flew into a rage and was about to attack. Zhao Kuin suddenly had an idea and shouted, Wang Meng, why didn't you use your brain to think about it? Why did Yin Xiao suddenly become famous in the Vermilion Bird Courtyard? Why did Yin Xiao publicly join Qilin Hall after being in the limelight? He is advertising for Qilin Hall. Wang Meng was confused. Advertisements. What advertisement? Yin Xiao has been reborn after studying in Qilin Hall for 3 days. Even you wouldn't be able to block 2 slashes from him now. Is it true? Wang Meng was shocked. You don't believe me? Zhao Kuin's eyes flashed. How about we make a deal? Qilin Hall has a few classes tomorrow, and I recommend you attend. 1 class costs 20,000 gold coins. Uft! Wang Meng was furious. 20,000 gold coins for a lesson. This bastard is treating me like a fool. Everyone charge. Beat him up. Zhao Kuin also threw caution to the wind. I will help you. Wang Meng was stunned again. 20,000 gold coins. Although it wasn't a lot of money, it wasn't a small amount. At the very least, a normal body refinement cultivator would not be able to take out this much money. Even for awakened soul cultivators like them, 20,000 gold coins was enough to buy an elixir to increase their cultivation. Zhao Kuin said, I'll help you pay for it. If you're satisfied, then you can return the money to me. If you're not satisfied, then I won't give you a single cent. Was this true or false? Everyone stared at each other with wide eyes. 20,000 gold coins for a lesson. This kind of fee was close to the top scholars in Central State. Could there be a mysterious expert hidden in Qilin Hall? Thinking about Yun Zhao's changes over the past 2 days, this was completely possible. Brother Meng, what do we do? I think we can give it a try. After all, Yun Zhao's changes are too strange. Since this fool is paying, let's join in the fun. Wang Meng and his brothers were filled with curiosity. It was just like what Chu Tian had said. To the Central State Academy students, knowledge was far more enticing than money. All right, we'll give it a try. If I find out that you're speaking nonsense, Father will beat you until you can't piss your pants. Zhao Kuan let out a sigh of relief. They had finally escaped this calamity. Wang Meng led his brothers away. When they returned to the Azure Dragon Courtyard, there were many students discussing something. Did you hear? A mysterious treasure has appeared in Central State Academy. Treasure? What treasure? It's something called a phonograph. It can record everything a person says into it, and it said that there are people on the level of a grandmaster that are using this to spread their lessons. Is this true or false? You don't believe me, I saw it with my own eyes. There are even rumors saying that Yun Xiao was reborn because he had been trained there. Is this true or false? How about we go and take a look? Wang Meng and the others were stunned. That brat really wasn't speaking nonsense. In just a short night, the news had spread throughout Central State Academy. When the disciples of Qilin Hall returned home, they tried to convince their friends and family members, trying to win them over. Winning people over not only brought them benefits, it also brought them unexpected surprises. With Qilin Hall's resources, it was inevitable for them to rise. So the earlier they joined, the better. Phonograph? What was that? They had never heard of it before. With several dozen mouths spreading it, it became even more mysterious. How could a machine speak? What nonsense! What kind of principle was the phonograph made? Another, even more important piece of news was spread. Yun Xiao being reborn and reaching the second rank of the Vermilion Bird rankings was also because of this. How could this be? Everyone began to ask around and find the source. The Vermilion Bird Academy's Qilin Hall. This was a normal training hall, but it had a series of classes. The fees were so high that it made people's hair stand on end. But with Qilin Hall's high price and Yun Zhao's image as their spokesperson, as well as the mysterious phonograph, with these two big gimmicks and the recommendation of the training hall's members, people couldn't help being skeptical. There were some rich people that decided to give it a try. The next morning, it was the first day of business for Qilin Hall. What kind of training hall is this? Wang Meng walked into the simple Qilin Hall and looked around. They actually have the nerve to run a business like this? Zhao Kuan was too lazy to care about him and went to pay the fees. This way, please. There were a total of 5 classes today, and 3 of them cost 20,000 gold coins. Zhao Kuan's class was 30 kinds of foundation martial arts 1. The training hall was very big, and there were 20 to 30 prayer mats. Currently, there were only around 10 people. Most of them were familiar faces, and there were only a few unfamiliar faces. Yun Xiao gave a yawn and walked out while digging his earwax. Sit properly. Sit properly. Everyone be quiet. Everyone instantly shut their mouths. After he became famous in the academy, no one dared to offend him anymore. Yun Zhao's appearance in Qilin Hall had undoubtedly confirmed the rumors and filled the newcomers with anticipation. He took out a heavy phonograph and placed it in the center. Prepare yourselves. It's starting. Yun Xiao carefully placed a magnetic sound stone in and activated the phonograph array. It began to operate, and a noise came from the loudspeaker. Z, Z, Z. The entire training hall was silent. No one blinked, and they all pricked up their ears to listen. Finally, a low and clear voice came from the loudspeaker. Hello, everyone. Wang Meng and the others who were listening for the first time all opened their eyes wide in shock as if they had seen a ghost. This was too mysterious. This rough and heavy machine could really speak by itself. For these people who lived in this era, even if they broke their heads, they still wouldn't know what was going on. Today's class is the first of the 36 kinds of foundation martial arts. Fighting ability is a quality that a cultivator must have. So how can you effectively increase your fighting ability? Have you already displayed your strongest battle strength? Today's class will discuss this problem through foundation martial arts. The disc slowly turned on the phonograph. At this moment, time seemed to freeze. Everyone had the same expression on their faces. That low and deep magnetic voice came from the flower-shaped loudspeaker. From different angles, it analyzed the essence of martial arts and introduced a few very practical battle techniques. It even explained the classical martial arts taught in the academy, breaking them down and improving them one by one. Wang Meng's surprise gradually turned into a pleasant surprise before finally turning into shock. He was originally filled with disdain. What was so good about learning foundation martial arts? Wasn't this the same routine for thousands of years? Even if it was explained and improved, would it be able to soar to the sky? After listening to the detailed explanation from the phonograph, Wang Meng realized for the first time that there were actually so many unbelievably profound techniques in foundation martial arts. What was called 10,000 transformations returned to the origin. What was called the Great Tao is the simplest. These seemingly simple martial arts were harder to innovate and improve. Wang Meng only realized at this moment that the foundation martial arts that he had painstakingly trained for so many years were worse than trash. It was simply full of loopholes. Unbelievable. Unimaginable. The more Wang Meng listened, the more excited he became. The more he listened, the more shocked he became. The voice from the phonograph was like an extremely experienced master. Not a single word was nonsense. Every word contained wisdom, and every theory far surpassed the thousands of years of knowledge in books. This was a brand new foundation martial arts system. Wang Meng was overwhelmed with emotions at this moment. It was as if he had discovered a new continent. Today's class will end here. If you want to know more, please pay attention to the second broadcast of the 36 kinds of foundation martial arts. In the second broadcast, we will introduce a few classical movement techniques that will allow you to advance and retreat freely in battle. Goodbye, everyone. It's over? How could it be over? Why is it over? Continue broadcasting. Wang Meng stood up. I'll pay. Yun Xiao carelessly sat beside the phonograph and glanced at him. Fuck, you can listen as long as you pay. Do you think you're listening to a play in a brothel? Scram! Wang Meng forcefully scratched his head. This was too torturous. Because the lecture was too good, most of the time he was in a shocked state. When he came back to his senses, the lecture was already over, and he did not remember much of the content. It had to be known. The master's lecture seemed very simple, but it actually contained a lot of information. It was worth carefully studying. Zhao Kuin stood up with a notebook in his hand. You wrote down notes? Wang Meng glanced at the notebook and saw that it was densely packed. He was like a man who had eaten several pounds of aphrodisiac and saw a naked beauty. He excitedly jumped up and reached out to grab it. Quick! Let me see it. This master has many theories and hidden knowledge. I will need to study it for a few days before I can fully understand it. Why should I give it to you? Zhao Kuin did not give him any face. Do you know how much this knowledge is worth? The money for today's lecture was even paid for by me. Wang Meng loudly roared. Fuck! What does 20,000 gold coins count for? Can this be measured with money? You're King Vulgar. You want money, right? Father has money. I'll give you 100,000 to buy your notebook. Quickly, let me see it. I want it too. Me too. My family has money. Let me see it first. The people Wang Meng brought all gathered around him. Fuck! Wang Meng's eyes almost popped out. Are you rebelling? Who is the boss? Scram for me. Wang Meng's prestige was very high. If he said one, no one dared to go against him. Of course, that was normal. Today's development had far surpassed anyone's expectations. Young Master Wang Meng is too arrogant. I've been unhappy with you for a long time. We will be Qilin Hall's people in the future, so we need to draw our boundaries. That's right, this fellow has beaten up Qilin Hall's people, so we don't want to be associated with you. Humph! Daring to beat up Qilin Hall's people is the same as beating up our fellow citizens. We will never coexist with you from now on. Wang Meng was about to explode with anger. These grandsons were burning bridges after crossing the river. When we beat up Qilin Hall's members, didn't you all have a part in it? Now that you've wiped your butts and left, it's fine if you betray us. But you still want to put shit on Father's head. What is this? If he couldn't join Qilin Hall because of this matter, wouldn't that be asking for his life? Chapter 144. Yes, he was the one who beat me last time. Several senior Qilin Hall elders came over with faces filled with anger. How could they let this go? This fellow had taken the lead to beat up Qilin Hall students. It was fine if he didn't find elder sister Nangong to beat him up. But this fellow actually came to the training hall to listen to a lecture. Wang Meng's expression changed. Wait, it was a misunderstanding. I was also bewitched by others, so I did such a stupid thing. Cut the crap and chase him out. Get lost. You're not welcome here. Wang Meng was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. It would have been fine if he was rejected by a normal training hall. But the knowledge he could learn in Qilin Hall could definitely change his fate. How could he be willing to give up like this? I'll compensate you for your mental damage and medical expenses. If it still doesn't work, I'll let you guys beat me up. As long as I don't die or become crippled, I'll endure it. Wang Meng threw caution to the wind. All right, everyone, don't be angry. Zhao Kun saw that everyone was filled with righteous indignation and immediately came out to be the peacemaker. Since he is willing to compensate us, then let him compensate us. Right now is the time for Qilin Hall's expansion, so turning enemies into friends is a good thing. Wang Meng was sweating profusely as he nodded repeatedly. Yes, everyone will be a family from now on. If anyone dares to go against Qilin Hall, then they will be going against me, Wang Meng. Humph. Zhao Kun had quite a bit of influence in Qilin Hall, so everyone gave him some face. You want to join the guild? Zhao Kun's gaze swept across the few of them. Then pay the membership fee of 100,000 gold coins first. Membership fee of 100,000 gold coins. That was indeed a little high. He had never heard of any dojo that dared to charge such a high entrance fee. Do you think you'll lose out by paying 100,000 yuan? Let me tell you, Qilin Hall's newest benefit. Out of the 100,000 gold coins, 50,000 gold coins will be deposited in the Qilin Gymnasium as your tuition fees. In the future, your tuition fees will be directly deducted from these fees. From now on, the full amount of the membership fee you pay every month will be deposited into your tuition fees. Anyway, it's money that has to be spent. After you become a member, you'll be qualified to listen to the intermediate and advanced courses. Is it expensive? Wang Meng said, It's not expensive. Not expensive. Too cheap. I'll pay. A membership fee of 100,000. 50,000 of them would be given to the introducer as a subsidy, and the other 50,000 would be used as his own tuition fees. In the future, a minimum of 5% of the tuition fees would be returned to the introducer. Zhao Kun did some calculations. This time he recommended 7 people to join the association. Wouldn't that mean that he had earned 350,000 yuan in tuition fees? These fellows were all born in large families, so each one of them had a lot of money. In the future, they would have to spend a lot of money in Qilin Hall. So wouldn't they have a steady stream of passive income? Other than that, with the knowledge obtained from Qilin Hall, as long as he studied it at home, he could sell it outside or use other methods to exchange it for money. If that was the case, This Qilin Hall was not only a place to cultivate, it was also a good place to start a business. If Zhao Kuin could recommend 100 people to join, not only would he obtain a higher percentage of returns, he would also obtain the right to open a branch library. When Zhao Kuin thought of this, his blood started to boil. Weren't you worried about not having enough money yesterday? Now it seemed like Qilin Hall was not only a springboard for him to change his fate, it was also a great cause that was worth fighting for. The latest benefits. Yun Xiao walked out with a lazy expression. According to elder sister's research, we've made a decision. Qilin Hall will have a free open class every month that only official members can enjoy. Other than that, normal members will have a 20% discount. Our Qilin Hall is only open for the first time and our resources are very limited, so we will be recruiting a limited number of people. If you're late, there won't be any left. If you don't join now, there won't be any spots left. What? There was a limited number of people? Why didn't you say so earlier? What did 100,000 gold coins count for? Wang Meng's group anxiously rushed over and slapped several gold coin cards on the table. Their faces turned red as they handed them over. I want to join Qilin Hall right now. I'll save 500,000 gold coins first. Everyone rushed forward, striving to be the first. The popularity of this scene far surpassed their expectations. Yun Zhao's heart was secretly filled with joy. Boss really had foresight. He and Nan Gongyin were worried about the awkward atmosphere, but the number of people joining far surpassed their expectations. God, if this trend continued, he and his elder sister would be able to take 10% of the income, which would be a terrifying number. He pretended to not care. What are you so anxious for? One by one. Line up. Over 10 people lined up to join Qilin Hall. The lowest one paid 100,000 gold coins, and the highest one directly took out all of their money to strengthen their determination to join Qilin Hall. This was truly ironic. Wang Meng had received a bribe from someone before. He had brought people to beat up Qilin Hall's members and tried to destroy Qilin Hall's development. In the end, he had been brought by Zhao Kuin for a lesson and changed sides without any hesitation. This was the charm of knowledge. This was the power of knowledge. It was hard to resist, and it made people go crazy. Nan Gongyin counted the numbers at night and was so excited that she almost spat out a mouthful of blood. There were a total of 5 lessons today, and we gained over 30 members. We earned over 3 million gold coins in membership fees, and over 1 million gold coins from the lessons. There were even a few people who directly deposited several 100,000 gold coins. Our total income today is over 7 million gold coins. They had earned over 7 million gold coins in a single day. Yun Xiao almost fainted from fright. This was only the first day. Qilin Hall's influence had not been completely released yet, but the number of members had already doubled and they had earned a large amount of money. If this continued to develop, wouldn't it be terrible? After Chu Tian obtained this number, he gave a satisfied nod. It's a bit better than what I imagined. Keep working hard tomorrow. We'll only accept 300 people for the first period and we'll raise the threshold a bit. I don't want any random cat or dog to come in, especially the fellows from the 3 great families. Nan Gongyin nodded. You can be assured. Yun Xiao, go and tell your sister that we'll be in trouble and might even be in danger. Tell her to keep an eye on the people from the 3 great families and report to me if anything strange happens. Understood. After seeing Chu Tian's miraculous way of making money, how could the 2 of them not admire him? They had never seen this kind of scene before. Everyone was rushing to give him money, as if they would miss out on a spot if they were a step late. On the second day, Qilin Hall's situation was even more lively than yesterday. There were over 100 people who came to Qilin Hall to listen to the lessons, but Qilin Hall's recruitment standards had been raised. They did not accept those who were too old, they did not accept those who were too weak, and they did not accept those from the 3 great families. In the end, they only accepted half of the people. That day's total income reached 8 million gold coins. The people who were not accepted were all anxious. It was a good thing that Chelan Hall did not have any high-level classes. Outsiders could still attend the normal classes, but they did not have as many benefits. This was not a long-term plan. Those who did not have enough strength quickly went home and found people who met the requirements. No matter what, they had to occupy a spot first. There were even some people who persuaded their families to leave the three great families and join the Yun family. They just wanted to join Chelan Hall as soon as possible. In just a short 2 days, Chelan Hall's total income was 15 million gold coins. The Yun siblings took 10%, Tong Xiaoyu and Jing Hao took 10%, Nangong Yin took 10%, and another 10% was reserved for the development of the hall. The rest was taken by Chu Tian. Not bad. His pockets were bulging again. This was not enough. Chu Tian did not have to worry about money anymore. When Chelan Hall's first batch of people was filled, Chu Tian would have enough money to buy the elemental source stone. In this period of time, the Chelan Hall members were like a pack of wolves, searching for food all day long. Whether it was in the academy or outside, as long as they did not belong to the three great families and met the requirements, they would all be sent to Chelan Hall. Since they could give others an unexpected surprise and also bring benefits to themselves, why wouldn't they do it? This kind of viral marketing had spread in less than a week. There were over 300 Chelan Hall members, and it was almost full. The small hall was already filled to the brim. Their total income was over 40 million gold coins. Even if they didn't give the money to their partners, it was still enough to satisfy Chu Tian's needs. This week's profit had already surpassed the total profits of Miracle Commerce. This did not mean that Miracle Commerce's profits were low, but rather that Chelan Hall's development had a ceiling. Chelan Hall's standards were very high. They had to have a certain cultivation base, a skill, and they had to be young and have potential. In this week's time, the 4 ranked disciples had joined in almost half a day. Their development speed would definitely slow down in the future, and knowledge was limited. If Chu Tian wanted to maintain Chelan Hall's attraction, he had to constantly update his knowledge, since they had already earned enough money. In order to maintain the quality of Chelan Hall, Chu Tian temporarily stopped accepting members. Those who were slow to react could only beat their chests in regret. Other than that, the strong rise of Chelan Hall had attracted the attention of many powers in Central State. The 4 campuses were filled with geniuses from the 4 great families, so it was impossible for the 4 great families not to know about Chelan Hall's glory. Not to mention the fact that Chelan Hall had given a hard and fast rule. The Chu, Yi, and Luo families were not allowed to join. This was clearly making things difficult for the 3 great clans. The boss of Chelan Hall on the surface was Miracle Commerce's Nangong Yin, so it was not hard to imagine the cause and effect. Although they did not know what was so special about Chelan Hall that it could rise in such a short period of time, how could the 3 great families turn a blind eye to an enemy that had risen so quickly? Because of this, the 3 great families sent out messengers and held a secret meeting to discuss countermeasures. From the speed of Chelan Hall's growth, trying to interfere or threaten them would not be effective. This was because there were too many people from small and medium-sized families joining. They had already formed a group and could resist the pressure of the 3 great families. What are you afraid of? Central State City is our territory. Chelan Hall only has the Yun family secretly supporting them. If the 3 of us work together, even if we blow up Chelan Hall, what can the Yun family do to us? We'll do it together. Each of our 3 families will send out an expert, and will use violence to solve it. In short, we can't let them grow any stronger. Not only that, we will also steal their things. As Miracle Commerce became stronger and stronger in South Sky City, the 3 great families felt like there was a blade on their backs. However, with Shan Fengho's appearance, they could not directly go to Central State to find trouble with Chu Tian. Therefore, the 3 great families could only create news in Central State and pour mud on Chu Tian. They wanted to destroy Chu Tian's image before his influence spread to Central State. However, how many days had it been? Miracle Commerce's influence used this method to gradually take root in Central State City, and Chu Tian had not even made an official appearance yet. Qilin Hall's strategic value far surpassed its economic value. Qilin Hall gathered over 100 disciples of the small and medium-sized families in Central State with many talents in various fields. Compared to money, Miracle Commerce lacked people more. Other than lacking people, they lacked supporters even more. Once Qilin Hall matured, with Miracle Commerce's backing, it would become a natural talent reserve for Miracle Commerce. Because of this, there would be hundreds of small and medium-sized families that would support them. It had to be said that Miracle Commerce's move was correct. It could be considered killing many birds with one stone, solving several difficult problems. This was a foundation for entering Central State City. From this move, the three great families realized that Miracle Commerce was preparing to enter the main city. Their speed was just too fast. The company had only been established for 2 months, and they actually wanted to leave South Sky City to develop in the main city, no matter the cost. Before Qilin Hall could expand, they had to completely kill them. Not only did they have to destroy them, they also had to take away their core technology. This was the territory of the 4 great families, so what could they do even if they went too far? Rather than dragging things out, it was better to settle things in one step and use the most direct and violent methods to achieve their goal. This would show their swift and decisive methods and merciless attitude. Chapter 145. While the 3 great families were making their secret decisions, the Central State Academy was holding an emergency meeting. Yun Tianhe had arrived early and was sitting in the vice principal seat. Central State Academy had 3 principals, 1 principal, and 2 vice principals. The principal was an official position. After all, Central State Academy was an official institution of Southern Xia. Therefore, Central State Academy was managed by the 2 vice principals. Although the principal had a higher position, he did not participate in the daily management of the academy. Only when there was an important matter would he appear to preside over it. This emergency meeting was called by the principal, and he requested everyone to come to the training hall. Yun Tianhe's eyes swept over the other people present. They were all old fellows, and they all had serious expressions on their faces, as if they had encountered a very troublesome problem. Only Yun Tianhe had a relaxed expression. The recent events had made Yun Tianhe filled with pleasant surprises. The Sir Principal has arrived. A 40 to 50-year-old middle-aged man walked in. He was wearing a sapphire jade crown and was wearing a green robe embroidered with purple patterns. On the outside was a milky white silk jacket. His face was dark, and he had a square face with a small beard, giving people a rigid feeling. Among the Central State Academy's joint principals, Yun Tianhe was the managing principal. He was in charge of the academic affairs and had a very big reputation. After all, Yun Tianhe had a very high status in the Central State academic world. But Central State Academy was an official institution. A local family head could not completely replace the academy. Feng Yunhu was the Central State Academy's principal. Feng Yunhu was the Central State City Vice Mayor and also the Central State Academy's principal. His brother Feng Yunlong was the mayor. The reason why the 2 of them had such a high status was because their clan brothers were the famous Shin Feng Ho and Feng Yuntian. Everyone stood up and bowed. Greetings to the principal. Feng Yunhu walked in front of the principal's seat and looked over everyone as he asked, "Is everyone here?" "It seems like Vice Principal Shen isn't here yet." "Humph! She's used to doing things her own way. How could she be late for such an important meeting?" As soon as he said this, the temperature in the meeting room dropped. Everyone felt a strong cold current coming from the hallway. It was bone-chilling and incomparably cold. Even the teapots on the table were covered in a thin layer of frost. A woman walked in. Everyone felt a suffocating coldness. Wherever this woman appeared, everything around her would be frozen. That simple black gauze dress made her snow-like skin appear even whiter and more tender. Her temperament was graceful and noble, and her figure was also mature and plump. From her appearance, she looked less than 30 years old. The pair of eyes that were as cold as the night emitted a cold light. There was not a trace of a smile on her fair and beautiful face. Her entire face looked like it was in the middle of winter. Cold. This woman gave off the feeling of coldness. That kind of indifference and callousness was like the glaciers in the polar regions, which would not melt even after 10,000 years. Fong Yunhu had just complained when the other party appeared. He couldn't help feeling a bit awkward, and he waved his sleeves. Vice Principal Chen is here. Please sit. Our meeting is about to begin. The black-veiled woman did not say a word. She did not place Fong Yunhu in her eyes at all as she walked to her seat and sat down. Fong Yunhu was already used to this, so he was not angry. Everyone, today I have an important matter to announce. The once every 5 years Central State Trial is about to begin. Each time, 10 youths will participate, and according to the rules, the 4 great families will each have 1 spot. The other 6 spots will be decided in the upcoming Central State Academy Great Competition. The Central State Academy Great Competition is held once every 5 years and is extremely important. Not only is it a stage for the Central State Academy students to display their skills, it is also related to the benefits of the Academy. I believe that after working hard for so long, the various academies have already selected the most outstanding young geniuses. But I think that this is just a Central State Academy internal competition. This is a bit too small. It is not good for the youths to broaden their horizons and hone their strength. Everyone's expression changed. Could it be that the principal wanted to change the rules? This was a big matter. Fong Yunhu continued to say, "Because of this, I propose to make a few minor adjustments. The 4 academies will choose several groups of participants, and we will choose 2 more groups from the young cultivators of Central State City to participate in the great competition. This will let the youths that have been raised in the academy see the style of the Jianghu, and also give the other youths of Central State City a chance to display their skills." The principal would not change the rules for no reason. There had to be a reason. But why? There were many high-level members of the Chu, Luo, and Yi families present. This kind of change did not have any benefits to them because the addition of foreign participants would increase the pressure of competition. Perhaps it would affect the competition between the various academies' disciples. Although the possibility was not high, it was not a guarantee. 2 principals. Fong Yunhu did not wait for the others to speak before asking, "Do you have any objections?" The black-veiled woman softly said, "No." Yun Tianhe did not care. Those spots did not have anything to do with his Yun family, so he could not rely on Yun Shao. Although he had been reborn, it was not very likely for him to enter the top 6. Adding 2 more groups compared to the 20 groups of people in the academy does not have much of an impact, so we might as well give it a try. All right, since the 2 principals have no objections, then we will immediately implement it. Fong Yunhu did not give the others a chance to object, seeing that the 3 principals had agreed. Even if the others had objections, they did not dare say anything. They could only silently agree to this modification. It was just adding 2 more groups of people. This should not have any effect on them. It's settled then. After Fong Yunhu solved the most important matter, he said with a serious face, "There's also another matter. I've received some feedback in the past few days that the academy has a large-scale practice of skipping classes. The people who are skipping classes are all high-ranked students. With the great competition around the corner, what kind of scandal is this? Don't you want to give me an explanation?" Everyone stared at each other with wide eyes. "I've already investigated the reason why these students are skipping classes." A high-level member of the Luo family quickly said, "They went to a dojo to listen to a lecture." What a big joke. Fong Yunhu was not in the academy often, so he did not understand the academy situation, since when can a random dojo compete with Central State Academy? This kind of place that affects the students' studies should be banned immediately. Ku. Yun Tianhe gave 2 awkward coughs. Principal, this matter needs to be discussed, and we still need to investigate it. This Qilin dojo does not have any good points. Feng Yunhu looked at Yun Tianhe with dissatisfaction. Old Yun, you are the most knowledgeable person here. So how could you not understand Central State Academy's background? Don't think that I don't know that the founder of this dojo is actually a small Nangong family disciple. What kind of great achievements can he have? These students usually form clubs and work all day long, which I don't approve of, now that they have even abandoned their cultivation. This matter must be thoroughly investigated. Qilin Dojo could suddenly rise in such a short period of time. This was 100% related to that mysterious youth. Yun Tianhe had investigated everything. The fellow named Lu Rin was most likely the famous ghost genius Chu Tian. After Yun Tianhe investigated his true identity, his heart couldn't help feeling a bit worried. Chu Tian's reputation in Central State was not small, and it was mostly fierce and evil. His fierce reputation came from his own fighting. His evil reputation came from the 3 great clans. This youth had an unprecedented talent, but he had a deep grudge with the 3 great clans, making him as dangerous as a barrel of gunpowder. If Feng Yunhu investigated Qilin Dojo, it would be hard to guarantee that Chu Tian's identity would not be exposed. Yun Tianhe stood up and said, "All right, then this old man will personally make a trip. As far as I know, an important member of Qilin Dojo is your grandson Yun Shao." Feng Yunhu softly said, in order to avoid suspicion, "Old Yin will not personally deal with this matter, I think. How about Vice Principal Chen make a move?" Yun Tianhe's expression changed. What, let her make a move? Everyone's eyes fell onto the other principal. If Yun Tianhe was a scholar, then Chun Bingyu was a martial artist. Chun Bingyu was the youngest of the 3 principals. She was not even 40 years old, and her cultivation base was unfathomable. She was cold the entire day, just like a piece of ice. She gave off a cold aura that repelled people 1,000 miles away. She had been sitting cross-legged with her eyes closed since the beginning of the meeting, as if nothing had anything to do with her. When Chun Bingyu slowly opened her eyes, the temperature of the entire meeting room dropped by several degrees. Feng Yunhu was a bit afraid of this woman, so he did not dare force her to do anything. He only asked in an inquiring tone, "What does Vice Principal Chen think?" Chun Bingyu was silent for 2 seconds before coldly saying, "All right." Yun Tianhe's forehead was covered in cold sweat. "It's over." Chun Bingyu's nickname was the Ice Queen. Just like her name, her personality was like ice, and she was as overbearing as a king. When Chun Bingyu did things, she was very direct and did not like to waste time. She was a good friend of Shan Fengho and Feng Yuntian. With Shan Fengho's recommendation, Chun Bingyu had become the vice principal. In the entire Central State City, other than Shan Fengho and Feng Yuntian, there was basically no one with a higher cultivation base than her. Even Yun Tianhe was inferior in comparison. If this woman wanted to take over Qilin Hall, even Yun Tianhe could not stop her. Chun Bingyu slowly stood up and turned to walk out the door. Feng Yunhu's lips curled into a faint smile. "Old Yin, with Vice Principal Chen's abilities, do you still not believe in her? Let her go." Feng Yunhu seemed to have the intention of going against Qilin Hall. Yun Tianhe left the meeting room. Yun Yao quickly ran over. "Grandfather, I've received news that the 3 great families are going to deal with Lu Ren." Yun Tianhe cut her off. "Let's not talk about this for now. Qilin Hall's situation is not good. Quickly send a message to the little mister. Chun Bingyu will come to cause trouble for them today." What? Yun Yao felt like her head had been smashed by a hammer. "Then aren't they finished?" I can't personally make a move. Quickly send a message to Chu Tian. Yun Tianhe anxiously said, You have to be fast. Otherwise, it will be too late. That woman is cold and ruthless. She will not listen to reason. Let Chu Tian prepare his heart. He had caused a large problem. Yun Yao quickly rushed over to Qilin Hall. When she found out that Chu Tian was meditating, she directly pulled him out and said to his face, Close the training hall for a few days and hide. Chu Tian asked in a curious voice, What is this? You want me to keep an eye on the 3 great families? There is already news that the 3 great families will send people, and they will use violence to destroy the hall. Chu Tian had an indifferent expression. Don't I have you? Yun Yao was still an expert in the 4th awakened soul layer, and Chu Tian did not believe that the people sent by the 3 great families would be stronger than Yun Yao. Yun Yao said to Chu Tian with an anxious expression, I can help you block the people from the 3 great families, but there is another large character that has been alerted. This person. I can't block them. Even if grandfather comes, he can't block them. Even old man Yun can't block them? Who is this strong? Nonsense. Have you heard of the Ice Queen? She is considered to be an expert, second only to Shinfeng Ho in Central State City. It can't be. I don't have any grudges with her. Why would she find trouble with me? The hall had only been open for a week, and they had encountered such a troublesome matter. This was truly a bad start. Forget about the people from the 3 great families. That woman was not easy to deal with. If she made a move without any explanation, they might not be able to block her, and Qilin Hall would be completely destroyed. Closing the hall is not a good plan. We can hide for a while, but we can't hide forever. Chu Tian's eyes sparkled a few times. I have a plan that is a bit risky, but we can give it a try. If we succeed, the hall will have another layer of protection, and we won't have to worry about this kind of matter ever again. Yun Xiao was completely speechless. What was this fellow's brain thinking? Did he know how terrifying Qin Bingyu was? Chapter 146. Qin Bingyu walked in front of Qilin Hall. She was wearing a black robe, a large hood, and a veil. Her aura was completely restrained, making it hard for others to see that she was a peak true soul realm expert. There were several hundred students gathered in front of Qilin Hall. Selling notes. Selling notes. It's the latest notebook that's been circulating. It's only 500 gold coins per book. Several clever youths were holding a large pile of manuals as they shouted at the entrance of the Qilin Taoist temple. Immediately, a large group of nearby students surrounded them. Give me one. I want one too. I want Basic Alchemy Entry 2. Give me a copy of Basic Formation 3. A large group of students ran over. Most of them were in the body refinement realm, but because they didn't have the qualifications to enter Qilin Hall, or because they were poor, they could only buy notes to study. Humph. Qin Bingyu knit her brows and revealed a trace of anger. How could Qilin Hall have the qualifications to teach students? Wasn't this just misleading the students? That last Nangong Yin was too unreliable. What Feng Yinhu didn't know was that Qin Bingyu had a hidden identity. She had a deep relationship with the Nangong family, although not many people knew of this identity, and it wasn't convenient for it to be revealed. Feng Yinhu knew that Qin Bingyu had a hidden identity. However, as the genius of the Nangong family, Nangong Yin had been secretly taken care of by Qin Bingyu from the beginning. Before his daughter left Nangong, he had told Chu Tian that there was someone in the upper echelons of Central State Academy who was a member of the Nangong family. This person was Qin Bingyu. Who would have thought that after Nangong Yun came to Central State Academy, other than going to see Qin Bingyu on the first day, she never went to see Qin Bingyu again. She spent all day fighting and causing trouble in the academy, committing all sorts of crimes. Now everything was fine. He actually created a Taoist dojo. If it had been someone else, Qin Bingyu would have destroyed the dojo directly. However, she still had to give some face to Nangong Yin. While Chen Bingyu was thinking about what to do, she suddenly saw a young man wearing a white robe with golden trim coming out of the dojo. Who else could this person be other than Yun Xiao? Public lecture. Public lecture. The dojo has decided to hold a public class at the last minute. It doesn't matter if you're a member or not. Everyone can participate. The number of people who can sign up is limited. So hurry up and grab this opportunity. Public class? I might as well go and take a look. Chen Bingyu had concealed her aura and put on a simple disguise. Coupled with her extremely deceptive appearance, she looked like a young woman in her 20s. Everyone would only think that she was a student. Who would have thought that she was the vice principal? Chen Bingyu was too beautiful. With this kind of beauty in Central State Academy, she should have been famous a long time ago. Of course, in a place like Qilin Hall, everyone came for knowledge. So what if there were beauties? Beauties still had to line up. When Chen Bingyu entered the dojo, she almost sat in the last row, but it didn't matter. With her cultivation and strength, even the buzzing of a mosquito would not be able to escape her ears at this distance. Goddess. Goddess Nangong is out. The male students howled and cheered. A red-haired beauty in training clothes walked out. She had a wonderful figure, a fiery aura, and a beautiful appearance. She had a valiant and heroic aura that a girl shouldn't have. It made people feel close to her, and their hearts couldn't help but ripple. Nangong Yin paced back and forth, glancing at the hundreds of people in the training hall, and said in an old-fashioned manner, I want to say that you're all in luck. In order to celebrate the successful recruitment of Qilin Hall's first batch of members, we will be holding a free public class today. Chen Bingyu's heart was even more unhappy. You haven't come to Central State Academy to ask me a few times, and you've been fighting like a hoodlum all day. Now you're pretending to be a lecturer and teaching students. Don't you know how much weight you have? What kind of propriety is this? Nangong Yin did not notice Chen Bingyu because there were too many people in the public class. She continued to act like a big sister. Recently, I've been hearing some discussions. They say that the Qilin Hall's classes are all basic and basic knowledge, as if our Qilin Hall doesn't have the ability to take out higher level things. Is there such a thing? Who is it? Who is speaking nonsense? Wang Meng loudly shouted. Who dares slander Qilin Hall? I'll bring people to beat them up. The people in the crowd were filled with righteous indignation, creating an atmosphere of Jianghu. Quiet! Quiet! Nangong Yin stopped and pressed her hands down. The crowd instantly became silent, no matter what. Since someone has said this, I can't turn a blind eye to it. So, we will now be broadcasting a higher level class. The goal is to let you understand that a higher level class is not something you can learn just because you want to. If you want to learn, you need to have the ability. What? A higher level class. Everyone's eyes lit up. This was a class worth at least several 100,000 gold coins. Don't blame elder sister for not reminding you. This level of class is not something you can grasp. I advise you to prepare your notebooks and write down every word. If this knowledge is taken outside, it will be enough to make a small fortune. Do you hear me? Everyone believed her without a doubt. They quickly pulled out their notebooks and pens, preparing to write down their notes. Chen Bingyu was even more disdainful. This kind of public class actually dared to call it a higher level class? Don't make people laugh to death. But she would listen to it for now and teach this little girl Nangong a lesson. Yun Xiao, why are you dilly-dallying, brat? Quickly bring out the equipment for this old lady. Coming. Yun Xiao, place the phonograph on the training ground. It's none of your business. Nangong Yun kicked him, scram. Yun Xiao cried out. He was a famous playboy, but in front of elder sister he was like a grandson. Nangong Yun carefully pulled out a disc. This class is 2 hours long and is called Exploring the Essence of Water Energy 1. As the name suggests, it is a class that explores the essence of elemental energy. It will begin now. What a joke! It was actually an exploration of water energy. Chun Bingyu's cultivation technique was the ice and snow chi transformation secret art. This was an ancient cultivation technique excavated from an ancient ruin. It was very deep and profound and was related to water. Chun Bingyu was a martial arts maniac, so she was very good at studying cultivation techniques and martial arts. She even knew how complex and profound it was. A small Qilin hall dared to talk about exploring the mysteries of water energy. How could this kind of knowledge be casually spoken about? If it wasn't done properly, it would harm their lives. This was enough reason for the training hall to be closed down. I won't say any more nonsense. After placing the disc into the groove of the phonograph's array, Nan Gongyin used her spirit energy to activate the array and directly raise the volume to the maximum. The disc slowly rotated above the array, and the sound that was sealed inside was slowly released through the loudspeaker. Hello, everyone. Today we will be talking about the first lesson of Exploring the Essence of Water Energy 1. Everyone opened their notebooks and began to record it down. This was a course worth tens of thousands of gold coins. If they could bring the knowledge home, it would be more than enough to create more value. Chun Bingyu stared at the phonograph and revealed a look of surprise. This was the first time seeing a phonograph, so they were all amazed by this magical invention. An ice-cold machine. How could it have the ability to speak? This was truly incredible. Chun Bingyu was a person who had seen the world. Although it was very complicated and troublesome to preserve sound, there were actually talismans and arrays that could do it. But this kind of low-cost and convenient method was the first time it had appeared on the continent. The invention of this phonograph did not have a small meaning. Water, when it boils, it turns into gas, and when it condenses, it turns into ice. This is one of the most common types of energy. Water is like water. Water nourishes all living things and does not fight, but that does not mean that water is weak. If the sea tilts and the river flows backwards, it is enough to destroy a country. Then what is water energy? Chun Bingyu revealed a cold smile. She wanted to see what kind of novel theory this Qilin Hall could come up with. Actually, water and water energy are two different concepts. Water is a kind of substance, and substances have different energies, so they cannot be generalized. Water energy is a kind of energy that has certain characteristics. It is flowing, flexible, and pervasive. Could it be that only water has water energy? Wrong. This is a large misunderstanding. Actually, all living things have water energy. Water is a carrier of water energy, but it is not the only carrier. Chun Bingyu knit her brows. This was becoming more and more difficult to understand. But after carefully tasting it, there seemed to be a bit of flavor to it. For example, a piece of gold is hard and compact. This is its own characteristic. When the gold is melted, the hard and compact characteristic will disappear, and it will be replaced by the wild and hot characteristics of fire. This is the energy of fire and the flowing and changing characteristics of water. This is the energy of water, but its essence is gold. Doesn't this mean that water and fire energy are compatible? People often say that water and fire cannot coexist, but this is actually wrong. Ice and fire can come from the same source and can even create stronger cultivation techniques and martial arts based on this principle. That's all for now. Next, we will delve into this topic. I will list several simple cultivation techniques, from the characteristics of energy to the cultivation technique. I hope it will be of help to everyone. When Chun Bingyu heard this, her brows tightly knit together. This point of view was indeed very groundbreaking. It actually made her fall into deep thought. At this time, the voice from the phonograph began to list several cultivation techniques in detail. It dissected them and explained them in detail. From the shallow to the deep, it slowly progressed. Chun Bingyu's expression continued to change. It went from serious to surprised and finally to shocked. Mysterious. Mysterious. Was this really a lesson from a broken dojo? When Chun Bingyu heard half of it, her entire view of life was turned upside down. The wonders of water, the changes of water, the spirituality of water. It was explained in detail. It was concise and comprehensive, bold and imaginative, but it went straight to the essence. It mentioned many improvement plans for water cultivation techniques. It was very enlightening. The others were dumbfounded. This knowledge was too profound for them. Although it was explained well, they could not understand it at all. Chun Bingyu, on the other hand, was very different. She had an unprecedented and mysterious feeling that enveloped her. Every word that came out of the phonograph was like a sharp needle that pierced through the stubborn Bayin and pierced into her soul. It made her feel like she had parted the dark clouds and was seeing the sun for the first time. This was a feeling like a dragonfly touching the surface of the water. Every time, it stopped at the right point and purposely did not explain in depth. It made Chen Bingyu feel like she had grasped something, but in the end, there was nothing. Her heart felt like it was being scratched by a cat. It was simply torturous. She, who was always calm and steady, wished she could immediately rush up and smash the phonograph to pieces. She wanted to drag the person inside and strangle him to get to the bottom of things. It was too unbelievable. Countless complicated problems were explained in a very simple way. Perhaps this was the most basic content for him. Chun Bingyu was shocked and excited, but she also felt a strong sense of loss. She was just an ant in the end. In front of a real master, she did not even have the qualifications to be his apprentice. I don't even know the basics. What right do I have to be proud of myself? The voice in the phonograph slowly said, "This lesson will end here. If you want to know more, please pay attention to the second lesson of exploration and understanding of the essence of water energy." It's over. It's over. This lesson was very long. It was more than 2 hours long. But Chun Bingyu felt that only 5 minutes had passed. Chun Bingyu realized that there were still many things that she did not understand. Everyone in the dojo stood up and prepared to leave with their notebooks. "Stop!" Chun Bingyu stopped someone. "Lend me your notebook." That person held the notebook in his arms and stared at her as if she was a thief. "What? This is the fruit of my labor. Why should I let you see it? Do you know how much this book is worth outside?" Chun Bingyu said, "You want money, right? Give me a number and I'll buy it." "Fuck your money. Are you that rich? Are you amazing because you have money? Can this kind of intelligence be measured with money? Vulgar person. Pay. You. Move. Move." That person spat out in disdain and even called her a lunatic. Holding the notebook, he quickly left. If he knew that the person asking him for the notebook was the Central State Academy's vice principal, he would have been scared out of his wits. Chen Bingyu did not give up and looked for another person. "What are you doing? You came to listen to the lesson without taking notes. Who can you blame? Quickly move. Don't waste time. I want to go back and study it. Move. Move. There's no way you can take notes." Most of the people here were young masters from influential families. These precious notes would be given to their families, and the masters would dig out useful information from them. Then they would publish it in various journals and newspapers, earning a large amount of fame and money. It could be said like this: every lesson in Qilin Hall was a gold mine. As long as they dug out the information, they would be able to earn 10 times the profit. Of course, the prerequisite was that they were fast enough and they had to be ahead of everyone else. Only a fool would sell notes. Chapter 147. While they were teaching in the training hall, Chu Tian and Nan Gongyin were discussing their future plans. Qilin Hall's current income is not bad, but there is a limit to how much we can develop. Our most important task is to pave the way for miracle commerce. Miracle commerce is our foundation, so we can't be tempted by the benefits in front of us and put the cart before the horse. I've already contacted Jing Hao, and he has already gathered all the resources. The first magnetic sound tower has already been secretly built, and they're currently working on the second and third magnetic sound towers. Tom Xiaoyu has already designed the radio and is currently in production at the Tianjin Chamber of Commerce's factory. People really couldn't be compared to each other. I haven't accomplished anything in the main city, and boss has done so many things as soon as he arrived. All kinds of arrangements and preparations. They seemed casual, but they were all very precise and ingenious. They had already been prepared for miracle commerce without anyone knowing. Chu Tian continued to say, the phonograph has been stockpiled and miracle commerce has been officially launched. They will immediately be released to the market. How many of these phonographs have been made? Nan Gongyin was very interested. No matter what, I have to buy at least 8-10 of them. This thing is just too easy to use. The phonograph was a very perfect storage medium. It would be widely used in every aspect of life in the future, especially music and art. It would have an unimaginable effect on them. Chu Tian nodded. The training hall had already finished. A Qilin Hall member came in. Elder sister, there's someone outside asking to see you. I'm busy, Nan Gongyin impatiently said. I won't see him. Tell him to scram. But this Qilin Hall member hesitated. Her attitude is very firm. It seems like she wants to see you no matter what. Nan Gongyin was about to explode in anger. Don't be anxious. Chu Tian waved his hand and said to that person, Go find Yun Xiao and have him see what's going on. Yes, he quickly left to find Yun Xiao. This was a woman wearing a black veil that covered her face. Although her appearance could not be seen, from her temperament and figure, this woman was of the highest quality. Yun Xiao was not interested in other things, but women, especially beautiful women. He had no immunity to them at all. When Yun Xiao saw her, his eyes lit up and he eagerly asked, Hey, beauty, is there anything I can help you with? Let me introduce myself first. My name is Yun Xiao. That's right, I'm known as the Mad Demon of Challenge, the cultivation technique master, the genius that once defeated 20 experts of the Vermilion Bird ranking in a single day. How is it? Do you worship me? The black-veiled woman was naturally Qin Bingyu. She had completely forgotten her original intention of coming here. The charm of Qilin Hall was too strong. They couldn't be blamed for skipping classes. Even Qin Bingyu herself couldn't resist the temptation here. She had already asked around and found that this was high-level content that outsiders could not listen to. The only way was to join Qilin Hall. I want to join the dojo. Ah. Yun Xiao frowned. This is not easy. Qin Bingyu was a little dissatisfied. Is there a problem? Babe, I can help you with anything else, but this is the only thing that I'm afraid won't be easy. Yun Xiao shook his head and said, Our Qilin Hall's first batch of members has been filled, so we will stop recruiting now. If a beauty wants to join us, you can only wait for the next batch. How could this be? Qin Bingyu was already prepared to join Qilin Hall. This Qilin Hall did not give her any face at all, which made Qin Bingyu feel very dissatisfied. Since the rules are made by people, there must be a way to change them. One more person or one less person, it doesn't matter. I'll pay 10 times the membership fee. How about it? Babe, this isn't right. A person needs to have principles. Yun Xiao pretended to be righteous and then added, Although the rules are made by people, the person who made them is not a normal person, so I don't dare break them. So, I'm sorry, babe, please leave. That person. Who was that person? Qin Bingyu thought of something, and her body suddenly trembled as she said, The person you're talking about, is he the person who recorded the disc? Yun Xiao did not hide it. It's him. Qin Bingyu felt like she had been struck by lightning. At this moment, she found it hard to describe her feelings. Excitement, ecstasy, and nervousness. She never would have thought that the person who recorded the class would actually be in Qilin Hall. Then she had to join Qilin Hall even more. No matter what price she had to pay, she wouldn't hesitate. Qin Bingyu anxiously said, Call Nan Gongyin out. I want to see her. Elder sister is discussing matters with that person, and elder sister is famous for her personality. Running over to disturb him. Aren't you just asking for a beating? Yun Xiao was a little unhappy. I say, although you're a babe, you can't be this willful. That person was currently in Qilin Hall. That tall chest began to heave up and down, and Chen Bingyu couldn't help trembling. She suddenly felt that even the air had become heavy. Yun Zhao's heart couldn't help skipping a beat. Was there something wrong with this girl? Then why don't you wait and I'll go try? No, don't disturb him. I can wait for them to finish. Chen Bingyu was afraid that she would disturb that expert. If she left a bad impression on the other side, that would not be good. What was going on? This truly was a strange person. This girl was a little crazy. So Yun Xiao did not think too much about it. Since it's like this, then we'll wait here first. Chen Bingyu did not have any complaints. This was because to be able to grasp such profound knowledge and techniques, the other side was definitely a rare great scholar in southern Xia. Even the famous great scholar Gu Qianqiu had been visited by Chen Bingyu before. Although Gu Qianqiu was very knowledgeable, it was not enough for her to worship him. The person who recorded the disc was the only person that Chen Bingyu had worshipped since she was young. What kind of person was he? From the announced curriculum of the training hall, it covered all kinds of cultivation techniques, martial arts, and etc. It could be said that there was nothing that this person didn't know. This kind of all-round scholar, without a strong innate talent and several decades of painstaking study, it was impossible. So, the other side was most likely like Yun Tianhe, an old man that was close to 100 years old. While Chen Bingyu was filled with worship, she also felt a strong sense of admiration. This kind of advanced knowledge, it was not something that could be completed in a short period of time. This person had probably spent his entire life researching, and he had taken it out for the public to study, allowing the Qilin Hall students to use his knowledge to write papers that would be published in various academies. He would allow them to use his knowledge to improve cultivation techniques and recipes, allowing them to benefit from it. Too noble, too selfless. Chen Bingyu did not care about fame and fortune, but she knew that she could not do this. Dusk gradually fell, and the people in Qilin Hall began to decrease. The students gradually dispersed, but Chen Bingyu was still standing in front of Qilin Hall, just like a statue that would not move. Chu Tian was sitting in the training hall, feeling a little anxious at this moment. Most of the people in Qilin Hall had left. Why weren't they coming yet? While Chu Tian was feeling depressed, Yun Yao came in through the side door. She looked at Chu Tian with an anxious gaze. She's here. Chu Tian quickly asked Yun Xiao, "What about the person I told you to go see?" "Oh, you're talking about that strange woman?" Yun Xiao revealed a helpless look. "She waited an entire afternoon, and I refused to leave no matter what. I can't do anything to her." Since she waited an entire afternoon, that means her attitude is not bad. Nangong, go and see her. If her request is too excessive, just agree to her, do you understand? All right, we'll stop here for today. I'll go to the Jing family's magnetic sound tower to see the latest situation. Chu Tian walked to Yun Yao's side and asked, "How is it?" Yun Yao replied, "She's already here. You should quickly leave. Otherwise it will be dangerous." Chu Tian revealed a faint smile. "Not bad, not bad. The timing is not bad. Let's quickly leave this place." When Yun Yao escorted Chu Tian out, Yun Xiao brought Nan Gongyin out of Qilin Hall. When she saw Chen Bingyu, Nan Gongyin's eyes popped out. "Aunt Chen, why is it you?" Yun Xiao looked at Nan Gongyin and then at the black-veiled woman. This girl really knew elder sister? But it was very strange. This girl did not look that old. So why did elder sister call her this? "When did you come?" Nan Gongyin came forward with an apologetic look. "Just tell me directly." Chen Bingyu nervously looked around. "Where is the senior that recorded the disc? Isn't he with you?" "Senior? What senior?" Nan Gongyin immediately realized who she was talking about. She rolled her eyes and said with a grin, "He already left." "What? He left?" Chen Bingyu felt very depressed, but she quickly became spirited again. "Yin, I have something I want to discuss with you." "Say it." Nangong Yin proudly patted her chest. Aunt Chen's matter is Nangong Yen's matter. I want to enter Qilin Hall. Nangong Yin almost jumped up. Other people did not know Qin Bingyu's identity, but how could she not know? Qin Bingyu was Shen Fengho's friend and had been recommended by Shen Fengho to become the Central State Academy's vice principal. Her position was around the same as Yun Tianhe's. But Chen Bingyu was very low-key and rarely showed her face, so most students did not recognize her. Chen Bingyu had been a consecrator of the Nangong family in her early years, so she had quite a bit of relationship with the Nangong family. She was very strong, and out of all the experts in Central State City, perhaps only Shen Fengho could defeat her. This kind of powerful person, she actually wanted to join Qilin Hall? Nangong Yin was shocked, and her heart suddenly trembled. She looked very careless on the surface, but she was actually very careful and had a sense of propriety. She was well aware of Chen Bingyu's abilities. If this person joined Qilin Hall, it would be hard to avoid being connected to miracle commerce. If Chen Bingyu and miracle commerce were tied together, then miracle commerce's influence in Central State would increase greatly. Wasn't Chu Tian always laying the foundation for miracle commerce to move to Central State? He had already won over the Central State Yin family. If he added in Chen Bingyu's support, then the situation would be completely different. Although Qilin Hall is full, Aunt Chen is not an outsider, so I think I can make an exception. You can be assured I'll talk to the leader. He will definitely let you in. Moreover, I'll directly raise you to a high-level member, giving you the qualifications to listen to the high-level classes. Really? This was truly great. Chun Bingyu's heart finally calmed down. Chun Bingyu's face was filled with excitement as she said, "All right, I'll have to trouble you with this matter. I'll definitely thank you in the future." "Hi, what are we talking about?" Nangong Yin pulled Chun Bingyu and said, "Let's take a look inside first." All right. Chun Bingyu's heart was filled with joy. Nangong Yin's confident appearance meant that her position in Qilin Hall was not low, so entering Qilin Hall was already in the bag. This was great. She had to listen to the entire class. Ever since she had attended Qilin Hall's class, her heart had been itching like a cat. She did not want to wait another day. She first went in with Nangong Yin to take a look. Chun Bingyu was also very interested in the phonograph and the magnetic sound discs. When the two of them were about to enter Qilin Hall, suddenly, Chun Bingyu's expression changed. "This is bad. There are spirit energy fluctuations." Before Nangong Yin could react, there was a large explosion and Qilin Hall was covered in flames. There were several explosions that created a strong shockwave from the center of the hall. The hall was not that big, so how could it withstand several explosions? It was blown to pieces on the spot, and it completely collapsed. "Damn," Nangong Yin angrily said. "Which bastard did this?" Zhao Kuin, Wang Meng, and the other Qilin Hall elders were running away with ashen faces. Each of them had injuries on their bodies. This is bad. Someone launched a sneak attack. Not only did they steal the phonograph and all the discs, they even destroyed the hall. Nangong Yin flew into a rage. Bastards. 3-4 figures charged out of the hall and ran in different directions. "Stop them," Nangong Yin anxiously shouted. These fellows had not only destroyed the hall, they had also stolen the phonograph and the discs. These were the core secrets of the hall and miracle commerce. These sneak attackers all had high cultivations. Each of them had reached the triple awakened soul realm. If they wanted to escape, even Nangong Yin would not be able to stop them. At this moment, a terrifying cold wave, filled with an earth-shattering rage, was suddenly released. It filled the entire world as if winter had suddenly arrived, making everyone feel a chill. That monstrous, raging killing intent swept out like a volcanic eruption. Chapter 148. Chun Bingyu's heart was filled with excitement. She thought that after joining Qilin Hall, she would be able to learn the knowledge she yearned for. She could not wait another day. However, it had to be at this time. Qilin Hall had been destroyed by someone destroyed Chelan Hall's equipment, and stolen from Chelan Hall. How could she not be angry? How could she not be angry? Chun Bingyu's nickname was the Ice Queen. Even the headmaster was a bit afraid of her because Chun Bingyu had an eccentric personality. Her methods were cold and ruthless, and adding in her high cultivation base, she did not fear anyone in Central State City. Although she did not belong to any power, no one dared to offend her. This time, the three great families had hit the tip of the spear. A cold spirit energy was released along with a heaven-piercing, killing intent. It was enough to freeze the earth, freeze living beings, and freeze souls. This was a storm that came from a distant cold land. It came so suddenly and so abruptly that no one was prepared for it. It instantly swept through several miles of space. The moisture in the air froze and turned into countless ice flowers that danced in the sky. With Chun Bingyu as the center, the cold wave spread out at a speed visible to the naked eye. It spread out in all directions, and the ground was covered in ice. The already ruined training hall and flames were instantly extinguished. At the same time, it was covered in a layer of ice. In an instant, a cold winter descended upon the earth. Several masked people were covered in a layer of white frost, and it was hard for them to even move. What? This strength she is. When the cold wave arrived, facing this incomparably strong strength, they did not have the slightest ability to resist. The two sides were not on the same level. They only had one thought: escape. But they had angered Chun Bingyu. Could they still escape? Chun Bingyu was covered in white spirit energy as she flew into the air. The invisible spirit energy surrounded her body and gradually condensed into octagonal snowflakes. This was a source spirit? A snowflake source spirit? The snowflakes were not created by a cultivation technique, but rather by Chun Bingyu's source spirit. There were all kinds of source spirits that appeared in southern Xia, but a snowflake source spirit had never been heard of before. This was because the appearance of a source spirit reflected the lethality of the source spirit. The tiger source spirit's lethality was definitely stronger than the wildcat source spirit, and the wolf source spirit's lethality was definitely stronger than the wolf dog source spirit. The more dangerous the source spirit was, the stronger the source spirit was. Snowflakes gave people a feeling of being light, as if they were harmless things. So, as a cultivator with an essence soul, how strong could they be? Now, the power that Chun Bingyu displayed had completely subverted everyone's understanding. The sparkling and translucent octagonal snowflakes were crystal clear, flawless, and as beautiful as a work of art. From few to many, from sparse to dense. Finally, millions of snowflakes gathered together, forming a long ice dragon that circled around Chun Bingyu. Snow and snow cover the sun. Chun Bingyu waved her hands. Millions of snowflakes erupted like a storm. Every snowflake shot out at a speed that was hard to discern with the naked eye. These snowflakes turned into sharp and deadly darts that instantly covered the masked people. There were too many of them, too fast and too dense. There was no way for them to dodge at all. The snowflakes tore through their protective spirit energy, and a terrifying strength entered their bodies, filling their organs and seeping into their limbs. Each large snowflake was made of millions of smaller snowflakes, so when they entered their bodies, the snowflakes scattered and continued to wildly pass through their meridians, making them feel as if they were being cut by 10,000 blades. Stop! Several cultivators did not even have time to cry out before they were brutally killed on the spot. The last one was still running for his life. His cultivation was close to the fourth awakened soul layer, so he could resist for a long time. But his body was sealed in ice, and he was already heavily injured. He begged for mercy. Vice Principal Chin, please spare me. I am a consecrated member of the Chu family. You can't kill me. Chu family? Even if you are a royal, you will still die. Chun Bingyu turned a deaf ear to his cries. The terrifying ice and snow energy entered his body and instantly froze his organs. The masked man was completely frozen from the inside out. He had turned into an ice sculpture. Break! Chun Yinyu waved her hands. The ice sculpture shattered into pieces, turning into countless shards that rained down. This kind of death could not be saved even by an immortal. Such a terrifying strength. The awakened soul realm was divided into 3 stages: void soul, illustrious soul, and true soul. Although they were all in the awakened soul realm, there was a very clear difference. An awakened soul realm void soul cultivator could only add in the power of their source spirit, but their source spirit itself did not have a strong killing power. An awakened soul realm illustrious soul cultivator was a step further than the former. They could release their aura, so before an illustrious soul cultivator made a move, they could use their aura to deter their opponents. A late awakened soul realm true soul cultivator was different. Their source spirit already had a terrifying strength. It could even kill experts of the same realm. This woman did not use any cultivation technique. She just used her source spirit to release a powerful strength. Her strength had definitely reached the late awakened soul realm, the true soul realm, and it was not low. The peak experts of the true soul realm could be counted on one hand in Central State. Before the consecrated member of the Chu family died, he called her Vice Principal Chin. Then her identity was on the verge of being revealed. Central State Academy's Vice Principal, a famous expert, the Ice Queen, Chen Bingyu. What kind of person was Chen Bingyu? Even the mayor had to give her face, and Shin Fengho treated her as a friend. Those unlucky fellows that died in her hands were doomed to die in vain. The 3 great families would not risk their lives against Chen Bingyu for 1 or 2 elders and consecrated members. Even if the 3 great families used their power to fight against Chen Bingyu, they would still have to pay a heavy price. This was not rational. This matter was very strange, no matter how she looked at it. Nan Gongyin thought of Chu Tian's strange actions today. She was not a fool. She had already guessed that this was Chu Tian's plan. He had used a borrowed knife to kill them. Chen Bingyu had been completely used by him. Otherwise, even if they had a way to kill these people, the 3 great families would not give up and would even have an even stronger reaction. Borrowing Chen Bingyu's hand to kill them. The result would be completely different. If the 3 great families wanted to counterattack, they would have to think it over. Anyways, they would have to suffer this loss. This fellow was truly as sly as a fox. Aunt Chin, why did you kill them all? Nan Gongyin exaggeratedly said. They seem to be people from the 3 great families. Killing them will cause a lot of trouble. Chen Bingyu gave a cold snort and said, I'm not afraid of the 3 great families. They were killed by me. So as long as I'm here, they won't dare do anything to you. Let's go and see if there are any losses. The Qilin Hall had been completely destroyed. This is bad. The phonograph and discs have all been destroyed. Several dozen discs were brought back from the corpses. These discs were covered in a thick layer of ice, and most of them had been shattered by the spirit energy snowflakes. Destroyed. Completely destroyed. Nan Gongyin wanted to cry, but had no tears. This Qilin Hall can only announce its closure. Everyone revealed a look of disbelief. What was happening? The Qilin Hall hadn't even been open for 10 days, and it was actually going to close. How could this be? Although the Qilin Hall had only been open for a short period of time, everyone could not leave this place. Don't. The Qilin Hall can't be closed. Isn't it just a broken house? At worst, we can just raise money to rebuild it. That's right. I'm willing to give 100,000. I'll give 200,000. Everyone rushed to raise money. As long as the Qilin Hall didn't close, they were willing to give a bit more money. After all, the Qilin Hall was just too important to them. In just a few short days, they felt like they had been reborn. What if they cultivated in the Qilin Hall for a month, half a year, or even longer? We can't close it. The most anxious person here was not the normal students, but rather Chen Bingyu. Chen Bingyu was a late-stage awakened soul realm expert. Her strength could be considered a first-rate expert in southern Xia. She was respected by tens of thousands of people and had power and wealth at her fingertips. But to Chen Bingyu, these were just worldly possessions that had no use at all. Chen Bingyu was well aware of the bottleneck she was facing. Studying in the Qilin Hall was her only chance. If she missed it, there would be no more. Nan Gongyan's eyes turned. If the phonograph is destroyed, we can rebuild it. If the magnetic sound disc is destroyed, we can record it again. Of course, if the house collapses, we can repair it again. But now that the three great families want to make a move against us, I'm afraid. Chen Bingyu directly said, I am willing to personally oversee the Qilin Hall. As long as I am here, they will not dare act rashly here. Good. Nan Gongyan's heart was filled with joy, and a trace of craftiness flashed in her eyes. With Aunt Chen's support, how could the Qilin Hall not open? How about this? I'll go back and discuss it with the boss. We'll buy a new place and equipment, and we'll open the training hall in 10 days. Everyone was filled with joy. As long as the Qilin Hall didn't close, it was good. Nan Gongyan waved her hand. Everyone can go back. As compensation for the temporary closing of the training hall, we will be selling phonographs in the near future to make it more convenient for everyone to study. The phonographs were going to be sold. This was truly great. Everyone revealed looks of pleasant surprise as they left in satisfaction. That night, Nan Gongyan excitedly raised her cup to congratulate Chu Tian. Your foresight is like that of a god. Not only will it solve the problem of the Qilin Hall, it will also create a strong enemy for the three great families, and it will also give Miracle Commerce a strong backer. This is truly killing two birds with one stone. Actually, this plan was quite risky. Although Chu Tian had set up a trap, if Chen Bingyu had made a move without any explanation, then the plan would not have been able to proceed. Chen Bingyu and Nan Gongyan's relationship was something that Chu Tian did not know before, so Chen Bingyu did not destroy the training hall as soon as she arrived. This gave Chu Tian a chance to win her over. Chu Tian revealed a faint smile. But speaking of this Chen Bingyu is your elder and has a deep relationship with your family. Using her as a spear, don't you feel guilty? Guilty my ass. This was all done by you, so don't even think of putting it on me in the future. Nan Gongyan drank the wine jug in one gulp. Moreover, are you using Auntie Chin as a spear? This is giving her a clear path and using this chance to let her join Miracle Commerce. I think that in a few years, she won't even have the time to thank us. Otherwise, if we don't use her, how could we have such a good chance? Isn't that right? Ha! It's good that you can think like this. As for the reopening of the Qilin Hall, how are your preparations? This place makes too much money, and we'll lose several million if we're late by a day. There's no rush for now. I'm currently discussing with the Yun family, and they'll give us the new headquarters of the Yun sect. In the Yun sect's headquarters, there are laboratories, training fields, and all kinds of equipment. Our Qilin Hall does not just need to teach. We also need to create a comprehensive training base. Cooperating with the Yun sect is a win-win situation. Nan Gongyan's eyes lit up. This was a very good thing. The new Qilin Hall would be built in the Yun sect, and they would have the Yun sect's mature research resources, increasing their safety. Even if the three great families were itching with hatred, wouldn't they still be a bit afraid of the Yun family's influence? After all, the Yun family was as famous as the three of them. If the Yun sect and Qilin Hall cooperated, they would naturally benefit from it. It would allow the Yun sect's influence to grow, which was a win-win situation. Calculating the time, the young miss should be in the main city soon, and the arrangements here should be done. It's about time to open up Central State. After not seeing them for so many days, I've missed them quite a bit. I wonder how they've been recently. Nan Gongyan gave a soft snort and was actually a bit unhappy. It's only been a few days. When I came to Central State by myself, I didn't see you miss me at all. Nan Gongyan actually said this kind of thing. Chu Tian was also a bit stunned. Do you still need to miss me? With this kind of personality and strength, who can move against you? Chu Tian said against his heart. Who said that? Of course I miss you. I think of you 3-5 times every day before I go to sleep. Woo. So nauseating. Nangongyen's face turned red for the first time, and she quickly changed the topic. Even if elder sister Qinggu and little sister Yingying have left, it will still take several days for them to arrive. The central state trials are about to begin, and only a small portion of outsiders are allowed to participate. I see that you have nothing better to do. So why don't you go test your skills? Chu Tian had already heard about this matter from Yun Yao and Yun Xiao. I have this kind of garlic. Chu Tian slowly stood up. No matter what, the Chu, Luo, and Yi families have destroyed my training hall, so I have to personally take revenge. Moreover, the young miss is coming, so I have to give her a proper welcome ceremony. Nangongyan said with an arrogant expression. You can't beat me right now, so let me do this. I can't beat you? You don't believe me? Just wait and see. I'll see you on the stage. What Nangongyan said was the truth. Chu Tian was at the peak first awakened soul layer, and Nangongyan was at the peak second awakened soul layer. Their defensive cultivation technique was the starlight immortal body, and their cultivation speed was about the same. The difference between the second awakened soul layer and the first awakened soul layer was like heaven and earth. So, in terms of defensive power, Chu Tian lost by a large amount. Nangongyan also had a god-level source spirit, so her battle strength was very abnormal. She had the ability to jump levels to fight. Looking at it like this, Chu Tian did not have a high chance of beating her. However, he was being provoked so blatantly. How could Chu Tian endure this? If he didn't teach her a lesson, she wouldn't know who was boss. He gave the money to Yin Yao that night and had her by the source stone. Chu Tian did not want Yin Yao to run errands, but that thing was too expensive. If a nameless rogue cultivator were to spend a large amount of money to buy it, it would inevitably attract attention. So it was best to have Yin Yao do it. He had earned quite a bit of money in this period of time. But after spending several tens of millions on the source stone and paying the Tianjin Chamber of Commerce's construction fees, he only had a few gold coins left. Money was just a worldly possession. It was a tool to reach a goal, and a necessary tool. As long as he could get a return after spending it, it was fine. Chapter 149. The Central State 4 Academies tournament had begun. In this era where entertainment methods were lacking, this kind of pinnacle competition, where powerhouses collided, shocking and exciting, and where dark horses often made a comeback, was enough to make the commoners crazy and obsessed, turning it into a carnival and feast. The contestants for the great competition were normally from Central State Academy. The 4 academies would select 5 groups of the most elite teams, adding up to a total of 20 groups of over 100 people. They would go through the preliminaries, the ranking competition, and the challenge competition before choosing the top 6. This year, the headmaster suddenly decided to allow 2 groups of youths from Central State to compete against the geniuses and elites of Central State Academy. The entire Central State city was stirred. There were several hundred people that came to sign up. With the nature of this competition, injuries and deaths were common. It was just for the youths to show themselves and build a good reputation for their families, but it was not worth it for the large families to send out their best geniuses. It would also not make these rogue cultivators go crazy. Just like the South Sky City Summit competition, it looked like a normal competition on the surface, but it was actually related to the division of benefits. The Central State Great Competition was also like this, and it had to be explained from the history of Central State City. 350 years ago, this was a desolate area that had been abandoned for thousands of years. When it was discovered by Southern Xia, it quickly rose up and became the main city of Central State. Other than this superior location, the main reason was that there was a very prosperous ancient city here. Although the ancient city had disappeared, there were many secret areas left behind. The most famous one was an ancient trial tower that was now called the Central State Tower. There was no way to verify when the Central State Tower was built. This was because the scholars had found that the Central State Tower was even older than the ancient ruins. This also meant that the trial tower had already existed thousands of years before the ancient city was built. This trial tower was the reason for the ancient city's formation. The central state tower opened once every 5 years, and the participants could not be over 30 years old. The number of people that could participate in the trial could not exceed 10. The 4 great families could obtain one spot, and the rest would be decided by Central State Academy. The goal of the Central State Great Competition was to compete for the right to participate in the trial. The headmaster Feng Yunhu changing the rules was not in accordance with the rules, but adding 2 groups of people did not have a large impact on the competition. The large families expressed that they could accept it, and the citizens did not have any objections. The more people there were, the livelier it was, and there were more variables. Chu Tian did not have much interest in the Central State Tower's trial. However, he could use this chance to slap the faces of the 3 great families and at the same time announce to Central State City, "I, Chu Tian, have come." This was enough to form the motivation for Chu Tian to participate. However, when Chu Tian registered as an ordinary rogue cultivator, he encountered a problem. The participating teams had to be made up of 6 people. It was impossible for a single person to register. At this moment, hundreds of rogue cultivators and cultivators from small clans had gathered at the registration location, hoping to try their luck. There was a sea of people. It was very crowded. They were all young, awakened soul realm cultivators. There was no lack of people looking for a team. When did awakened soul cultivators become so worthless? These people weren't even 30 years old, so they could be said to be very young. Some of them were secretly groomed by sects and underground factions, while others were exceptionally talented wandering cultivators. Chu Tian searched for a while. There was a team that attracted his attention. They were all at the 2nd awakened soul layer, and each of them had a fierce aura around them. It was clear that they were all experienced people. The leader was a one-eyed man that wasn't even 30 years old. He held a green dragon crescent blade and had a thick beard. He was very eye-catching in the crowd. Isn't that the green dragon blade, Chiba? He is a famous person in the mercenary world. I never thought that even he would come to participate. This is going to be fun to watch. Everyone was discussing with each other. They were afraid of the person holding the green dragon blade. This person's strength was clearly very strong. This was the strongest team present. It was a coincidence that they were missing one person. Chu Tian had the idea of joining, so he went up to express his intentions. First awakened soul layer? With just this bit of strength, you still want to join our team. We are aiming for the top 10. Aren't you just holding us back with just this bit of strength? Take advantage of Father's anger. Quickly scram for me. Otherwise, I'll break your legs. This was the so-called reputation of a person. A first awakened soul layer cultivator that wasn't even 20 years old and didn't have any fame. Of course these people would look down on him. They were looking down on him again. Why were there so many people in this world that looked down on others? Chu Tian said, "If anyone thinks I'm not qualified, then we can have a competition." Brat, do you not understand human language? We said we don't want it. Chiba said in a firm voice, "Scram." The little fox unhappily called out to Chu Tian, telling Chu Tian to teach them a lesson. Actually, Chu Tian had this thought, but before he could make a move, a voice came from behind him. Chiba is so powerful. Chiba's expression instantly changed. It's you too. What? You want to join in this mess? 2 energetic young men walked over. Isn't this the Underworld Twin Heroes? The Underworld Mercenary Group is a newly formed mercenary group, but they have already established quite a bit of fame in Central State City. These 2 are the founders of the Underworld Mercenary Group. Not only are they young, they also have great skills. Even the Ye family extended an olive branch to them, but it's a pity they rejected them. The 2 young mercenaries looked at Chu Tian without any objections. "Ah, it's you." The 3 of them were stunned at the same time. The 2 young mercenaries were not strangers. They were actually Lin Mu and Fong Han. Back in Yellowstone City, Chu Tian had saved their lives. Chu Tian's lips curled into a faint smile. I haven't seen you in a long time. It seems like your strength has increased by quite a bit. The two of them gave an awkward smile. Not at all, not at all. It's all thanks to you. Chi Ba was speechless, and everyone stared at each other with wide eyes. These two young people were the rising stars of the Central State mercenary world, but they were actually disrespectful in front of this nameless youth. Why was this? Chu Tian suddenly had a new idea. You guys don't seem to have enough people. Why don't we form a team? What do you think? Lin Mu and Fong Han were overjoyed. This is really great. Chi Ba, you really are a fucking idiot. If this brat joins your team, the two of us would have no chance of winning. Isn't the situation the exact opposite? Chi Ba's lips curled into a disdainful sneer. Lin Mu, Fong Han, you two have been in the limelight recently. I have long been displeased with you guys. I want to use the competition as an opportunity to teach you a lesson. Lesson? Then you'll have to have the ability to do so. We'll see. There were 3 people in a team of 6. They were still missing 3 people. Who should they find? Lu Ren. Just as Chu Tian was in a dilemma, a very magnetic female voice came over. It was an extremely beautiful woman dressed in palace attire. She was tall and had a noble temperament. Her eyebrows were like a painting, her beauty could topple a city, and she had a classical and gentle feeling of a noble lady, causing people to unconsciously have a breathtaking feeling. Really strange. Chu Tian did not remember ever coming in contact with this beautiful woman. What? You don't recognize me? This beautiful woman's voice was very magnetic, making Chu Tian feel a trace of familiarity. He suddenly thought of something and revealed a surprised expression. You're Kai Dai. Although her appearance was different from before, her temperament and voice were the same. This person was not someone else. It was the Kai Dai he had met in the black market. Because I'm outside, it's not convenient to show my face. I hope Brother Lu doesn't mind. Fong Kai Dai revealed a faint smile. I'm called Fong Kai Dai. Chu Tian nodded and said, I can understand. Brother Lu, I never thought I would meet you here. A young man walked up. Of course, Chu Tian knew this person. Wasn't this Xiang Hu had traveled with him before? At this moment, Xiang Hu's aura had become a lot stronger. It was clear he had gained a lot in this time. He had now become an awakened soul cultivator. Other than Fong Kai Dai and Xiang Hu, there was also a youth here. This person was very young. He was around the same age as Chu Tian. He was around 16 to 17 years old. He had a head of long blue hair, wearing a gorgeous robe, and his face was filled with pride. When Lin Mu and Fong Han heard Fong Katie's name, they were both shocked. Wasn't she Shin Feng Ho's daughter? Fong Kai Dai was very famous in Central State. The main reason was because of her innate clear meridian. The dignified Shin Feng Ho's only daughter was actually a cripple, not to mention Central State City. Even in southern Xia, this was a strange story. What was even more surprising was that Fong Yuntian still regarded his daughter as a pearl in his palm. The resources the Fong family invested in her, it was comparable to the 4 young masters. Because of this, the Fong family was not inferior to the 4 great families. They even had more power. The experts of the younger generation were only the Central State 4 young masters. There was no Fong family member. This made the Fong family fall into a very awkward situation. Xiang Hu has already been accepted as my father's disciple, and this is my younger cousin, Fong Qingyan. The 3 of us are here to participate in the great competition, and I can see that you're here to participate as well. You have 3 people and we have 3 people, so why don't we team up? The great competition required 6 people to form a team. Now that Chu Tian had 3 people and Fong Kai Dai had also brought 3 people, wouldn't it be just right for the 6 of them to form a team? Chu Tian did not even have time to speak. The strength of these 2 mercenaries is not bad. They have the qualifications to join our team. Fong Qingyan gave a cold snort and looked at Chu Tian with disdain. As for you? Too weak. Leave by yourself. Fong Kai Dai couldn't help feeling a bit angry. I won't allow you to insult my friend. Insult? Did I insult him? I only spoke the truth. The weak should have the awareness of the weak. Even those dirty mercenaries don't want him to join us. What qualifications does he have to join us? If he doesn't have the strength, then why is he joining us? This kind of competition is not something he should come to. Feng Qingyun's face was filled with arrogance as he said to Chu Tian in a provocative manner, "You're not convinced? How about we have a fight?" "Shut up." Feng Kai-dai knew her cousin's personality and knew that this cousin was not simple. She quickly stood in front of Feng Qingyun. "Did you forget what my father said? I'm the one leading the team today, so everything is up to me. If I say he can join, then he can join." "Humph! I knew that you would bring up Shin Feng Ho again. You can only rely on your father for the rest of your life." Feng Qingyun crossed his arms and walked away with an unhappy expression. "But since you've brought up Shin Feng Ho to suppress me, then you can do whatever you want. It's just another foil." Feng Kai-dai stood there with an awkward expression. Chapter 150. Feng Qingyun had a cultivation technique to hide his aura. If Chu Tian did not open his mind's eye, he could not feel the other side's strength. But with this kind of arrogant attitude, not even giving Feng Kai-dai any face, he should have some qualifications to be arrogant. Feng Qingyun and Feng Kai-dai were members of the Feng family and not Central State Academy students. The reason they could participate in this competition was because of the family's rules. From this matter, it could be seen that the dean's rules were not changed for their own family. The Feng family must have placed high hopes on these two people. Feng Kai-dai said with a helpless expression, "Qingyun is my second uncle's son. He has been studying abroad for the past few years and has come back to participate in this competition. He has never had any good impressions of me since he was young, and even had many misunderstandings towards me. So when he saw that you have a good relationship with me, it was hard to avoid making things difficult for him. He was just a brat that was still wet behind the ears." Although his words were somewhat insulting, as long as it was not too excessive, out of respect for Feng Kai-dai, Chu Tian would not care about it like a child. The 6 of them formed a group. Feng Kai-dai became the leader of the group and signed up for the competition. Now that the competition was underway, the groups would fight against each other and the group that won would fight in the next round. Only 2 groups would participate in the competition. There were over 10 participating groups, and they were all famous rogue cultivators and mercenaries in Central State City. The Central State Academy's decision to change the rules was too sudden, and the news had not yet spread to the various cities and towns. The outsiders could not come to Central State City to participate in the competition. Everyone began to draw lots to decide their opponents. Feng Katie's team against the Taurus team. The first opponent was a group of mercenaries and rogue cultivators. There were several small mercenary group leaders, so they should have some strength. Feng Kai-dai was filled with confidence. "Let me go!" Chu Tian could feel that Feng Katie's strength was above the second awakened soul layer. In terms of cultivation base, she was several levels higher than Chu Tian. Feng Kai-dai was Shen Feng Ho and Feng Yuntian's daughter, so the cultivation resources she had were not something rogue cultivators could compare to. Dang! The copper type was struck. The competition had officially begun. Kill! The 6 members of the Golden Bull team all awakened the power of their source spirits and charged out from different directions. All kinds of fierce attacks rained down like rain. Feng Kai-dai was calm and unhurried. Like an illusory butterfly, her delicate body turned into an afterimage as she continuously moved horizontally and flashed. Her speed was so fast that it was hard to see with the naked eye. The Taurus mercenaries couldn't even touch the corner of her clothes. What a powerful movement technique! While the Taurus team was shocked, they also had a bad feeling. Feng Katie's legs lightly leaped up like a graceful bird, soaring into the sky. Green essence, force blossomed out and lingered around her body. Creak! In an instant, a clear ringing sound rang out. A massive green bird rushed out of Feng Katie's body. This bird was incredibly majestic, and its body was covered with mysterious runes. A noble and extraordinary aura covered the entire area, and that intense pressure caused the tourist team's people to continuously retreat. Chu Tian narrowed his eyes. The azure phoenix of wind? It really is a good source spirit. Blue Wan, a legendary creature. She has a source spirit close to the god level. The tourist team never would have thought that they would meet such a terrifying opponent in the first round. The 6 of them were only at the first awakened soul layer, and their source spirits were only at the mid to low level. Not to mention Feng Kai Dai was already at the peak second awakened soul layer, even if she was at the first awakened soul layer like them. With the increase in strength from the Blue Wan source spirit, she would be able to fight against the 6 of them. The tourist team was not willing to lose like this. Let's go all out! Feng Katie's hands came together, sweeping wind. The blue wand suddenly turned into countless strands of pure blue spirit energy. Under Feng Katie's control, the spirit energy began to spin at a high speed, forming a terrifying spirit energy storm. In the end, it turned into a huge green tornado and swept towards the 6 people. This is bad. Run. How could these people run faster than the wind? The tornado rushed over with overwhelming speed and power. Before the 6 of them could resist, they were swallowed by the tornado on the spot. They were lifted high into the air and completely lost their ability to resist. In the end, they were thrown out of the arena. Feng Kai Dai had a sense of propriety. Although she had defeated the 6 of them, she did not harm them at all. We're convinced. Young Miss Feng's strength is truly strong. The 6 of them were convinced of their loss. Although Feng Kai Dai was a peak second awakened soul layer cultivator, with the power of the Blue Wand source spirit, she could even fight a triple awakened soul cultivator. This central state city waste young miss. When did she become this strong? The surrounding spectators all stared with wide eyes. Cultivation base, cultivation technique, and source spirit, they were all first class. Was this still Feng Kai Dai? It took the audience a long time to recover before they burst into applause and cheers. Good fight. Feng Kai Dai stood on the stage and looked around at the people cheering for her. The excitement and emotion in her heart could not be described with words. No one could understand the pressure Feng Kai Dai was under. She was the only daughter of Shen Feng Ho and Feng Yuntian. In order to raise Feng Kai Dai, the Feng family had spent a lot of resources. However, Feng Kai Dai had an innately blocked meridian and could not cultivate at all. Everything the Feng family did, not only did they not gain anything, they became the laughingstock of Central State City. Feng Kai Dai had grown up in this kind of ridicule. The reason she could hold her head high today was all because of the unknown youth behind her. It could be said that Chu Tian had given her a new lease on life. Feng Qingyun's eyes were filled with darkness. I never thought that this vase would have a day where she could turn things around. The second match began. On this side, it was still Feng Kai Dai who came out and easily won without any suspense. Feng Kai Dai had been cultivating all kinds of unique cultivation techniques of Shin Feng Ho since she was young. From defense to offense, from movement to strange techniques, there was nothing she didn't learn. When she was in the body refinement realm, these cultivation techniques could not be used at all. However, once she entered the awakened soul realm, the cultivation techniques she had cultivated for many years would naturally reach the realm of mastery. Because of this, Feng Katie's overall strength was very strong. Now that she had awakened the powerful Blue Wand source spirit and obtained a strong amplification effect, even if she fought against someone with a triple awakened soul, she would still be able to fight. With Chu Tian's current strength, he did not have a 100% chance of winning against an opponent with a triple awakened soul. So with Feng Katie's current strength, she definitely had the qualifications to participate in the final battle of the Great Games. This was a seeded player with a lot of potential. Round after round, Foam Katie's various cultivation techniques appeared one after another, constantly shocking everyone present. As for the other members of Foam Katie's team, they did not even have a chance to make a move. Finally, the selections reached the final round. Now, among the remaining 4 groups, there would only be one more victory before the preliminaries would end. The 2 groups that won would be the ones to enter the official competition. Team Foam Kai-Dai against Team Chi-Ba. The crowd went into an uproar. Foam Katie's strength had already been displayed without a doubt, but Chi-Ba's team was not a normal group. Not only were they all experts at the second awakened soul layer, they were all experts with profound cultivation techniques and battle experience. This was truly a strong battle that everyone was looking forward to. But Chi-Ba's team had ugly expressions on their faces. This was because even if the 6 of them worked together, they did not have a high chance of winning against Foam Kai-Dai. Not to mention that Foam Katie's team had Lin Mu and Fong Han, these 2 rising stars of the mercenary world. So their chances of winning this competition were very slim. Chi-Ba said with a serious expression, "There is only one way for us to win. If they send out a single person again. If the 6 of us can defeat Foam Kai-Dai, then the others won't be a threat at all. That's right. Let's do it like this." From the momentum that Foam Kai-Dai had accumulated, she would most likely choose to fight alone. If the 6 of them worked together to deal with her, then they would have a chance of winning. When the 6 of them had thought of a strategy. "You've worked hard." Chu Tian pulled out the netherworld sword with a schwa sound. He walked past Foam Kai-Dai and walked to the center of the stage. "This time it's my turn to exercise my muscles." Foam Qingyun gave a cold snort and said with a face filled with ridicule, "You're just a trivial first body refinement layer waste, yet you want to fight 6 second awakened soul layer cultivators. Are you prepared to disgrace yourself?" Foam Katie's eyes flashed with a trace of worry. "Lu Rin, I know you're not weak, but they're all second awakened soul layer cultivators. I don't have any confidence in winning." Foam Kai-Dai knew that this Lu Rin was very strong. In the 10,000 corpse ancient tomb, how many fierce characters had fallen to his hands? But that was in the ancient tomb, and he was affected by the restriction. Chu Tian was only a 9th body refinement layer cultivator at that time. How long had it been since then? Chu Tian had stepped into the awakened soul realm, but he should have just broken through. Without any restriction, he wanted to challenge 6 experienced second awakened soul layer cultivators. It wasn't that Foam Kai-Dai didn't believe in his strength, but it was hard to imagine. Foam Qingyun coldly said, "I don't think you guys can do it. Let me do it." Chu Tian ignored Foam Qingyun and said to Foam Kai-Dai, "Relax. It's fine." After saying this, he ignored Foam Qingyun's gloomy face and walked forward. Chi-Ba's expression turned sluggish. "Why is it a waste like you?" Another person said with a smile, "This brat was rejected by our team, but he really has some dogshit luck. He held onto young Miss Foam Katie's thigh and actually made it to the last round. I advise you not to ask for trouble. Quickly scram. Let young Miss Foam personally come." Another member of Chi-Ba's team said, "Could it be that the mighty young Miss Foam is suddenly afraid, so she sent this waste to help you test the waters?" Chu Tian shook his head and said, "1/ per person." Chi-Ba was stunned. "What did you say?" Chu Tian did not explain and slowly raised his sword. On the surface of the blade, there was a blue and white flame that ignited. "There's something fishy about this brat. Go, take care of him." Chi-Ba's group of 6 prepared to make a move. The netherworld sword released a giant flame that instantly swallowed Chu Tian's body. When the flames around him dissipated, Chu Tian had already disappeared. Where did he go? Why did he disappear? The 6 of them did not even have time to be shocked. Schwa, a burning sword glow, slashed down with an unstoppable force. The weapon and armor of the person in front shattered, and his protective spirit energy was as weak as paper. The netherworld ghost flame covered his body, and he cried out in fear. He quickly rolled on the ground, trying to extinguish the flame. The netherworld flame was not a normal flame. How could it be easily extinguished? The more he struggled, the stronger the flame became. He only saw the sword glow. He could not see the person. This was the style of an assassination cultivation technique. Chiba never would have thought that this ordinary-looking youth would actually have this kind of cultivation technique. Assassination cultivation techniques were strange and unpredictable, so it was very hard to practice them. Normally speaking, assassination cultivation techniques were very strong, but they could not last long. However, what made Chiba's blood run cold was that after this youth sent out a slash, he did not reveal himself. Shwa! Not even a second had passed. A burning sword glow appeared at the back of the team, and another member was hit. His weapon and armor shattered at the same time, and the netherworld flame ignited his protective spirit energy, instantly turning him into half a man on fire. Too fast. He did not even have time to think. Shwa, 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 shwa. He could only hear several sharp sounds breaking through the air. Chiba could not even lock onto the youth's shadow. When the strong sword glows slashed down, the weapons in his hands were cut in half and his armor was cut to pieces. Clearly, the youth was being merciful. If he really wanted to kill them, they would have died 10 times over. When the 6 of them were easily defeated, Chu Tian raised his long sword and calmly walked out. Do you still want to fight? We admit defeat. They never would have dreamed of this. This youth had such a strong strength. They were truly blind at that time. If they had recruited this kind of person into their team, even if they met Phone Katie's team, they would still have a large chance of winning. Regret, helplessness, shame. Chiba and the others wished they could find a hole to hide in. They felt a trace of respect for this seemingly ordinary youth. The 6 of them had humiliated him, but this youth did not take the chance to kill them. This kind of breadth of mind was not something normal people had. Thank you for being merciful. We are sincerely convinced. We apologize for our stupid actions. Chiba and the others gave a sigh and left the stage. How could they know that Chu Tian was disdainful of arguing with them? That would be too degrading. The battle had ended in less than 10 seconds, and the audience could not understand what had happened. Foam Kai Dai was secretly shocked in her heart. When Chu Tian was in the 9th body refinement layer, he could use his strong defense and source spirit to challenge a first awakened soul layer cultivator. But now his strength was even stronger than before. He had not used his full strength in this battle. Chu Tian's sword source spirit that was not inferior to a god-level sword spirit had not been used, and he had not used his strong defensive cultivation technique. So in this battle, he had not even used 50% of his strength. This unpredictable sword art, adding an incomparably tyrannical defensive power, as well as the amplification from his source spirit, most third awakened soul layer cultivators would not be his opponent. He really was worthy of being him. He did not disappoint them. When Feng Qingyin saw the power Chu Tian had revealed, his brows slightly jumped up, but he quickly calmed down. So what if you have 2 skills? You won't be able to enter the finals with this kind of strength. Do you think that any random cat or dog can enter the Central State trial? He seemed to purposely speak loudly so that Chu Tian, who had just returned, could hear him. Chu Tian knit his brows. What grudges this fellow had with Feng Kai-dai, Chu Tian did not care. This was their family's matter. But no matter how deep their grudges were, there was still a perpetrator for every debt. What kind of skill was it to take it out on others? Chu Tian was giving Feng Kai-dai face, so he did not lower himself to his level. This repeated provocation, he was not putting father in his eyes at all. Chapter 151. Chu Tian still had a calm appearance on the surface, but a cold glow flashed in the depths of his eyes. Your Excellency is very confident in your own strength. I don't dare, but it's more than enough to take care of you. Feng Qingyin did not give him any face at all as he continued to provoke him. What, you're not convinced? I'll give you a chance to challenge me. How about I let you have 10 moves first? He was provoking him to this degree. Did Chu Tian still want to pretend to be a grandson? Feng Kai Dai saw that the situation was not right and quickly stood in between the two of them. Qing Yin, that's enough. If you have any dissatisfaction, come at me. Why do you keep making things hard for my friend? How could I dare? You have a Shen Feng Ho as your father. Feng Qingyin said in a strange voice, and then looked over at Chu Tian. A piece of trash that relies on a woman to protect him. It's fine if I don't make a move. After saying this, he arrogantly walked past Chu Tian. Feng Kai Dai had an apologetic expression as she said to Chu Tian, Brother Lu, please don't mind him. Qingyun has been sent away by the family to cultivate for several years and has only recently returned to the Central State main city. It's said that he had quite a bit of harvest, so it's best if you don't directly clash with him. Chu Tian did not even give Chu Xinghe any face. What did this brat count for? But Chu Tian was very curious as he said, Why is your cousin's relationship not good at all? Feng Kai Dai revealed a helpless expression. I do feel guilty towards him. Oh, Chu Tian was a little interested. What's going on? You know that I had an innately terminated meridian, so there was no value in raising me. It's only because of my father that the family still threw the best resources on me, wasting countless precious resources for nothing. However, they didn't achieve the desired results. If it wasn't for me, these resources would have been used on Qingyan. With his talent, he would not be any worse than the 4 young masters. Because of these things, he's holding a grudge against you? I think it's more than that. Chu Tian gave a laugh. You no longer have an innately terminated meridian, so your talent might not lose to his. The spiritual energy in your body has allowed your growth to soar. He wasn't giving you a good look because he was jealous and fearful. This kind of person is too narrow-minded and won't achieve much. You don't have to feel guilty. It's not your fault. Feng Kai Dai blushed. This is all thanks to your care. Father wishes to meet you in private. Marquis Ye's elegance has already been seen. If there is a chance, I will see it again. Who was Feng Katie's father? The answer was already on the verge of being revealed. Feng Kai Dai was the daughter of Shin Feng Ho and Feng Yuntian. Chu Tian had always wondered why Shin Feng Ho would help him out. At that time, even if Chu Tian had used Yi Tianling to force Yi Wudao to retreat, South Sky City would not have been at peace. Feng Yuntian suddenly appeared to resolve this matter, and even forbade the Ye family from setting foot in Tiannan City. This allowed Chu Tian to have a period of peace. This fellow was quite a character. He had to meet him when he had the chance. This fellow Feng Qingyan, if he knew that Feng Kai Dai was cured by him, he would hate him even more. He would want to skin Chu Tian alive. But then again, Feng Qingyan was not weak at all. At the very least, he was not weaker than Feng Kai Dai. Even after seeing the netherworld flickering flames' unfathomable speed and might, Feng Qingyan was still arrogant enough to give Chu Tian 10 moves. This meant that he was not simple at all. Even if Chu Tian was hiding his strength, he did not dare say that he could win against him. But he was still in the Void Soul realm, so how strong could he be? After the competition ended, 2 groups were chosen. One of the groups was naturally Chu Tian's group. The other group's strength was not bad. They were rogue cultivators in name, but they were actually retainers of large families or young geniuses of large families. Because they were young and talented, they were highly regarded by the large families and were not cultivating in Central State Academy. Didn't they say they would choose people that were not from Central State Academy? Whether it was their age or status, they all met the requirements. The competition would begin tomorrow. Chu Tian needed to make some preparations. After Chu Tian returned, he immediately went into closed-door cultivation. At this moment, in the center of the closed-door cultivation room, there was a giant stone. It was as black as ink and was made of volcanic glass. There was a jumping green flame sealed within it. Elemental Source Stone. Yun Yao had followed Chu Tian's request and secretly bought it here. When it came to the elemental source, the Netherworld sword couldn't help letting out a faint cry. The weapon spirit could feel the energy in the elemental source. It was very thirsty for power. Don't be anxious. I'll give it to you right now. A dark blue sword tip stabbed into the elemental source stone, and the sharp sword tip stabbed into the center of the dark flame. In an instant, the giant elemental source stone began to violently tremble. On the smooth ice crystal blade, a large amount of dense runes appeared like a spider web. The Netherworld flame was not controlled by Chu Tian, and it automatically spat out, turning the blade into a burning flame. Pure, thick, an energy flowed into the Netherworld sword like a river, constantly nourishing the sword and allowing the Netherworld flame to grow. If this continued, the Netherworld flame strength would increase by several times. What Chu Tian did not expect was that a pure spiritual energy entered his body through the sword hilt and spread through his meridians. This elemental source stone could have been left behind by a high-level elemental being, so the energy inside was very strong. When the dark and flame essences were absorbed by the Netherworld sword, a large amount of spiritual energy was left behind. This thing was useless to the sword, so it was sent to Chu Tian's body. The person raised the sword raised the person, and the person raised the sword. Chu Tian cultivated the sword art and increased the Netherworld sword strength. When the Netherworld sword became stronger, it would also feed back to Chu Tian, increasing his strength in all aspects. Even Chu Tian did not expect this. Because the spiritual energy inside the elemental source stone was in a solidified state, it was impossible to directly extract. However, the Netherworld sword had the ability to extract it. This is great. Chu Tian would not let go of such a good chance. He immediately sat down and held the sword with both hands. He opened his meridians and absorbed the spiritual energy into his body, refining it. The amount of spiritual energy was very large. It had completely surpassed Chu Tian's imagination. Chu Tian could feel the spirit energy in his body becoming larger and larger, finally reaching a critical point. He was just a step away. This kind of once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. How could Chu Tian let it go? Do it in one go. Break through his meridian. Countless strands of new spirit energy gathered in his dantian. Chu Tian's body released a strong glow, and an invisible wave of spirit energy was released. The entire room began to tremble, and the walls began to crack. What's going on? Such a strong aura. Yun Yao had been standing guard outside the entire time. When she felt the aura coming from the room, she immediately understood that Chu Tian was about to make a breakthrough. When Yun Yao and Chu Tian had first met, he was just a normal 9th body refinement layer cultivator. He had already reached the 2nd awakened soul layer in such a short period of time. This kind of speed was too fast. What made Yun Yao's heart tremble was that when Chu Tian broke through to the 2nd awakened soul layer, the pressure and aura was too strong. It was not something a void soul cultivator should have. His battle strength had increased along with his cultivation. Now, in the void soul realm, it would be hard to find an opponent. After around half an hour, the room gradually calmed down. Chu Tian let out a long sigh and pulled out the sword from the Dawn Stone. The originally jade-like Dawn Stone had now become like a piece of broken stone, and the origin fire within it had also been completely extinguished. The Netherworld sword released an even colder aura. This sword had been sealed in the ancient tomb for countless years, and the weapon spirit had almost dried up. When Chu Tian used the new Netherworld flame to form a new weapon spirit, it was still very weak and could not display the true power of a soul-contracting weapon. This time, the weapon spirit had been fully nourished. Although it was still far from its peak, compared to before, the sword's power had increased by quite a bit. The most important thing was, Chu Tian's Netherworld flame sword had been greatly improved. From the small success realm, It had reached the mastery realm. In terms of power, it could not be compared to before. Yuan Yao looked at him coming out. There aren't many people that can be your match in the great games. You have a chance of being the champion. Being the champion isn't enough. Chu Tian revealed a mysterious smile and swaggered out. Wasn't this brat's tone a bit too big? His tone was like the championship was already in his grasp. Although he was already in the second awakened soul layer, it was not guaranteed he would be the champion. There were many strong opponents in the Great Games. The next morning, the Central State Great Games had officially begun. The Great Games had attracted the attention of the large families in Central State, and the commoners were treating it as a grand event. The Great Games had not even begun, but the large gambling houses had already opened, and the entire city was guessing who would be the champion. Chu Wufeng. Looking at the data from the large gambling houses, this person had the highest chance of winning. Chu Wufeng was Chu Xinghe's little brother and was only 5 years younger than Chu Xinghe. Other than Chu Xinghe, he was recognized by the Chu family as the most talented member of the Chu family's third generation. Chu Wufeng had just turned 21 years old and had occupied the Central State Academy Azure Dragon Courtyard for over 2 years. Of the 4 courtyards of Central State Academy, the Azure Dragon Courtyard was the strongest. Chu Wufeng could be considered the number 1 person in Central State Academy. Some people said that Chu Wufeng's greatest regret was being born in the same generation as Chu Xinghe. This was a reasonable statement. The Chu family did not have a person like Chu Xinghe, so all the resources would be given to Chu Wufeng. He could completely carry the banner of the Chu family's third generation and be on the same level as the other 4 young masters. The heavens truly blessed the Chu family. It was fine if there was a dazzling and brilliant Chu Xinghe. Now there was a super genius Chu Wufeng. It really made the other 3 families envious. Of course, everyone deliberately ignored a single person. That miraculous youth in the distant South Sky City. He was also surnamed Chu. Perhaps it was because there were too many geniuses in this generation of the Chu family. It did not matter if there was 1 more or 1 less. Up until now, the Chu family had treated him as an abandoned child. Not only did they not have any thoughts of taking him back into the family, they even wanted to kill him. This caused Chu Tian and the Chu family to have a falling out, and now they were like fire and water. Other than Chu Wufeng, Yi Hen and Luo Jinshi. These 2 were also popular candidates for the championship. Yi Hen and Luo Jinshi were not much worse than Chu Wufeng. One was the white tiger champion, and the other was the black tortoise champion. They were Chu Wufeng's greatest competitors in Central State Academy. The 3 of them often fought, and each had their own victories and defeats. Although Chu Wufeng was slightly stronger, he did not have complete confidence in winning. If there were no accidents, the champion would be one of the 3. However, this year's competition was not normal, because there were too many uncertain factors. It was said that the Central State Academy's Vermilion Bird Courtyard, which had been silent for many years, had a super genius that had just entered the academy for a month. This person had a source spirit, which was rare in Central State City. Just based on the strength of his source spirit, he was even stronger than the 4 young masters and could be considered to be in the god level. Other than that, the Yun family's young master that had been underestimated had suddenly erupted on the eve of the competition. As for how strong he was, it was hard to predict. Other than the Central State Academy, there were also 2 groups from outside the academy participating. One of the groups had Xin Fengho's daughter Feng Kaidai shining. She was definitely a dark horse level character that many people were looking forward to. There were experts like clouds in this competition. For the precious trial qualification, everyone would go all out, and it was hard to predict the final result. Chapter 152. The Central State League venue was filled with a sea of people. It was filled with people, showing just how prosperous Central State City was. The 6 platforms were built with waist-thick hardwood, and they were separated by more than 100 feet from each other. They were arranged somewhat like a 6-pointed star formation, with each of the 6 corners being an arena, and the largest arena in the center. This was obviously the arena used for the final battle. There was a sea of people all around. There were several VIP areas for the various large families, but they were still empty. There was not a single family's training ground. There was a wooden sign in front of the Central State League, and it had the rules of the competition written in gold characters the size of a fist, as well as the positions of the participants. Chu Tian's group of 6 were on the 1st to 6th stage. Unless they could last until the final battle, they would not meet each other in the same group. Feng Qinyan looked at the rules on the wooden sign and gave a snort as he said, "I just hope your luck is good and you can last until the finals." Chu Tian did not care at all. "My luck has always been good." The crowd around them began to boil. "The Chu family is here." "That's the Chu family's head, Chu Xinghe, and the heavenly sword young master, Chu Xinghe." The Chu family's lineup was not big, but it was very beautiful. They were all dressed like Chu family swordsmen, and almost all of them were elders. Any one of them was a famous person in Central State City. Approximately 50 or so Chu clan elders, together with 100 or so Chu clan attendants, were currently escorting 2 gorgeous palanquins towards the high VIP viewing platform. Luo family, Ye family, and Yun family. The 3 great families are also here. Luo family's Luo Lianqing, Dragon Tiger young master Luo Xianglong. Ye family's Yi Wudao, Prince Tianling Yi Tianling. Yun family's Patriarch Yun Tianhe, and Purple Lightning young master Yin Yao. It really is worthy of being the Central State City's grand meeting. The legendary figures of Central State City are all here at once. The leaders of the 4 great families and the successors of the 4 great families were all here. Central State Great General Xiongwuji has arrived. A dark-skinned general led hundreds of elite guards into the field. Everyone looked at them with awe. The Xiong clan was the #1 general clan in Central Continent. Its status was only below the Feng clan and the 4 great clans. Chu Tian's eyes lit up. It was actually him. This was the general that Chu Tian had met once in the Black Wind stronghold. Chu Tian had a good impression of him. Although he already knew that this person's position was not low, he had never imagined that he would be the #1 person in the Central Plains military. Although his clan's influence was slightly inferior to the 4 great clans, in terms of individual strength, this General Xiongwuji was probably not much inferior to the few patriarchs. The city lord has arrived. The president has arrived. At this moment, a series of drums sounded and a magnificent guard of honor entered the scene. A man wearing a blue city lord robe flew into the air and landed on the referee's seat. Beside the city lord was a middle-aged man dressed in Confucian robes. The 2 of them looked somewhat similar, so they were most likely brothers. Central State City, Lord Feng Yunlong. Central State Academy's Principal Feng Yunhu. The 2 pillars of the Central State City, Feng family. One was in charge of the city lord position, and the other was in charge of the Central State Academy. At this moment, the military, political, for great clans, and other noble families had all arrived. The people at the top of the Central State Pyramid had all gathered here. It could be seen just how important this gathering was to Central State City. This competition was related to the Central State Trial spots. The Central State Trial was something that the youths of Central State dreamed of participating in. The Central State Tower Trial contained a large amount of wealth and treasures, including some precious, ancient cultivator inheritances. Every time the trial opened, only 10 people were allowed to enter. The 4 great clans were the elders of Central State City, and each family only had 1 spot. 6 spots would be decided in the Central State League, and even the Feng family did not have an extra spot. After all, although the Feng family had a high status, they did not have many people, and they had only been stationed in Central State City for several years. Dong, dong, dong. The golden bell was equally famous. The audience became silent. Everyone knew in their hearts that this grand gathering was about to begin. At this time, wild winds began to blow in the sky, and a vast aura descended. A long laugh came from the clouds and echoed throughout the Central State League. This year's gathering is very lively. This marquis will also join in on the fun. When everyone heard this voice, they were all shocked. The citizens all knelt down on both knees. The normal generals, magistrates, nobles, and the small and medium-sized family heads all knelt down. The 4 great family heads and 4 young masters also had to stand up to show their respect. Greetings to Shin Feng Ho. Greetings to Shin Feng Ho. Shin Feng Ho and Feng Yuntian were wearing simple blue robes. They stepped through the air, moving 100 meters in an instant. They landed on the referee's seat and stood in front of their 2 little brothers. Everyone, no need for formalities. This marquis is only a spectator, so how the gathering is going to be carried out will be how it is. You don't need to be affected by me, whether it was the citizens or the nobles. They all revealed looks of excitement. Shen Feng Ho did not have any position, but he was the protector of Central State and one of the 8 marquises of the southern summer country. Just the name Shen Feng Ho. His position was even higher than the city lords. The Feng family was a large family in Imperial City and had made great contributions in the war against the spirit beasts. When Feng Yuntian's family went to the battlefield to fight, only a few people came back alive. Feng Yuntian's military exploits were outstanding, and he was given the title of Shin Feng Ho. 12 years ago, he brought the rest of his family to Central State. In those fierce battles, the Feng family's true descendants had all died. Feng Yunhu and Feng Yunlong were Feng Yuntian's little brothers, but strictly speaking, they were from the other side. However, Feng Yuntian did not care about power. Not only did he support the 2 of them, he even wanted to give up the family head position and let their branch be the main branch. When Feng Yuntian's only daughter was found to have an innately terminated meridian, the Feng family knew it would be a waste, but they still threw in all kinds of treasures. This was the reason. It was because Feng Yuntian was the family head. He had contributed so much to the family, but he had given up all his power. How could the Feng family not treat his descendant well? At least the Feng family needed this banner. The Feng family controlled the entire Central State, but they did not have many people. However, with Shan Fengho's strength as the strongest in Central State, there were no known experts that could compare to him. Even in the entire southern summer country, there were only a few old monsters from the 3 great families that could suppress Shin Fengho. So it didn't matter if there were few people. Shin Fengho's reputation was enough to suppress everything. Greetings to elder brother. Please have a seat. Central State City, Lord Feng Yunlong did not dare put on any airs in front of Shin Fengho. Feng Yuntian was not polite as he sat in the highest seat. Have we started? We'll start now. Feng Yunhu was the Central State Academy's principal, so he naturally had the responsibility of being the main referee. Let the competition begin. The golden bell was once again announced. The over 100 participants came to their respective arenas. Third arena, first round. Lu Rin against Chu Ming. Chu Tian couldn't help being stunned for a few seconds. It couldn't be, right? What a coincidence. Not only was it his turn in the first round, his opponent was actually someone surnamed Chu. Chu Tian came out. Several large characters looked over. Yun Tianha directly stood up. It's that brat. Chu Xingha opened his eyes, and a pair of sword-like eyes swept over him. It's him. Feng Yuntian, of course, also noticed Chu Tian. He looked over Chu Tian a few times. This appearance-changing technique is not bad, even I can't see through it. It's no wonder he could fool so many people. Chu Ming was a retainer of the Chu family. The Chu family was a bit similar to the Yun family. If the Yun family was a family of scholars, then the Chu family was a family of martial artists. The Yun family wantonly recruited scholars from Central State, and the Chu family wantonly recruited talented people. The Chu family was stronger than the Yun family, so the Chu family could provide a better treatment. Of course, There was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. The Chu family's treatment was better, but their conditions were also very harsh. From the consecrator to the retainer, as long as they entered the Chu family, they could only change their surname to Chu. Chu Tang-wen was like this. Chu Batian was like this. The young Chu Ming was also like this. Chu Ming was a very famous young genius, but because he had caught the eye of the Chu family, he was bought out by the Chu family at a high price. He could only serve the Chu family for 10 years, and the Chu family had given him a top-grade cultivation technique to train him. He had now become a member of the Chu family. Chu Ming did not enter the Central State Academy. Of the 2 groups that were selected from the selections, Chu Ming was in the other group. The Chu family members revealed a satisfied look when they saw this. An elder said, "Chu Ming's talent is rare even in the Chu family." "That's right." Another elder nodded. "He is only 20 years old and has already reached the 2nd awakened soul layer, surpassing the normal elders and high-level deacons of the Chu family. The most terrifying thing is that his swordsmanship has reached perfection. There aren't many experts at the same level that can block Chu Ming's sword. Even you and I would find it hard to block." "Nonsense. Our Chu family swordsmanship is famous throughout the southern summer country. How many people can block it?" "This nameless rogue cultivator will lose for sure." The Chu family members were filled with confidence. Only Chu Xinghe slightly knit his brows, looking very serious. At this time, Chu Ming pulled out a curved sword and coldly stared at Chu Tian. "Admit your loss." "I am a member of the Chu family. A trivial rogue cultivator going against the Chu family can only lead to death." Chu Tian did not even pull out his sword as he crossed his arms. "You dare say such childish words? Not to mention you are a slave of the Chu family. So what if you are a member of the Chu family? Stop wasting time and make your move." A slave of the Chu family? These words deeply hurt Chu Ming. "You're seeking death. I'll help you out." Chu Ming held the curved sword like he was skateboarding. His body did not move as he instantly charged in front of Chu Tian. The curved sword released a cold glow as it stabbed at his chest. Too fast. Chu Ming's body did not move, but it was like he teleported. A cold glow tore through the air with an extremely strong momentum. Chu Tian did not even blink as he watched the sword stab at him. Everyone cried out in surprise. Why isn't he dodging? When the sword glow was about to stab him, Chu Ming disappeared in a blur. Everyone was suddenly enlightened. Chu Ming cultivated an assassination cultivation technique. This overbearing attack was actually just an illusion, but it was very confusing, making it hard for people to distinguish the real from the fake. If Chu Tian made any movements to block or dodge, he would reveal a flaw that Chu Ming could grasp. The moment the afterimage disappeared, Chu Tian felt a cold light coming at the back of his neck. Hyperfocus. Chu Tian slightly swayed his body. The cold sword edge brushed past his skin, dodging by a hair's breadth. Chu Ming's expression changed. He suddenly stomped his feet. Once again, he disappeared in a blur. A sneer of ridicule hung on Chu Tian's face. Thick origin power condensed on his right hand, and two of his fingers gradually turned golden. Diamond vein, cutting finger. He stabbed at the air in front of him. Dang! Two golden fingers caught a blade that was stabbing at him. Pa! Chu Tian suddenly exerted force. The blade broke on the spot. The violent force lost control and immediately formed a strong explosion. A transparent figure was forced out of the air and staggered back a few steps. He was seen through. This was the illusory body sword art taught by the Chu family. How could it be seen through? Chu Ming stared at the broken sword in his hand. His face was filled with anger and coldness. How is this possible? I am a genius cultivated by the Chu family. I can't do anything to a rogue cultivator. I don't believe that I can't kill you. Chu Ming once again activated his spirit energy and was about to attack again. However, he suddenly felt a piercing pain in his chest. When he looked down, he saw a snow-white, broken sword had pierced into his chest. Blood gushed out uncontrollably. No, no. Chu Ming clutched his chest in horror. He took a few steps forward and finally fell to the ground. This is the Chu family's sword art. Chu Tian walked to Chu Ming's limp body and kicked him off the stage like a ball. What a mess! What a shocking move! It undoubtedly caused a huge uproar. The Chu family's sword art was a mess. This was like a slap on the face of those who were complacent. Moreover, the slap was so loud. The strongest swordsman family in Zhongzhou was almost the strongest swordsman family in southern Xia. He actually said that the Chu family's sword art was a mess? Wasn't this clearly smashing the reputation of the Chu family? Chu Shanhe's eyes were as cold as ice. This kid must die.